Highbridge, a division of Recorded Books, presents Nest, a thriller, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Elizabeth Rogers.
Chapter 1. For the past 3 weeks, John Allen Bishop had been keeping the devil chained in the basement. What exactly the devil had been doing in Chicago, John didn't know, and the devil wasn't saying. What John did know was that over the past several days the situation had been getting increasingly worrisome. At first, the threats yelled up from the basement had been the most vile things imaginable, things that John would have expected to hear from the devil. But in the last few days, something had changed. In those long, hushed moments as the sun went down and the world went still, John had found himself shuffling closer to the basement door, carefully leaning in, stretching his neck to put his ear close to the narrow crack in the door that led to the darkness down below. That was when he had first heard the whispers. Since the floor squeaked, the devil knew whenever John was in the kitchen, near the top of the stairs. When John put his ear close to the crack in the door, the devil always greeted him by name. Sometimes the devil chuckled softly to himself. The whispered promises never failed to make John's mouth go dry. But now, the menace in the basement had inexplicably fallen silent. The silence worried him more than the whispers had. He paced from the refrigerator to the sink and back, debating what to do. He didn't relish the thought of going down there again. The chain was strong enough, he was sure of that, and he knew how far it could reach. He knew to the inch. Still, he didn't want to go down there any sooner than he had to. As he paced, the fluorescent light hummed above a sink full of disorderly stacks of dirty dishes, a clump of crusted forks waiting to be washed, stuck up from a cracked green plastic tumbler. Ordinarily, John prided himself on being tidy, but with the dire turn of events, he certainly didn't think he could be blamed for ignoring the dishes. The dishes would just have to wait. The devil was more important. John turned away from the mess in the sink and paced back toward the refrigerator, following the same track he'd been walking for the past hour as regret kept building, bringing on the familiar weight of indecision. He didn't know how he had ever gotten such a crazy idea in the first place. He hadn't thought it through. He realized that now. He should have thought it through. People always told him to think things through. But what else could he have done? It had been so unexpected. He had to do something. The devil knew things. Too many things. It had seemed simple at first. Chain up the devil. The world would be safe. Kate would be safe. It was turning out to be not so simple. John told himself that he should go down and bash in the devil's head. He knew he should. There were tools in the basement, beyond the reach of the chain, of course. There was a sledgehammer that could do the ghastly job. But John didn't have that much courage. He should have done it in the beginning, when the devil had been unconscious, but he hadn't had the courage then either. Even as he tried to summon the courage to do what needed doing, he knew that his chance had passed. John wondered if he should call Detective Janek. From time to time, she would come to see him, to show him the pictures. She was nice. He liked helping her. He glanced over at the phone on the wall in the hallway. Detective Janek's card was sitting on the top of the phone, leaning against the wall. She had left it there one day when she'd told him that he could call her any time, day or night. He wondered if maybe he should do that now. John didn't like to use the phone, though. He didn't like to call people. He got confused on the phone. He feared that this was different from the time she'd come to see him. He feared that this time she might not believe him. He might even get into trouble. Fear and doubt welled up. What if he lost his job? His sister had helped him get his job. She'd told him that he could do it, told him to do his best. It was the first job that he'd ever had. He liked his job of fitting the colorful plastic pieces together, but mostly he liked that it made him independent. Having his job meant he could pay the bills and take care of himself. Kate helped him when he got confused, but he could do most things on his own. She said that she was proud of him, of how well he was doing. He liked being on his own. He didn't want to lose his job. He didn't want Kate to be disappointed in him. John didn't ever tell his sister about Detective Janek. He didn't want her to be afraid. It was the only way he could protect her. He knew that it was wrong to chain people in the basement, of course, but this wasn't a regular person. This was the devil. Still, he feared that even Detective Janek might not believe him. He suddenly wondered if he might even be put in jail. John wiped his sweaty palms on his pant legs. He swallowed in terror at what might happen to him if he was arrested. The very thought of going to jail and having to look into the eyes of all those men nearly made his knees give out. His attention was snatched by his own shadow falling across the refrigerator. He drew his collar tight at his throat and told himself that he had things under control. He just had to keep them that way, that was all. It was getting late, and he knew that he needed to get down there. He didn't like taking food down to the basement, but John just didn't have it in him to kill, either by a quick blow or by slow starvation. He couldn't stand it when people hurt, even if the hurt was hunger. Distantly, through the tumbling fragments of thoughts pulling him this way and that, it seemed that there was something not right about the refrigerator. Something different. In the dim light, he surveyed the newspaper clippings that he had carefully cut out and taped to the door. They were all still there. John hated the stark look of the white refrigerator, so he frequently taped items that interested him on the blank door after he had carefully folded over the pointed corners. He didn't like sharp points. He changed the clippings often, whenever something new caught his eye. It didn't have to be anything especially meaningful. Pictures of animals, headlines about holidays, or sometimes even just a single word that was pleasing. Anything to cover the nakedness of the refrigerator. There were photos as well, their corners also carefully bent over, stuck on the refrigerator door with word magnets. He smiled back at his sister smiling out at him from a sunny beach, from behind the wheel of her first car, from the couch in his living room. He scanned the newspaper headlines about parades and holidays and sunny forecasts, looking for something new, something that might have changed, some word, some sign. Then he spotted what wasn't right. There were dozens of little magnets attached to the door. They'd been a birthday gift from his sister. Each magnet was a white word on a black background. He liked to arrange the words so that they rhymed, or so that they said something cheerful. The words stuck to the white metal door always seemed welcoming, offering a friendly greeting when he came home and went to get himself something to eat, or, like now, when he went to get the devil something to eat. The last message he'd made from arranging the magnets was still there. A castle keeps you safe. He'd made the saying with the magnets some time ago, after he had heard that a man's home was his castle. Except for going to work in the store, John didn't like going out. He liked to be inside, safe. Home was safe. Home was his castle. Chaining up the devil was the most daring thing John had ever done in his whole life. But now, the little magnets that he had so carefully arranged into "a castle keeps you safe" were no longer in a line by themselves the way they had been. All the spare words that had been pushed off to the right side were now arranged into a circle, leaving a cleared round white patch near the refrigerator's door handle. "A castle keeps you safe" sat in the middle of that circle. But now, there were new words arranged in a neat line below, as if in answer. The new words words said, "Not anymore." Chapter 2. John leaned closer and peered at the new words. Not anymore. He hadn't put those words there. He glanced over at the basement door. It was a thick, 6-panel pine door. Here and there, faded blue peeked through the peeling cream-colored paint. John remembered happy times playing on the floor in the kitchen when that door had been all blue. The door was open a little, at the top corner, because it was warped and wouldn't close properly. The door had a lock, but John didn't have a key for it. It was one of those old-fashioned keyholes, like he'd seen in cartoons and the movies. When he had been little, John used to peer through the keyhole and pretend that he was a spy watching for danger. Now, he knew what sort of danger waited on the other side of that door. Through the slit of the partially open door, he could see inky blackness. The devil down below in that darkness was silent. Not even a whisper came up from the basement. John wondered if that was a good thing or not. He stood still as a stone, leaning in, listening. John reconsidered calling the police. He glanced again at the card that Detective Janek had set on the top of his wall phone after she had carefully folded over the corners so the points wouldn't scare him. She had always been nice to him, always believed him, but he wondered if she would believe him this time. If Detective Janek went down in the basement and saw him, if she just looked into his eyes, wouldn't she know? John had looked into the devil's eyes. John knew. As he stood motionless, watching the sliver of blackness from below, he realized that his castle wasn't as safe as he had thought it was. That was what the words on the refrigerator meant. This place wasn't safe anymore. Not since the devil had come into it. John stole another glance at the aqua-colored phone hanging on the floral-papered wall at the side of the stairwell leading upstairs, just around the corner from the basement door. Maybe he should call Detective Janek. The police would want to know that the devil was in Chicago. Or maybe he should call his sister. The devil knew her name. She ought to know that the devil knew her name. He should call Kate and tell her. He wanted her to be safe. If he called her, she might know what to do. The police might not listen to him, might not believe him, but Kate would believe him this time. She had to. All at once, the solution seemed clear. He would call his sister and tell her everything, tell her what had happened, tell her that the devil knew her name too, just like he'd known John's name. She would know what to do. Springing into action, John hastily pulled all the pictures of his sister off the refrigerator door. The magnets holding them rained down, clattering on the floor. Rather than slow to pick up the magnets, he started stuffing the photos in the front pocket of his work pants. He was worried that the devil might look at Kate's pictures. He didn't think it would be a good idea to let the devil get a look at his sister. John didn't want evil looking at her. Once the photos were all tucked safely into his pocket, he hurried into the hallway to call her. Just as he reached for the receiver, the phone rang. His heart pounding out of control, John snatched up the handpiece and put it to his ear, listening. He feared that it might be the devil calling him from the basement. "Hi, Johnny. It's me." John felt a wave of giddy relief wash through him at hearing his sister's familiar, cheerful voice. He clutched the tangled cord with his other hand as he sagged against the wall. "Hi, Kate," he said in an expectant pant. He glanced toward the slit of darkness under the basement floor. "I'm back from my trip a day early, and the driver is about to drop me at home." "Uh-huh." "What's the matter? You sound winded. Did you just run up the front steps?" John needed to tell her about the devil. Kate would know what to do. She was smart. His sister always knew what to do. She always helped him. He missed her. Right at that moment, he missed her more than anything in the world. He cupped the phone close with both hands so that the devil couldn't hear.
No.
Hey, listen, she said, not pressing. She was the only one who didn't get impatient and press him. I got a call from a lawyer. John blinked.
A lawyer?
Yeah, remember Mom's half-brother who lived out west? Everett? Remember him? John wasn't sure he did. With all the things racing through his mind as he stared at the basement door, it was hard to think. She breathed a light-hearted laugh. Me neither, really. We went there once, to his trailer out in that little town in the desert. He wasn't the friendliest guy. You were little at the time. I wouldn't expect you to remember him. I hardly remember him myself. Anyway, I'm afraid he died. John turned his eyes from the dark slit.
Died?
Yeah. The lawyer said it was about 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks?
Yeah, almost 4 weeks ago. John wiped a tear from his cheek as he listened to her breathing for a moment before she went on. I know how it bothers you when people die, John. But he was really old. Don't be too sad. He never left that place of his, and I bet it was because he loved it just like you love your house. I bet he had a good life there, a good, long life.
What did he die of?
There was a long moment of silence before she said, He was old, John. She didn't want to tell him. He knew that sometimes Kate didn't want to tell him things, so she would say something simple. Anyway, the lawyer said that we're the only relatives and Everett left his place to us. He doesn't think the estate is worth a great deal, but it belongs to you and me now. I'm going to have to go out there and handle it. I guess I'll have to see about selling the place or something. John glanced back at the basement door. He needed to tell her before anything else happened. He swallowed as he gathered his courage, determined to tell her the whole story from the beginning.
I went to the cemetery, he blurted out.
You did? She paused, seeming surprised. Alone? John nodded, and all of a sudden started talking faster, trying to get it out all at once.
I went to the store and bought flowers and then put them on Mom and Pop's grave by the headstones, like you showed me, in the vase the way the cemetery people like it done. I put your name on the card, too.
That's so sweet. Her voice had turned soft. Thanks. I bet Mom and Pop liked the flowers. She cleared her throat. When did you go to the cemetery? He'd never gone there alone before. John wiped the back of his hand across his nose, trying not to cry.
3 weeks ago.
He felt another tear run down his cheek. He had to tell her. She would know what to do.
I was there, and someone was watching me. And then when I got home,
The basement light snapped on. John froze. He stood, motionless, staring wide-eyed at the slit of light stabbing up from below the door. John, it was probably just someone else putting flowers on a grave, his sister said in his ear. He couldn't make himself talk. In his head, he was screaming, "Tell her! Hurry! Tell her!" But he couldn't make the words come out. His voice wouldn't work. He was afraid to make a sound. And then something else came up from beyond the doorway. A low voice, speaking his name. His whole name. The way people used to do when he was little and he'd gotten himself into trouble.
John Allen Bishop.
He watched the shafts of light from below shifting, lighter, darker, and lighter again. John? Kate asked. Is there someone there in the house with you? He desperately wanted Kate's help. But what if the devil could get to her through the phone? He didn't want danger coming near his sister. The hiss of a voice from below called his name again, but just the first part. Then again, coming closer, moving up the stairs. The door creaked as it started to open. "John? What's that sound? Do you have company? John?"
"Run, Kate!"
He screamed into the receiver.
"Run!"
John slammed the phone back on the hook so that the devil couldn't get to her through the phone lines. He raced for the front door as fast as his crooked legs would carry him. He nearly made it. A great weight slammed into him from behind, smashing him face first into the door. He rebounded only to have a powerful hand grab his shirt and spin him around. The impact had dazed him. His nose felt like it had been hit with a baseball bat. He felt warm blood running down his face, dripping off his chin. The thought of so much blood gushing out of his nose horrified him. John looked up and went stiff with terror. The devil had his pitchfork. His eyes seemed lit from within by pure evil. They were eyes that sought only to see suffering. His face twisting in rage, the devil roared as he drove his pitchfork down at the floor. The tines of the pitchfork punctured both of John's shoes, severed the bones in his feet, pierced the heavy soles, and stuck solidly in the floorboards. Even if John had tried to move, he wouldn't have been able to. He was pinned to the floor. As he stood in stunned terror, the devil slid a hand down into John's pants pocket. He pulled out the photos of Kate. As John trembled, unable to think, the pain keeping him from trying to move, the devil slowly looked at the pictures, one by one, his wicked smile growing wider and wider. John didn't want the devil to look at Kate. He snatched for the photos. The devil caught John's hand and twisted his fingers back until they snapped with sickening pops, like twigs breaking. As John screamed in shock and pain, holding his twisted and broken fingers with his good hand, the devil slipped the photos of Kate into his own pocket.
"You've caused me quite a bit of trouble, Johnny boy." "Leave us alone,"
John wept.
"Please."
Towering over him, the devil peered deeply into John's eyes.
"Do you remember my promise, John?"
The shocking pain of his feet impaled by the tines was just starting to register through paralyzing panic and the horrific agony of his ruined fingers. He remembered the promises. He remembered them all too well. John's helpless sobs grew louder.
"What do you see with those eyes of yours?"
the devil asked as he loomed closer yet, as if trying to see some secret hidden in John's eyes.
"What do you see, Johnny boy?"
he whispered from only an inch away. John shook uncontrollably.
"Nothing." "I think you see way too much."
A big hand grabbed John's hair at the back of his head.
"I'm going to fix that."
And then the devil leaned close, his mouth beside John's ear, and he again whispered his promise.
"I'm going to bring you everlasting darkness."
John shrieked in fright and pain as something terribly long and sickeningly sharp slammed twice up into the core of his body. He couldn't draw the full breath he so desperately needed. The devil's teeth looked huge as his jaws opened wide, coming for what he wanted. The teeth raked John's face, peeling away his eyelids.
"In the scheme of things,"
the devil said as he forced a thumb deep into the side of one of John's eye sockets,
"this doesn't really matter. After all, the universe, too, is blind."
The distant words made no sense to John as he struggled and screamed in the agony that was only just beginning. He felt twisting pain and darkness pressing into his eyes. He hoped that Kate would run. Run fast. Run far. Get away. Chapter 3. Kate looked up when Detective Sanders called her name. She was in a daze. None of it felt real. He leaned an arm on the roof of the car just above the open back door where she sat, sideways, despairing because there was nothing she could do. He'd been the one who had met her and taken her aside when she had arrived at John's house. He was older and a bit overweight, and more comforting than his austere, pockmarked face had at first suggested.
"Miss Bishop,"
he said in a sympathetic but formal tone,
"do you feel up to answering a few questions?"
Kate nodded. "But I'm afraid I don't know anything that could help you find out who could have done this." A woman detective in a dark suit stood nearby, within earshot, as she scanned the scene lit by all the headlights of police cars. She had only just arrived and hadn't said anything after coming out of the house. She looked to be a few years older than Kate, maybe in her middle 30s. Her posture, her shoulders, the open collar of her stark white shirt, and the cut of her clothes suggested that she took care of herself. Her short brown hair turned inward just below her strong jawline. Her dark eyes scrutinized Kate so closely, so deliberately, that it was beginning to make her feel self-conscious. Detective Gibson, also in a white shirt, a tie, and a gray jacket similar to the one that Detective Sanders wore, returned from the house to whisper to the woman detective. Like Detective Sanders's, his hair was cut so short it was the next closest thing to being shaved bald. Thick skin bunched up in creases at the back of his bull neck. Detective Sanders sucked something from between his two front teeth and held up a finger toward Kate to excuse himself for a moment as he stepped away to speak with the others. All three wore police badges on their belts. Under their jackets, at their sides, Kate saw that they all carried Glock handguns. The detectives all seemed professional in a way that Kate found reassuring, if there could be such a thing in such a situation. A pair of patrolmen in dark uniforms stood at ease on the porch, flanking the front door, seeing to it that no one without authorization went in. All the activity was quieting down somewhat, now that her brother's body had finally been removed from the house to a coroner's van. She wondered what she would need to do to recover her brother for burial. She supposed she should call the funeral home she had used for her parents. They would likely know what to do. People carrying cases of equipment came and went. All of the activities and procedures were a confusing mystery to Kate, although they were obviously looking for evidence to try to find the killer. From time to time she'd seen flashes, as everything in the house, it seemed, had been photographed. But even if she didn't know much about their specific jobs, she recognized that they were well orchestrated and methodical as they went about their tasks. No one wandered around in confusion. Everyone but Kate knew what to do. No one hurried, either. She supposed that there wasn't any point in rushing. There was no one to rescue, no fleeing suspect to chase down and arrest. Besides, this was their daily job. It was just another day at work to them. Kate knew that for her, it would always stand out as one in a handful of the worst days in her life. When she'd first arrived, she had wanted to go into the house and see her brother. The detectives wouldn't let her. They told her that they needed to do their work first. Detective Sanders told her, in a confidential tone, that it would be better if she didn't see her brother that way, in the house, where it had happened. He told her that she would not want that to be her memory of her brother. As much as she'd thought that she wanted to see for herself, his candor, as he had looked into her eyes, had given her pause and made her realize that he was probably right. With all the people going in and out, the detectives huddled in hushed discussions, and the technicians carrying equipment, it was hard to imagine the horrific scene in the house, in a way, the unknown only made it worse. So far, the only thing she knew for sure was that her brother was dead. Right from the beginning, they'd said that it was murder. The way they said it made it clear that there was no doubt at all about that part of it. Kate couldn't stop her imagination from racing off in every direction. But most of all, she couldn't imagine why anyone would harm her brother. On the sidewalk to either side of the house, beyond the police tape, the crowds of onlookers had thinned as the night had worn on. When she'd first arrived, a lot of people had been milling around outside the house, watching, gossiping, and worrying about what kind of maniac might be loose in the neighborhood. Once, an odd, uneasy feeling had made her look up. A tall man with disheveled hair, his hands stuffed into the pockets of a light jacket, was just turning away. Even though she didn't catch sight of his face, she could tell by the way he slipped back through the crowd that he had been standing there, watching her. It gave her a chill to have strangers staring at her like that. It made her feel naked and vulnerable. Other people looked away from her when she glanced in their direction. They, too, had been staring at her. Detectives or uniformed officers had been close by Kate the whole time, saying little, explaining some of the process when she asked questions about suspects, about her brother's body, about what they were doing with it, and what she would need to do. Reporters, cameramen, and news crews holding up lights had talked to a higher-ranking police officer who basically told them nothing except that the victim was named John Allen Bishop, and he had apparently been murdered in his home by an unknown assailant. When they asked about how it had happened, he said the details were being withheld and gave a number for tips. Impeccably dressed on-air female reporters talked into cameras for the 11 o'clock news, describing it as a grisly scene. Thankfully, the police had kept Kate sheltered from the news people, not letting them know she was the victim's sister. Having a reporter with fresh lipstick shove a microphone in her face and ask how she felt when she had learned that her brother had been murdered was about the last thing in the world Kate wanted to have to deal with. "He didn't suffer, did he?" Kate asked up to Detective Sanders when he finally returned. She wondered if she'd already asked the question, but if she had, she didn't remember his answer. "Did John suffer? Can you at least tell me that?" Detective Sanders stopped leafing through his notes as he looked down from beside the open car door.
"I can't say for sure, Miss Bishop, but I don't believe so. We believe it to have been over quickly."
Kate pulled a crumpled tissue from the pocket of her jeans and worked it in her fingers. He returned to methodically flipping back through his notes.
"Miss Bishop, you said that when you were on the phone with him, your brother suddenly yelled at you to run, and then hung up."
Kate nodded. "That's right. I called 911 right away."
"Do you have any idea why he would say such a thing? Why would he say to run? You weren't close to his house."
Kate wiped her nose with the tissue before answering. With John's mental handicap, he wasn't able to understand things the way a normal adult could. Being halfway across the city or even halfway across the country wouldn't have meant anything to him if he was afraid. He viewed the world simplistically, as if everything was immediately around him. He didn't grasp concepts like distance very well. Detective Sanders gestured with his pen.
"So when he said for you to run, you feel that he might have simply meant that there was someone there, in the house. And so, in his way of thinking, that person represented a danger to you as well as to him."
"Probably." Kate brushed her black bangs to the side as she glanced up. "He always worried about me."
"And with his mental disability, he was still able to hold down a job?"
Detective Gibson asked as he stepped up beside Detective Sanders. "Yes." Kate looked up into the man's unexpressive face. He worked at the Clarkson Center for Developmental Disability. She gestured over her shoulder. On Hamilton Street. They provide work that people like John can do. It helps them be self-sufficient. The doctors had recommended that he be allowed to lead as normal a life as possible.
So you feel he was competent to live alone?
Detective Gibson asked. Despite his formidable looks, he had an agreeable voice. She could tell that he was deliberately trying not to make it sound like an accusation of negligence on her part. Yes. Fortunately, he wasn't as profoundly mentally handicapped as some. He was able to take care of himself pretty well. The doctors said that it would be better for him if he did, if he felt responsible for his own life. Having a sense of purpose and control really did help him be happier. He took the bus to work and back. He could walk to the store. The people there all know him. He could mostly take care of himself, and he liked doing it. He felt comfortable in the limited places he went. He wasn't left to fend for himself as much as it might seem. Unless I was out of town for my job, I'd come over often to check on him. I drove him places like to the doctor or to the dentist or to go out for a meal. Sometimes I'd take him with me when I shopped for clothes. He liked that. As long as I was with him when he was in a strange environment, he felt safe. I helped him take care of his bills, made sure that he ate properly, made sure he did his chores, things like that. He was slow, but he could do simple things for himself. It was hard on me, emotionally, not to be there all the time, but I think it was right for him to be able to live his own life.
When was the last time you were here?
Detective Sanders asked, without looking up, as he wrote in his notebook.
The last time you actually saw him?
Kate rubbed her fingertips back and forth across her brow. A little over 3 weeks ago. I've never been gone for that long before, but I had to be in Dallas for my job. I'm an auditor at KDEX Systems. There were irregularities at our office in Dallas, and I had to go down there to look into it. I called John just about every night, though.
So the reason for your call to him earlier tonight was to let him know that you were back in town?
Yes. Kate looked up at the man's waiting face. Besides checking on him, I had to tell him that a relative, my mother's half-brother, had died. I just found out about it earlier today.
I'm sorry to hear about that, ma'am, Detective Gibson said. When did he pass away?
He died a little over 3 weeks ago, the 12th of last month, out in Nevada. He was murdered. Detective Sanders looked at her over the top of his notebook.
Murdered?
Chapter 4. Detective Gibson, a few creases appearing on his brow, asked the same thing.
This uncle of yours was murdered?
Yes.
How was he killed?
Detective Sanders asked. Kate lifted a hand in a weak gesture. I'm not sure of the circumstances. An Esmeralda County sheriff out in Nevada called to tell me that Everett had been killed in the course of a robbery. It didn't make a lot of sense. Everett didn't have much worth stealing, at least not from what I knew of him.
Did they say how he was murdered? Any specifics?
Kate shook her head. No, just that he'd been killed in the course of a robbery. I assumed that he'd been shot, but now that you ask, I guess I don't know that for a fact. I only met Everett once when I was a girl and don't really know much about him. The sheriff gave me the number of Everett's lawyer and suggested I call him. When I did, the lawyer told me that John and I had been named in Everett's will because we were the only next of kin. I thought Everett would have left his things to a friend or someone he knew out there, but he didn't. Whatever he has, he left it to us. The lawyer said that Everett had long ago made arrangements for his burial, one of those payment plans, so he had already been laid to rest as per his wishes. The lawyer said that John and I now owned the trailer Everett lived in, his pickup, and his personal effects. I'm supposed to go out there and see to them as soon as it's convenient. But now, She gestured helplessly toward the house. She felt stupid for not having asked such a basic question as how a relative had been murdered. It wasn't like her not to ask questions. In fact, her job was to investigate, ask questions, get to the bottom of things. But it had been such an unexpected call, and such unexpected news, that she hadn't thought to ask how he had been killed. That, and the sheriff had been rather terse in a way that didn't invite questions. She thought that with a murder on his hands he must have been busy. With a thumb, Kate smoothed down creases on the leg of her jeans as she watched another man wearing latex gloves carry a black plastic bag out of the house, then slide open the door of a white police van and put the bag inside. Kate didn't really even know Everett. He was a hermit of sorts, and virtually a stranger to her. Needing to handle his estate had seemed like it was going to be a nuisance she really didn't need. After the call, it had occurred to her that maybe she could tell the lawyer to simply donate everything to a charity. Detective Gibson started back toward his car.
"I'll go check it out,"
he said over his shoulder to Detective Sanders. As she watched him walking away, Kate noticed the female detective still standing close, listening, watching her.
"Did your brother have any disagreements with anyone at his job?"
Detective Sanders asked. Kate glanced up at the frown on his pockmarked face. "I don't think so. John always told me about what was happening in his life. He never mentioned anything like that. He was upset a while back because some kids called him names when he was walking home from the bus. Once he told me about it, he seemed to feel better. I think he'd forgotten all about it by the next day. He liked his job. He always said that the people there were nice. John depended on me to protect him when he was afraid. I think he would have told me if he was having any kind of trouble at work." With the notepad in one hand and his pen in the other, Detective Sanders hiked up his pants as he eyed a group of men leaving the house with boxes and metal cases. Each person took off blue paper booties and put them in a sack on the porch.
"Miss Bishop, would you be willing to go in with us? They haven't cleaned up anything, except for removing your brother, but it would be a big help if maybe you could explain a few things for us. But if you don't feel comfortable..."
"Is there still blood? Has the blood been cleaned up?" The woman detective, surveying the darkness and the spectators, turned away and stepped closer to Kate to explain.
"I'm afraid that we have to leave everything as is until the investigation is complete. We can recommend a couple of companies that are licensed and bonded to clean up crime scenes. When the investigation is finished, in a few days they can come in and take care of everything for you. They have the proper experience. It's better to let them handle it. We'd just like you to take a quick look around, now, if you feel up to it."
The woman put out a hand to steady Kate when she stood, but Kate didn't need the hand.
"I'm Detective Janek, by the way,"
the woman said as she shook Kate's hand.
"I'll go with you if you're willing to go inside and maybe help us answer a few questions."
If she was willing? For hours, Kate had been asking them to let her go in. Instead of reminding them of that fact, she forced a brief smile. "I'm fine. Really. It's just such a shock. I can't believe that someone would want to hurt John. He was like a kid, innocently happy most of the time. I just can't believe that anyone would want to hurt him." She thought again about her mother's half-brother, Everett. Was John killed in a robbery? Was someone robbing the house and they killed John? The detective shared a look. Detective Janek leaned in a little.
"Listen, Miss Bishop."
"Please, call me Kate." Miss Bishop was what people working for KDEX Systems always called her when she showed up unexpectedly from the home office. Detective Janek smiled. Kate thought it looked genuine. "Kate, we need to tell you about a few things before you hear them in the press. And then, after we go inside, we'd like you to identify your brother while the coroner's van is still here. It will save you from having to go down to the morgue. But we want you to be prepared first." "Prepared?" Kate swallowed. "All right." Detective Janek glanced around to check if anyone was close, then looked back to search Kate's eyes. "Whoever did this was pretty sick." "What do you mean?" "He removed your brother's eyes." "Removed his eyes?" Kate blinked. "Why?" "We haven't determined that. One of them was missing. The other was lying beside the body. It appears to have been partially eaten." Kate's brain seemed to go blank. She usually had command of matters that needed figuring out. She usually knew just what to ask to get to the bottom of things. But now she couldn't seem to make her mind work. She felt numb with anger at someone hurting John and doing such a thing to him. She knew John's fears well. She tried not to imagine his cries of terror and pain. She felt a hot wave of guilt for not being there to protect him. Who could do such a thing? "That's what we're going to try to find out," Detective Sanders said. "Take me in there," Kate said, her anger rising. "Show me what you need me to explain." Detectives Sanders and Janek shared a look at her determined tone, at the simmering rage it carried. When they started for the house, Kate followed close on Detective Sanders' heels. Detective Janek stayed protectively at her side. When they reached the steps, they put on blue paper booties and asked Kate to do the same. On the porch outside, a numbered yellow tag stood beside what looked like a bloody footprint. As she stepped into the living room, where there was more light, she saw a smear of blood at about eye level on the inside of the oak door. The blood in the living room didn't look the way Kate had imagined it. She thought it would be mostly soaked into the wood floor or dried up. Instead, not far inside the door, there was a horrific, vast pool of it that they had to skirt. Kate was shocked to see blood splattered everywhere in the living room. Besides what was on the floor, the violence of the attack had left strings and splatters of blood on the walls, the couch, the lampshades, even the drapes. Some dim, analytical part of her brain said, "So this is what a murder scene looks like." Kate saw smeared, bloody footprints in a twisting path. At the far edge of the pool of blood was a crooked smear that looked like it might have been where her brother's arm lay sprawled across the floor. There seemed little doubt that John had tried desperately to get away. He had not gone down easily. He had struggled for his life. "Why is that up here?" Kate asked, pointing. A rusty, four-tined garden fork lay on the floor near the pool of blood. A yellow plastic tag with the black number 6 stood beside it. She was beginning to see why they had questions. "My father used that fork to till a small garden in the backyard," she said. "In the fall, he dug potatoes with it." Kate frowned as she leaned down a little for a better look. "The tines have been sharpened. My father just turned dirt over with it. It was rusty and it wasn't sharp. The tips look like they've been filed." Before they could answer, Kate pointed to 4 splintered holes in the pine floor amid a broad area of blood. "It looks like someone stuck it in the floor right there." Detective Sanders nodded.
"I'm afraid that the killer used it to pin the deceased's feet to the floor, probably to prevent him from escaping."
Kate's jaw hung in stunned surprise. "Why not just hit him over the head?"
"We don't know the answer to that," Detective Janek said. Sometimes it's simply an act of blind rage. Sometimes they have a reason. When I find him, I'll ask."
By the woman's icy, controlled expression, Kate knew that Detective Janek fully intended to keep that promise. Kate finally had to break her gaze with the woman to instead look around. By the way blood was splattered everywhere, she thought it looked like an act of blind rage.
"Do you know where the gardening fork was kept?" Detective Sanders asked.
Kate nodded. "In the basement." He turned to one of the forensic team and waggled his pen down at the floor as he spoke in a low voice.
"You can take it now."
The balding man wearing blue latex gloves squatted down and carefully fed the garden fork into a long cardboard box. Detective Janek gently took Kate's elbow, turning her away.
"What we'd really like to show you is in the basement."
The basement? Kate couldn't imagine what was in the basement, but she followed behind Detective Sanders as the man headed in that direction once Detective Janek gave him a nod. Unlike the living room, the short hall didn't have blood on the walls. Kate paused in the kitchen. Dirty forks and spoons stood up in a green plastic tumbler in the sink. John always washed the dishes after using them. I don't remember ever seeing him leave dirty dishes like that. Washing the dishes after he ate was part of his compulsive routine.
"Anything else that you notice out of the ordinary?" Detective Janek asked.
"My pictures," Kate said, gesturing. John kept pictures of me on the refrigerator. All the corners were folded over. Sometimes he took the photos down and put them in his pocket for safekeeping. Otherwise they were there, on the refrigerator. There were other pictures still there on the refrigerator, one of the bushes in the backyard in full bloom, an old one of their parents. But most of the rest were newspaper clippings. She looked back at the detectives. Did John have my pictures with him? Detective Sanders shook his head as he started writing a note in his pad.
"There weren't any pictures in his pockets."
Kate wondered where they were.
"Those magnets on the floor, then, were what he used to hold the photos of you on the refrigerator?" Detective Janek asked.
It sounded more like a statement than a question. Kate confirmed it with a nod. It felt so odd being in the house. She had grown up in the place and had always felt safe there. But now it felt alien. It felt violated. It felt dangerous. Kate followed the heavy-set Detective Sanders across the kitchen and down the plank steps into the musty basement. Detective Janek followed Kate down. Both of the bare bulb lights were on, casting harsh shadows. At the bottom, Kate was dumbfounded by what she saw.
"We suspect," Detective Sanders said, choosing his words carefully, "that your brother had someone chained down here."
A heavy chain was padlocked to a large loop in the concrete floor. The iron ring had once been used as an anchor point to help straighten out a foundation wall. She had been little at the time, but she vaguely remembered men working in the basement, and she remembered a chain running through that heavy iron ring. Broken bits of metal lay at the end of the chain, snaked across the floor. To the side, against a foundation wall made of mortared brick, was a wastebasket, overflowing with used paper plates. Other plates lay randomly scattered around on the floor as if they had simply been flicked aside. Smears of dried food covered most of them.
"The chain would just reach the toilet and sink in that corner," Detective Sanders said, gesturing with his pen, "but not this other side of the room."
The side of the room out of reach of the chain was stacked with years of dusty collected junk. There was everything from an old water heater that her father had meant to have hauled out, to boxes of outdoor Christmas decorations, to window screens, to broken chairs. In the corner stood a rake, a hoe, and a variety of shovels. The metal on all of them was rusty. "The garden fork used to be over there," Kate told them, pointing at the collection of tools standing in the corner. just as rusty as the rest of them. Detective Sanders glanced at the tools and nodded.
It appears that someone was chained down here for a few weeks.
Kate gestured to a screwdriver, pliers, and file on the floor. He must have used his clothes, maybe his belt, to finally snag some of the tools kept off on the other side of the room and then pull them closer. It looks like he used the tools to break the chain.
That's our assumption as well,
Detective Sanders said. Kate saw a pile of rusty iron filings. It looks like he used a file to sharpen the garden fork over there. Detective Sanders tilted his head around at the dirty paper plates ringing the room.
Have you ever known your brother to do anything like this before?
No, never, Kate said without hesitation as she gazed around at the scene. I can't explain any of this.
Has your brother ever acted violently? He asked.
Kate was shaking her head even as he was asking the question. No, she insisted. No, it wasn't in his nature. I mean, I know how this looks, but I simply can't imagine John doing such a thing. He was shy. If someone called him names, he ran away. He never got in fights. I never once knew him to fight back, even if someone shoved him. The most he would ever do was sit in his bedroom and brood. Detective Sanders glanced around again.
It appears that he moved beyond the brooding stage.
Kate lifted her arms in exasperation. And what? She let her hands flop down at her sides. A retarded man with the mind of a child overpowered a homicidal maniac who eats human eyeballs and kept him chained up down here? Detective Sanders arched an eyebrow.
So it would appear.
Chapter 5. Detective Janek rolled the steel-gray unmarked police car to the curb, put it in park, and shut off the engine. There were still police at John's house and would be all night. She'd told Kate that the homicide detectives would be back there first thing in the morning to continue collecting evidence, interviewing all the neighbors, and following up on any leads. Detective Janek said she was going home to get a few hours' sleep and had offered to drop Kate off at her house. Kate knew better. She knew it was not simply a convenient lift home. She knew that it was an opportunity for the homicide detective to have Kate isolated so she could question her informally without making it sound like an interrogation. In her own job, Kate often made some people nervous. When she showed up, it was only because there was trouble, and she was there to get to the bottom of it. The innocent, hard-working people were often more nervous about her questions than the ones causing the problems, so in those cases she tried to frame her questions in a gentle, non-threatening way. Kate, though, had no real answers for the detective's gentle questioning, but did her best to be open and honest. She wanted her brother's killer found and brought to justice. Despite the wide-ranging questions sprinkled in among the small talk, Kate could tell that the woman had something else on her mind. Kate did too. She was confused and upset by what she had seen in the basement, but those thoughts were blanketed by the weight of grief. Between her job and spending a great deal of her free time with John, she never really had the chance to develop close friendships, so in an odd way, John had not only been her responsibility, but her closest friend. Now, she felt all alone in the world. John had always depended on her. She should have known something was wrong. She should have been there. When she had been little, her mother had often talked to her in a serious tone, telling her that John would always have to depend on them to watch over him because he couldn't do it himself. She'd said that was just the way it was. Kate had always known that there was an implied, sometimes life isn't fair and that's just the way it is, at the end of her mother's words. After her parents had died, that left only Kate to watch over her brother. John had always been a sympathetic ear, never interrupting as she sometimes rambled on about her own problems at work. His problems were usually simple for her to fix. She couldn't help wondering, though, if she had made the wrong choices in the larger life decisions for her brother, and if those decisions had resulted in him dying alone and afraid. Mostly, though, she knew she should have been there for him. "This is my fault," Kate said, as she stared at the meaningless numbers, addresses, and names on the police computer screen mounted between the front seats. "It's normal for people to feel guilty, to feel there was something they could have done. But this isn't your fault, Kate." Kate stared at the computer screen without seeing it. "Yes, it is. I could have prevented this." The detective paused a moment before asking, "What are you talking about?" Kate finally looked over at the other woman. "My plane came in this afternoon. I was booked to fly back tomorrow night, but my investigation had finished up, and by luck I was able to get on a flight back today. I could have picked John up from work, or I could have gone to his house and been there for him when he got home. If I had gone to his house first—" Detective Jennick's brow tightened. "With the way you looked after him? And after having been gone for 3 weeks? Why didn't you?" Kate swallowed. "A woman I know from work is in the hospital. I heard about it when I was out of town. When I got in, the driver from my office who picked me up at the airport let me know that she isn't likely to live the night. John hadn't been expecting me to be back until tomorrow night, so I had the driver take me home to drop off my bags and change before I had him take me to the hospital. I wanted to stop and see her. I wanted to be there to support her family. She has a nice family." "Oh. I'm awfully sorry to hear that. What's wrong with her?" Kate's gaze wandered back to the computer screen. "The side of her face is caved in. Her eye socket is crushed. Even if she lives, they say she will be blind in that eye. She has brain damage from bone fragments. Her husband told me that she already had 2 operations to save her life, but there is only so much the doctors can do. He said that even if she lives, she will never be Wilma again." "Wilma?" Detective Jennick's gaze flicked to the computer screen. "How did it happen?" "A few days ago, she went out to lunch and a guy walking past her, right outside our building, suddenly hit her in the face as hard as he could. He was big and powerful. She was small and frail. She went down and hasn't recovered consciousness since. Her children were there at the hospital. The doctors told them all that she isn't likely to make it through the night. People at work said that a blurry video of it was posted online. The guys in the video were laughing at the way she went down and giving high fives to the guy who did it." The detective nodded. "Now I know who you're talking about. I saw the report. It was another case of the knockout game." Kate shook her head without looking up. "Some game. She might die." "She wouldn't be the first nor the last. The videos spread like a disease. We've had a raft of such attacks, as have a number of other cities. It's murder in my book, or at least attempted murder, but they rarely get caught. Since it's random, they don't have any connection to their victims. Since it's usually not possible to identify the attackers from the videos, there's not much evidence to go on. Even when they do get caught, their punishment rarely matches the severity of the harm they do." "It's hard to believe what the world is coming to." "I couldn't agree more," Detective Jennick said with a sigh. "The law is increasingly viewed with contempt, and the police are seen as oppressors for enforcing it." She seemed to catch herself and looked back over at Kate. "So you stopped in to see her, rather than go to see John first?" "Yes." Kate looked over into the woman's dark eyes. "The driver was taking me home after I spent some time at the hospital. I was tired from a long day. John hadn't expected me to get in until tomorrow, so I was planning on going to bed early and getting a good night's sleep and then seeing John tomorrow. I called him from the car when I was almost home. When I heard him scream for me to run, I immediately called 911 from the car while the driver rushed me to John's house. You all beat me there. If I'd done as I'd originally planned and surprised John by picking him up from his job rather than go to the hospital, then he wouldn't be dead. But I didn't want to take him with me to the hospital. He doesn't like to see people who are hurting.
You only did what made the most sense.
Kate swallowed at the lump swelling in the back of her throat. No. I should have taken care of my brother first. If I had gone to his house, I would have found out that something was going on, that there was someone chained in the basement. I would have found out and called the police. Kate turned away to stare out the window into the darkness. Wilma was unconscious and didn't even know I was there. I hadn't seen John in 3 weeks. I should have seen to him first, and then this would never have happened. John would have told me if I'd gone to the house. It's my fault he's dead.
You're wrong, Kate.
Detective Janek leaned in a little closer.
Listen to me. Someone murdered him. That's who is at fault, not you. The only thing that would be different had you gone there first is that you would have walked into a very bizarre scene, an unexpected scene. You would have been caught unaware and murdered along with your brother. Whatever was happening, his death is not your fault. You need to know that.
Kate offered a brief smile. I wish I could believe that.
Someday you will. In the meantime, I'm going to work very hard to find the guy who did this. We have a lot of people to interview. We'll find a lead that takes us to the killer.
Do you get the names of all the people who were standing around watching?
You bet we do.
Kate stared out the window at nothing. There was a tall man with messy hair in the crowd. He had his hands in the pockets of a loose-fitting dark jacket. I think it was a hoodie. You should talk to him.
Why do you say that? Do you know something about him? Do you know who he is? Has he ever caused trouble for John?
Kate blinked and looked over at the frowning detective. What? No. No, I don't know him. I've never seen him before. She shook her head. I don't even know why I mentioned it.
Maybe because you know the people in the neighborhood and you didn't recognize him as belonging there?
Kate suddenly felt foolish and wished she hadn't said something so out of the blue. In fact, she was puzzled as to why she had. Maybe that's it. I grew up there and I know most of the people in the neighborhood. I recognized a number of the faces, even if I don't know their names. But the man just seemed... I don't know. I don't know why I said anything.
What did he look like?
Kate tried to remember any details. I never saw his face. I only saw him from the back. He was 6'1", 6'2", something like that. I couldn't see him very well. He was back where it was dark, so I don't even know what color his hair was. I could just see by the way he was silhouetted in the lights from police cars that his hair was sticking up and messy. Detective Janek was still frowning, still staring at her.
You didn't see his face at all? Did you make eye contact?
Kate shook her head again. No. I guess I'm just so shaken that I'm grasping at straws.
Did John have a hoodie?
Yes, dark blue. He kept it in the closet to the side of the front door. The detective pulled out her phone and pressed a couple of keys with her thumb.
It's me, she said after a moment when someone answered. You still at the house? Good. Do me a favor. Go inside and check in the closet by the front door. Tell me if there's a dark blue hoodie in there.
While she was waiting, Kate asked, You think the guy took John's hoodie? Maybe to cover up the blood? Before she could answer, the detective still at the house came back on the line, and Detective Janek pressed the phone back to her ear.
Okay, thanks, she said. See you in the morning.
She slipped the phone back in her pocket.
John's hoodie is still there.
Oh. Okay, sorry. I shouldn't be trying to give you leads when I don't know what I'm even talking about.
It's part of the job. Most leads end up going nowhere, but sometimes they do.
She frowned again.
Are you usually a suspicious person?
It's my job.
I thought you were an accountant. You said you were an auditor for KDEX.
Not that kind of an auditor, Kate said. I'm a security auditor. I get paid to be suspicious.
Really?
The detective was staring again.
Are you good at it?
Feeling self-conscious, Kate shrugged. I'm told I have a knack for it. I must be good enough. I still have a job.
Who are you paid to be suspicious of?
KDEX Systems supplies parts for missile guidance systems. It's a pretty sensitive industry, so we're naturally serious about everything we do. We have an electronic security team. That's a whole world unto itself. I don't generally get called in on that kind of issue unless it's an internal breach. But there are other threats. Thieves trying to steal valuable equipment, corporate spies after sensitive information, people with a grudge against the company who want to cause trouble, that kind of thing. When a bad actor like that slips into the company under the radar, they become my responsibility. I deal with that kind. It's my job to ferret them out.
Sort of a corporate cop?
Kate offered a weak smile. I'm hardly in your league. It's nothing like what you do. The woman was back to studying Kate's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Well, it's pretty late, Kate said as she curled her fingers around the door handle. Thank you for the ride home.
Kate.
Kate paused before opening the door. Detective Janek tapped the palm of her hand on the steering wheel. What is it? Kate couldn't imagine what questions could be left. She'd answered so many already that the detective probably now knew more about her than anyone alive. The woman stared down at her hand, gripping the wheel. Her jaw muscles flexed as she considered.
I know this isn't a good time, but would it be all right if I came in and we had a private conversation?
A private conversation?
Yes. A private conversation that's strictly off the record.
Kate cocked her head. Off the record? What do you mean?
I mean, just between you and me. Not to be repeated. Not to anyone.
She finally looked over and held up her thumb, pointing her first finger as if it were a gun.
If you repeat a word of it, I'll have to shoot you.
The woman dropped her thumb, imitating dropping the hammer of a gun. Kate frowned, not knowing what to say. The detective smiled then in a suddenly human way, breaking the tension, and in the sincerity of that smile, Kate saw the woman beneath the cool veneer of authority.
Just kidding. About shooting you, I mean. But it is strictly confidential, and I'm asking you to keep it that way.
It's kind of late, Detective, Kate said as she glanced past the barren trees toward her house. The trees would leaf out soon. It was a beautiful street when the maples all leafed out. The older neighborhood had deep yards and mature landscaping that afforded privacy. I haven't even unpacked yet.
I wouldn't ask if it weren't important, Detective Janek said.
She sounded troubled. Kate stared into the woman's dark eyes a moment. They were intense with resolve, along with something Kate couldn't quite figure out. Worry, maybe. Or maybe fear. Sure. Okay. Kate hooked some of her black hair behind an ear. I'll make some coffee. Detective Janek smiled with relief.
AJ. Everyone calls me AJ.
She let out a weary sigh.
And coffee would be great.
Chapter 6. Kate unlocked the heavy oak door and let them both in. Her house wasn't large, but it had been built with the kind of care and attention to detail that didn't grace newer homes. The crown moldings were finely detailed and perfectly fitted. The walls were real plaster, the cabinets real wood. It wasn't grand or at all extravagant, but it had the kind of simple honesty that had become all too rare. Without being showy, the place exuded a warmth and charm that Kate had always cherished. It was a comforting retreat from the rest of her life. On the way to the kitchen, she noticed that the message machine on a side table beside the couch was blinking. Everyone who knew her called her on her cell. The only people who ever called on her home phone anymore were salespeople and fundraisers. That kind of annoying message was about the last thing in the world she wanted to hear right then. In the small kitchen, Kate flicked on the light switch. While AJ followed her in, looking about, Kate pulled a stainless steel canister out from under the cabinets against the wall. After she set the coffee pot's filter basket on the white laminate counter and put in a paper filter, she added 4 scoops of coffee. As she filled the pot with water at the kitchen sink, she watched out of the corner of her eye as the detective studied the family photos on the wall. "Looks like you get your lustrous black hair from your mother." Kate saw that she was looking at a 25-year-old photo of her parents, standing on the front porch, with Kate and John sitting on the steps at their feet. "And you have your father's green eyes. It's a rather striking combination." "We're all products of heredity," Kate said. "It's not like we get to choose." The woman looked back over her shoulder, momentarily giving Kate an odd, unreadable look. She turned back to the photos on the wall and pointed at one. "What's this one?" "It's when I earned my black belt." The detective made an appreciative expression. "Do you still practice?" "Healthy body, healthy mind," Kate said. "I find that working out helps relieve stress. Sweating from beating the hell out of a bag is a good way to get rid of frustration." "So you work out at a gym?" "Twice a week at a Combat Concepts with an instructor." When AJ raised an eyebrow, Kate explained, "My job is to find out who is causing problems. Sometimes it's simply incompetence, but most of the time it's criminal activity of one sort or another. We have security people, and I've never had any problems, but you never know. I feel better being prepared. The rest of the time I work out at home. I have some simple equipment in the basement, a spinner bike for high-intensity work, weights, jump rope, that kind of thing." AJ looked back at the photo. "I prefer working out at home, too. My husband is a gym rat, but I don't like strange men leering at me from behind when I'm doing deadlifts." Kate tilted her head toward the nook. "You've been on your feet a long time. Why don't you have a seat?" The expanse of windows created out of smaller squares of glass in a grid of painted wood mullions looked out over a deep backyard. It made the nook in the kitchen a cheerful, cozy place to have coffee in the morning. With the shrubs and trees all along the property line blocking out other homes, it was like gazing out on her own private sanctuary. Now, the black abyss out the windows offered no sanctuary, but instead echoed her mood. AJ set her small business satchel down and then slid it ahead of her into the booth on the far side of the table so she would be facing Kate. "You aren't crying," the detective observed. Kate took a deep breath as she pulled a pair of white cups from the upper cabinet. "I probably will. Later, when I'm alone. Maybe it just hasn't all quite sunk in yet. It doesn't seem real. I mean, if John had been hit by a car, I think it would seem real, but this—" "I understand," AJ said. "After the things I saw in John's house, maybe it doesn't make enough sense to me to seem real." Kate set the cups on the counter, staring into them for a moment. "Maybe I'm afraid that if I cry, it will become real." From a young age, she had learned to set her own emotions aside when it came to John. He was like a child who needed her help to survive. That was just the way it was. Her responsibilities weren't so bad, and they had their rewards. She had a good life. Maybe being somewhat detached and analytical had become her way of dealing with everything in her life, from John to her job. AJ nodded as she rested her forearms on the table and interlaced her fingers. "Do you have anyone? It's often easier to handle these kinds of losses if you aren't alone." "My parents are gone." "Anyone else? Someone close to you? A special man you care about?" "No." Kate shrugged one shoulder, uncomfortable with an unexpectedly alien notion at such a time. "I guess I haven't found the right one yet. I don't know why, but men have always seemed to be intimidated by me." "Maybe they've seen you taking out your aggression on a punching bag," AJ said. Kate smiled. "Maybe that's it." She looked up. "Cream or sugar for your coffee?" Detective Janek was watching her hands again. "Cream, please." Kate retrieved a small carton of heavy cream from the refrigerator. She smelled it first to make sure it was still good, and then poured some into a small pitcher. "John was used to the house because he grew up there," she said into the dragging silence, feeling the need to explain. "After my parents passed away, it just made sense for him to continue living there. I'd already moved out before my parents both passed away, not a year apart." She stared at the picture for a moment, searching for the words. "I just didn't want to go back. I know it probably sounds cruel that I didn't go back there to live with John and watch over him, but he was doing fine on his own, and I was on my own, and I just didn't—" "I understand," AJ said in a sympathetic tone. "John needed to be on his own. You both did." Kate forced a brief smile, along with a nod. The woman lightened the mood with a change of subject, talking a bit about her husband, Mike, and her little boy, Ryan. Despite how much both AJ's husband and son obviously meant to her, Kate could tell that the woman was killing time, working up to the confidential conversation she'd wanted to have. Kate asked some simple questions about AJ's son, not really hearing the answers. In her mind's eye, she kept seeing her brother's blood on the floor, and the chain down in the basement, with the dirty paper plates thrown off to the sides. For the life of her, she couldn't come up with an explanation that made any sense. Kate didn't like it when things didn't make sense. She could deal with problems, but the reasons behind them had to make sense. When the coffee was ready, Kate poured 2 cups and set them on the table, along with spoons, paper napkins, and the pitcher of cream, then slid into the booth opposite the detective. As Detective Janek poured the cream, Kate asked, "So, what does the A in AJ stand for?" As she looked up from under her brow, a crooked smile twisted the detective's expression. "If I wanted people to know my first name, I wouldn't tell them to call me AJ, now, would I?" By the way she smiled, Kate knew the woman had been asked that question countless times before, and because her answer was so quick in coming, Kate knew that for some reason it was not a question the woman enjoyed getting. Point taken. Kate poured herself a healthy dose of cream when the other woman handed her the pitcher. "So, what's the big secret you want to talk about?" AJ wrapped her fingers around the cup and stared into her coffee for a time, watching in silence as the cream swirled around. "I knew your brother," she finally said in a quiet voice. Kate's hand with the pitcher froze in midair just before she set it on the table. Goosebumps tingled up her arms. She finally set the pitcher down. "You knew John?" AJ nodded, still staring into her coffee. "I propped a card up on his phone on the wall in the hallway. It was my personal card. I told him that he could call me any time, day or night. My cell is always on." Chapter 7. Kate was bewildered as to why John had never told her about Detective Janek. John told Kate everything. She suddenly realized how wrong she had been about that. She knew that her being out of town isolated him somewhat, but there were people at work who could help him if need be, and they had Kate's number. Even though she hadn't seen him in weeks, she called often. She couldn't imagine her brother not telling her about Detective Janek. But even more, she was completely at a loss that he hadn't given her any hint about having a man chained in the basement. At least, not until the last moments of his life, when he'd told her to run. "I looked at the phone in John's house," Kate said. "I didn't see any card there." "I looked too," AJ said. "It was gone. Maybe John put it away somewhere." "How did you know John, and why would you give him your card?" AJ lifted a hand in a weak gesture. "I wanted him to have it in case he ever needed me." "Needed you?" Kate leaned in. "Why didn't you say anything at the house? Why didn't you mention this when we were talking with the other detectives?" AJ let out a deep sigh and finally looked up. "It will take a bit of explaining." The look of iron returned to her eyes. It was a look that Kate did not take lightly. "Like I told you, this is strictly confidential. I'm not kidding, Kate. This has to stay between you and me." Kate didn't know that she wanted to be bound by such terms without knowing the details, especially since it involved the death of her brother. But she decided not to voice her objections for the moment. "I'm listening." AJ turned a little to the side and leafed through the satchel resting on the bench beside her. She finally pulled out a thick brown envelope. "I'd like you to look at some pictures." Kate thought it an awfully strange change of subject, but she decided to see where the woman was going. "All right." Detective Janek pulled out a deck of photos, drawing the rubber band off the stack and back onto her wrist. She picked a single picture off the top and placed it on the table without taking her gaze from Kate, as if laying down a tarot card. With great care, she slid the photo closer. "I'd like you to look at each of these men and tell me whatever comes to mind, no matter what it might be. I need you to be honest. Don't be afraid to say whatever you think." Kate frowned at the strange instructions, and then looked down at the first photo sitting before her. It was a head and shoulders shot of a middle-aged man with a narrow chin. His dark hair was messed up. It was somewhat like the mugshots Kate had seen on TV, but against a plain background and without any numbers or identification. "I don't know what I'm supposed to see." Kate looked up. "I don't recognize him. I don't know what it is you want me to say." Without comment, AJ took back the photo and placed it at the bottom of the deck. The second photo she slid across the table, facing toward Kate, was of a heavy-set black man. He had a few days' growth of stubble. His nose was flat and wide, and his eyes were puffy and bloodshot. "He looks bored," Kate said as she looked up from the photo. Other than the clear intensity, the detective's face was unreadable. "Is that what you want to know?" "I want you to tell me, truthfully, whatever thoughts come to mind. Nothing more. This isn't a trick. Don't guess. Just tell me what you see." Kate wondered if maybe they were photos of men that AJ had reason to believe might be responsible for John's death. And she wanted to know if Kate recognized any of them. With that thought, she gave the woman a nod to go on. The next dozen or so were unremarkable. When AJ slid the next one across the table, Kate paused and looked closer. "Tell me what you see, Kate." Kate's mouth twisted a bit as she squinted down at the man. "He looks like a jerk. You know, like one of those men who would try to charm his way into your pants and then later on you find out he's married, or that he took money out of your purse." Kate sighed. Maybe I'm tired and I'm just rambling. I don't really know why I said that. Is that really what you want to hear? AJ withdrew the photo. I want you to tell me what comes to mind. If that's what you think when you look at this man's picture, then that's what I want to know. The next 5 photos were similarly unfamiliar and unremarkable. Kate didn't recognize any of them. There didn't seem to be anything noteworthy about any of the men, except that one of them looked drunk and a few looked sleazy. She wished she knew what the detective was getting at or what she wanted Kate to see. It was late, and she was exhausted from the long day, to say nothing of the emotionally draining ordeal of finding out that John had been murdered. There were so many things she was going to need to take care of. She needed to make funeral arrangements. Her boss was going to need to know what had happened in Dallas. Her thoughts were scattering in different directions all at once, making mental notes, making to-do lists. When AJ slid the next photo across the table, and Kate looked into the eyes of the man in the picture, she stopped breathing. The strength seemed to drain out of her in a frigid rush, and she nearly dropped her cup. Her skin flashed icy cold. Tell me what you see, Kate. Kate finally glanced up. AJ was leaning in, staring right into her eyes. I don't know. I've never seen him before. That's not what I asked you. One fingernail tapped the photo in front of Kate. Tell me what you see. Kate squeezed her trembling fingers tighter around the warm cup in an effort to steady herself. Her mouth felt dry. Her heart raced. She felt a drop of sweat run down the icy skin between her breasts. She didn't understand what was happening. As she stared into the man's eyes, she could feel the fine hairs at the nape of her neck lifting. She'd never had such a reaction before, especially to a photo of a man she had never seen before. She was about to say she didn't recognize him, when she realized that she didn't know what he looked like. She hadn't looked at his face. She had only looked into his eyes. Unable to understand her reaction to a stranger, Kate shoved the photo back across the table as if it were something dangerous, something evil, and then sat back against the booth as she tried to slow her breathing and her heart rate. "Who is he?" she asked, trying to steady her shaky voice and make it sound normal. She turned away from the detective's dark eyes to look out the windows into the blackness. AJ waited until Kate looked back at her before answering. His name is Edward Lester Herzog. I don't recognize his name either. The detective's fixed gaze was unnerving. He abducted, raped, and murdered 3 young women over the course of a year. He dismembered the bodies and left the pieces in dumpsters all over South Chicago. Except the heads. We don't know what he did with the heads. We had to ID them from DNA. Kate swallowed hard, and then took a sip of coffee as an excuse to retreat from the detective's unflinching gaze. Who are the men in the other photos? Are they killers too? They're nobodies. A few are street cons, petty thieves, nothing big, nothing violent. A couple are photos of normal guys. One is my neighbor. His boy plays with my son. The way AJ sat, quietly observing her, made Kate restless. I've never seen anyone like that last man before, she finally explained, needing to fill the awful silence. I've never seen a photo of a killer. AJ cocked her head. I showed you the photo before I told you who he was or what he had done. Your reaction to the photo came before I told you he was a killer. Kate fussed with the top button on her blouse, unable to answer. When I look at that photo, do you know what I see? AJ asked. Kate shook her head, not trusting her voice right then. I see a doughy guy in his early 30s who works at an electronics store selling televisions.
I see a nerd who can wire surround sound in his sleep. I see a guy who plays online games half the night, likes fish tacos, and wouldn't have a clue how to change a flat tire. When Eddie sold televisions, he always collected the name and contact information of the customers. Sometimes the information was needed for delivery, but the salespeople collected the data from every buyer, even when they were taking the purchase with them. It was store policy, so they could send out advertising flyers and emails. It's surprising how freely people give out such private information. They answer without giving it a second thought. That was how Eddie picked his victims. When he asked the young women for their contact information, he also asked in the same flat tone if the TV they were buying was for their husband. It flowed right in with the questions about their phone number and address and credit card. It sounded just as boringly official. Each of those 3 women offhandedly told him no. They each happened to be getting the TV for themselves, for their first apartment. They weren't afraid to tell him anything because he looked like a wuss. They probably figured that if they had to, they could have beaten the crap out of the dorky sales guy. That's all I see when I look at this photo of Eddie Herzog. Nothing more. That's all those 3 young women saw. But you saw something none of them saw. Talk to me, Kate. What did you see when you looked at that photo of Edward Lester Herzog?
Kate wet her lips and swallowed. I don't know. She struggled to put the swirl of dark emotion into words. It was his eyes. Something about his eyes. Words had never seemed so utterly inadequate. I don't know. I've never had a reaction like that before.
Have you ever seen a photo of a murderer before?
Yes.
Where?
On TV, of course, on the news. And I suppose in stories on the internet or newspapers when I'm waiting at an airport. AJ shook her head.
That's different. Have you ever seen a man like that in person? Or have you ever seen a photo, printed from a negative, like this one, of a killer?
Kate's brow twitched. What do you mean it's different? A picture is a picture. What difference could it make if I saw a picture on the news or if I saw a photo on my kitchen table? AJ ran a thumb under the edge of the open collar of her white shirt.
I wish I had a good answer.
She thought a moment, searching for an example.
Try to imagine getting a text saying, I saw you leaving work today. You have a beautiful smile.
If I didn't know who it came from, that would be rather strange, and I'd ignore it.
Sure. But now imagine you're walking down the street after dark on the way to the parking garage and a man stepped out of an alley right in front of you. He's dressed in layers of filthy, rotting clothes. He has tangled, greasy gray hair and a beard. He smells of alcohol, and it's obvious he hasn't bathed in months. He only has a few teeth. Then he leans toward you, blocking your way. He looks into your eyes while he's grinning with a wild look in his wide eyes. Then he says, I saw you leaving work today. You have a beautiful smile.
Now, that would scare the hell out of me.
Why? It's the same words. What's different?
Kate thought it was a bizarre comparison. Context. The words may be the same, but the context is completely different. AJ's expression tightened with intensity.
I think it might be something a little like that. The text removes many layers from the words. It takes away countless clues and context.
But this is different. It's a photo of the same person, whether it's on the internet or in a photo printed from film. AJ sighed.
All I can tell you is that I know for certain that it matters. I've come to suspect that maybe an image loses something going through the conversions and steps to put it on TV, in a newspaper, or online. Some kind of tiny clues are lost the farther removed you are from the actual person. The transmission of digital bits of data somehow loses some vital essence of a person that a photo on film is able to capture. If you saw Eddie Herzog on TV or in a newspaper or in a story online, you wouldn't have had the same reaction as you just did looking at this photo. All the images I showed you were shot on film and developed directly from the negative onto photo paper. Kate shook her head in frustration. I just don't see what difference that could make. Elbows resting on the table, AJ opened her hands. All I can tell you for certain is that there must be something more direct, more pure when the image is on film, or at least pure enough to capture and preserve in the film that elusive essence that you would have seen in Eddie Herzog's eyes had you encountered him in person. I don't know for sure why it works that way. I just know that it does. My own suspicion is that had you seen Eddie Herzog in person, your reaction would have been even stronger. Still, the photo was able to convey enough of what you would have seen in real life for you to recognize that quality. People in some primitive societies don't like their photo taken because they think it captures their soul, Kate said, before she realized she was saying it. AJ nodded. I believe that a photo on film preserves some quality that you can see in a person's eyes. Kate changed the subject to what she really wanted to know. What were you doing at John's house? How did you know him? Why did you leave your card with him? AJ slouched back in the bench. Do you know how we found out that Edward Lester Herzog had killed those 3 women? No. How? Your brother told me. John? Kate blinked in surprise. How would John know? From this photo, she said as she held it up. She put it back in the middle of the rest of the photos, pulled the rubber band off her wrist, and slipped it back around the stack. I showed John a few dozen photos like I showed you just now. When he saw that same photo you just looked at, the very same photo of Edward Lester Herzog that upset you, he became hysterical. Kate knew what the woman was talking about. John could see things in people's eyes. Ever since they had been little, John could look into people's eyes and tell if someone was mean or if they intended him harm. Kate never understood it, or really took it seriously, even though on several occasions John's fears had proven prophetic. Of those times when it had, she'd chalked it up to coincidence and John's general fearful nature. What she couldn't understand was her own reaction. 100 questions were flying through Kate's mind. One in particular floated to the top. What did John call that man, that Edward Lester Herzog, when you showed him this photo? John called him the devil. Goosebumps ran up Kate's arms. That was John's name for the kind of man he feared most. Chapter 8. Kate took a sip of coffee, trying to get a grip on what it all meant. Despite the late hour, she knew the coffee wasn't what was going to keep her awake. Her brother's murder and that photo were more than enough to do it. What were the police doing showing photos of murderers to my brother? AJ's gaze turned away at the cutting tone in Kate's voice. The police weren't. I was. I don't understand. The police department is a big bureaucracy. This business, AJ waggled her stack of photos, is not politically correct. They don't like anything that even smacks of psychics. You think this is some kind of psychic ability? No, as a matter of fact, I don't think that at all. But I do know that for a whole list of reasons, the lieutenant would have my badge if he knew about this. How many detectives are in on your special procedures? AJ slipped the photos back into the envelope and then into her satchel on the seat beside her. I'm the only one. Kate wondered what would make AJ act on her own when she knew it could get her fired. On top of that,
Kate felt stupid for not knowing about so many important things that were going on in her brother's life. She couldn't imagine why she'd had no inkling of it from John. She had never known him to keep secrets from her. How long has this been going on? How did you get John involved in this? How did you come to ask John to do this in the first place? Why were you... AJ held up a hand to ward off the sudden barrage of questions. Like I said, it's a long story. Start at the beginning. AJ smiled. You'd make a good detective. Just as she did at her job, Kate ignored the diversion, not allowing herself to be led off track. That wasn't what I asked you. How did you ever start showing photos to my brother in order to identify murderers? Unspoken, Kate asked herself how John was able to identify murderers. Equally troubling, how was she? It's complicated. It didn't start out that way. So how did it start out? Kate pressed. AJ pushed her satchel a little to the side to give herself more room as she leaned in. One of the women on the staff at the Clarkson Center where John worked was robbed one day as she arrived in the back alley parking lot. When I got there to investigate, one of the forensic team was snapping photos of the surroundings, the parking lot, the place where the woman had parked, the entrance to the center, things like that. The woman who had been robbed was pretty shaken and had gone home for the day. Before I could even start interviewing the staff, I got a call to go to a murder scene, so I didn't get back to question the victim until the next day when she returned to work. By then, I had the crime scene photos with me. She told me that she hadn't seen the guy who stuck the gun in her back and couldn't really tell me anything useful about him. If she didn't see him, how did she know it was a gun? AJ rubbed a thumb up and down the side of her coffee cup as she stared back into the memory. She said that she knew he had a gun by the way he pushed the weapon at her and the feel of it against her ribs. He told her that he'd shoot her if she did anything to resist. He told her not to move. She didn't. He told her not to turn around. She didn't. He grabbed her purse and ran. She was too terrified to turn around and look. Instead, she ran inside. She never saw what he looked like. Until we could come up with some evidence, a description of the guy or a witness, I knew the case was going nowhere. What were you doing investigating a purse snatching? Kate asked. You're a homicide detective. Homicide detectives don't investigate that kind of thing. You're right, AJ said. But about 2 months before, there was a strikingly similar robbery. A woman parking in an alley parking lot behind her place of work, not too far from the Clarkson Center, was apparently approached by an assailant, much the same as this woman where John worked. There was no one else around. The guy took her purse. We found it several blocks away in a dumpster. The woman's wallet was missing. Unlike the woman where John works, this woman apparently turned around to confront her assailant. How do you know that? Kate asked. Because he shot her in the face. So you weren't there to investigate a purse snatching. You were trying to get a lead on a murderer. AJ nodded. Like I told you before, we have to follow up every lead we get. Sometimes it's a little thing that's the connection we need to help us find the killer. Anyway, when I went back to the Clarkson Center to question the woman, I had the photos with me. I set them down on the table as I talked with her, asking her to point out where it happened, what direction she'd heard the attacker run off in, things like that. While I was asking her questions, someone stepped out of the front office and called out her name, saying she had a call from the director of the center. Since there weren't any phones on the work floor, she excused herself for a moment to run to the office to take it. John was sitting nearby, working. He leaned over and pointed to a man wearing an apron in the background of one of the photos, not far off at the end of the alley. There were a number of other people in the photo as well, bystanders watching, like at John's house today. But he pointed to one man in particular. He said that was the man who hurt women. I asked him if he had been there, if he had been out back and had seen it. He shook his head and went back to work. Even though it looked like the photo had upset him, I thought he was simply a mentally disabled guy who didn't know what he was talking about, or that maybe he just wanted to be part of the conversation. These were photos? Kate asked. Photos on film? You said they had to be real photos. The police don't use digital equipment? AJ smiled at the question. Usually we do. By chance, the forensic team had been on a couple of other cases that turned out to be pretty involved. They'd forgotten to charge their extra batteries, so both their digital cameras were dead. The guy who runs the team, Harold Gillen, is older and he keeps his film camera with his equipment as a backup. That has to be pretty inefficient. Digital photos are available immediately. They're easier to handle, send, and archive. Why would the police department let him use film? AJ shrugged. I'm sure that sooner or later the department will require digital photos, but at the moment no one pays much attention or cares because our files are filled with older photos and film negatives. Because of that, the lab has developing equipment and scanners to convert photos to digital format when necessary. So for now, it's not an issue. Since I've gotten photos shot on film from him before, I always suspected that Harold simply liked his older camera better. People would rather use what they are comfortable with. He's going to be retiring this year, so I doubt that he gives a damn if they want him to use digital. For now, he simply says the batteries were dead and no one bothers him about it. Kate gestured across the table toward the satchel AJ had brought with her. You use Harold Gillen to take those photos for you, don't you? Photos on film. You use him because he's older and about to retire and he doesn't really give a damn about the bureaucracy, so he doesn't ask questions or say anything to anyone about what you might be up to. It wasn't really a question. AJ smiled. You're right. But that first time was just chance. So what happened with John? How did this start? AJ took a sip and set her coffee cup back down. While I waited for the woman to come back from her phone call, I asked John, just making conversation to be nice, if he hadn't been there, then how did he know that was the guy who had done it? He hesitated, and finally said he could tell by his eyes. Kate nodded. I've heard him say that about people's eyes. She wondered at her own reaction to Edward Lester Herzog's eyes. She wondered if that was the same thing John felt. She couldn't imagine how it was possible, or what was going on. I didn't think much about it until a few days later when another detective arrested a murder suspect, a local short-order cook. It was also the guy John had pointed out in the photo. The woman he killed probably got a look at him, so he shot her because she would have been able to tell the police that he wore an apron. That would have narrowed their search. The apron identified him. It could be that was why he shot her. In that neighborhood, an apron made him invisible to most people on the street. They see a cook in an apron, think he's a working man, and discount him as a threat. Killers usually want to look non-threatening, look invisible. It didn't make him invisible to John, though. There are plenty of people who try to identify criminals for the police. Sometimes it's a mentally ill person who gets the killer's name from a voice in their head. Then there are people trying to promote themselves to the press as psychics. They make an educated guess or a lucky guess. They can be wrong 1,000 times, but the one time they say something that turns out to be at least partly true, that's what gets coverage. Sometimes I have a feeling myself. A guy just looks guilty. I think any good police officer develops an instinct for when people are lying and when they're guilty. We deal with criminals all the time, so we have a better mental database of patterns in the way guilty people behave. Those feelings aren't reliable, though, and oftentimes I'm wrong. But this was different. John wasn't trying to impress me with his ability. He wasn't seeking notoriety. He wasn't making an educated guess. He wasn't making an observation that the guy looked guilty. He simply said, "That's the man who hurts women," and then went back to work. There was something eerie about the way he said it that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Chapter 9. So what happened next? Kate asked. AJ turned the cup in her fingers as she collected her thoughts. Over the next few weeks, I couldn't get John's quiet certainty, his sincerity, out of my mind. Something about it, and about him, haunted me. I'm a detective. My life is devoted to investigating. A lot of hard work goes into finding the guilty party. What John had done didn't make any logical sense. I decided that I needed to see if I could find a way to explain it. I wanted to prove to myself that I was imagining things, or he was. I wanted to put it to rest as luck or chance or a random coincidence so that I could forget about it. I went back to the Clarkson Center with the excuse of following up with the woman after the man had been charged. When we were alone, I asked John if I could stop by his house. He knew I was a police officer, and of course I'm female, so even though I could tell it made him apprehensive to do something so out of the ordinary, he seemed to feel safe with me and agreed. That night I came prepared. I showed John a lot of photos. I told him that I just wanted to know his reaction to a variety of people. I wanted to wear him down with pictures of regular people and ones I knew were petty criminals but not violent. In the stack, I also had a photo of a guy who had just been arrested and charged in a killing spree over in Indiana. John picked out that photo, Kate said. AJ nodded. The instant John saw the photo of the guy, he flipped out. I had to put it away and then get my arms around him and hold him to calm him down. He was shaking like a leaf. Kate had often done the same thing herself when John was frightened, so she knew that it would have helped. Kate liked that AJ had done the same. AJ stared off into her memories moment. I don't know, she said without looking up. Something happened that night. We kind of bonded a little. I felt a real empathy for him, a sadness at the things he could apparently see that others couldn't. Sadness that he had to live with such fears. He felt safe with me because I believed him. He said that other people didn't believe him, but I did. Kate felt a flash of guilt, because she had often dismissed John's concerns when he told her about people he said were bad. She would try to tell him that he was just imagining things. Even though he was mentally disabled, I felt that maybe he had a special gift, a kind of insight that the rest of us don't have. There was a gentleness about him, a simple sincerity. I started to wonder if maybe John might be able to help. Kate bristled. Help? AJ looked up to meet her gaze. Last week, I had to tell a young mother that her husband had been murdered in a robbery. The victim had cooperated and handed over the money from the register. There was no reason to bludgeon him to death. It was cold-blooded murder, a complete lack of empathy for the life of another human being. The victim's wife and child are now alone in the world. They were barely making ends meet as it was. What are they going to do now? I've had to show mothers and fathers photos of the men who tortured, raped, and murdered their daughters to see if they knew the killer. When I see my own little boy, I think of the animals out there and what they do to other children, what they would do to him if given the chance. If we catch a killer, then the next victim doesn't die. The next family isn't devastated. That person gets to live their life. It was obvious to me that John's murder was a rage killing. The man who did it has likely killed before. He gets off on it. He'll kill again unless he's stopped. Imagine if we could have caught him before he harmed John. Unable to imagine the things AJ had seen on a regular basis, Kate shifted her gaze to the window, seeking refuge out in the darkness beyond it. I told John the truth, AJ said. I told him that I thought he had a special ability, and that maybe he could use it to help me catch bad men before they could hurt people. John was excited by that prospect. He said he didn't like people to get hurt. Even though he was apprehensive, he agreed to help me. John didn't ever like anyone to hurt, Kate said quietly as she stared out the window. She looked back. So you started showing him photos of suspects?
Not in the beginning. At first, I just came over to visit him to make sure he was comfortable with me and knew he could trust me. A few times I called him the day before and told him that I would bring him dinner the next day. On those days, the days I brought him dinner, I didn't show him photos. I just told him funny stories about my life that I knew he would enjoy hearing. I brought him the photo of the black and white cat that was there on his refrigerator. He loved it. From the very beginning, I knew I had to protect him from what would happen if anyone else found out. So I impressed upon him that what we did had to be a secret between the two of us. I told him that he didn't ever have to help me if he didn't want to. But if he did, he couldn't tell anyone. Not even you.
AJ smiled at the memory.
By then, I was pretty sick of hearing all about the great and wonderful Kate.
Kate had to fight back a sob. She wasn't great at all. John had needed her and she hadn't been there for him. She had failed him. She told herself that she could cry later.
John seemed to grasp that I was being careful to protect him, and that I wanted him to keep it a secret in order to keep him safe. He trusted me, and kept our secret. At first, I simply wanted to discover what was really going on, and the limits of what John could actually do, if he could actually do anything. Truth be told, I was really trying to prove him wrong. I also needed to find out if whatever it was he was able to do was at all reliable. I was still pretty skeptical. Once in a while, I look at someone and know they're guilty. You just get a feeling. But my feelings aren't reliable. I needed to be convinced that John's ability was not only different, but rock-solid reliable. So in the beginning, I got photos of known felons from solved cases where we had convictions. Of course, John didn't know that the cases had already been solved or that the killers were behind bars. I showed him photos of hundreds of men, even some women, and sprinkled in with those photos were those men who had been convicted of serious crimes. John never once got a serious offender wrong. Those photos always upset him. He felt uncertain about some of the petty criminals, but even so, he was right about them every time. The more serious the crime, the more agitated he became, the more certain he was. He never had any doubts about those, and he was never wrong. Not once. With murders, the savage, cold-blooded kind, he always went nuts. I had to calm him down after showing him a photo of that kind of killer. I remember the night I showed him a photo of a serial killer, Albert Lang, a real psycho. He liked to go after young men who were socially awkward. He tied them up, cut off their clothes, and tortured them for days. Took bites out of them while they were still alive and helpless.
AJ leaned in, her brows drawing together until there were deep vertical creases between them.
Do you have any idea how much force it takes to actually rip off a mouthful of living human flesh, muscle, and sinew with your teeth? Sounds easier than it actually is. Can you imagine having duct tape over your mouth, wrapped around your head a half-dozen times, your hands and feet tied to a bed, choking on your own screams and spit as his teeth pulled, twisted, and tore bites out of you? Every agonizing moment must have lasted an eternity.
AJ shook her head as she sat back. Her fierce expression eased, but the knuckles of her fisted hand were white. Kate could see a deep hunger for vengeance in the woman's eyes.
John cried for 2 hours when I showed him Albert Lang's photo, she finally said, her voice softer. I held him and told him that it was all right, that the man was already in prison. I assured John that he was safe, Kate was safe, and Albert Lang couldn't ever hurt anyone else again. I told John that his home was his castle, and he was safe in his castle. That finally made him smile. Kate rubbed the goosebumps on her arms as she imagined the terror of Albert Lang's victims.
It was easy to imagine John's terror. She had no trouble understanding why Detective Janek wanted to do whatever she could to stop that kind of evil. "So you just showed John pictures of convicted people?" "At first," AJ said, finally looking back at Kate. "After a while, I showed him pictures of people I suspected. Once John picked someone out in a photo, I would investigate them to see if I could build a solid case. I never used John's name or involved him in any way, I swear. And I never used the information from John as an excuse to arrest someone. I had to be convinced by the evidence that I had a case against them. At first, I had been trying to disprove John's ability. That's when, by chance, I first learned that it had to be a photo printed from a negative. I found myself using John to give me a direction where I might not have looked, or to back up my own suspicions. A few times, John helped me identify a murderer. Simple cases, like men who had murdered their wives. It's usually the husband or boyfriend when a woman is murdered. Most victims know their killer. That kind of killer is usually pretty sloppy and they leave lots of evidence. We usually had strong suspicions to begin with and were already building a case before I showed John the photos. John's ability at first became a way to reassure myself that I had the right guy. I always had several stacks of photos and lots of extra photos to fill out the stacks. I didn't want to show John only one man for fear he might think I was suggesting he react to that particular photo. I always showed him a whole stack, sometimes several stacks. One of the men in the extra photos on that particular day just so happened to be a serial killer, Edward Lester Herzog. Although at the time, no one knew it. At that point, the mousy electronics salesman wasn't even a suspect. He was merely one of dozens of people who had some kind of contact with the victims. I often had a person's picture taken so I would have it with their statement. I like to be able to connect a face to the statement. Not all the detectives do that. Maybe I'm being thorough, or maybe it's police instinct, or maybe I'm just overcompensating because I'm a female officer and feel that I always have to do better, be better, not miss anything, prove myself. At any rate, that's how I came to have the photo of Herzog in the stack. At the time, it was nothing more than an extra photo. AJ pulled her lower lip through her teeth as she again stared off at nothing. When John saw that photo that I just showed you, the one that at the time I didn't think was anyone, he cried out that it was the devil. He ran into his bedroom and hid behind the bed. I sat there with him half the night. I couldn't understand what he saw in that photo that I couldn't see, but I sure as hell knew that he saw something evil. AJ looked up and forced a smile. I've got a little boy of my own, so I'm pretty good at comforting little boys. Her smile ghosted away. I hated seeing John so terrified, and knowing that I was the one who brought that terror to him. The compensation for my guilt is that I know that had we not stopped Herzog, who at the time wasn't even a suspect, he would have gone on to murder more young women. Killers like that tend to think they're smarter than the police. Killing fulfills an inner need. Oftentimes, those types of killers are incredibly difficult to catch. The more murders they commit without getting caught, the more confident they become. They don't stop unless they're stopped. John did that. He always made me promise not to tell Kate about him seeing the devil. He grasped that he was helping people, but he didn't want you involved, didn't want you to be anywhere near the danger. As scared as he was a brave man, too. You need to know that, Kate. You need to know that despite how afraid he was, he helped stop Eddie Herzog from killing any more young women. And in turn, Kate thought, he himself was slaughtered. Chapter 10. Kate poured Detective Janek another cup of coffee while trying to sort out a flood of conflicting emotions. She wouldn't have wanted John involved in any way. But on the other hand, her brother had done something good. Something truly worthwhile. It bothered her that John had been burdened with such a terrible secret. But what was most distressing was that the kind of men he had feared since he was little had been brought into his life. AJ had brought those men into his life. So you never told anyone on the police force about John helping identify Herzog, or any others? AJ gave her a look. If I had told anyone in the department, I'd likely have been fired, and a flock of lawyers would have descended on us, demanding that every one of the convictions I'd worked on be thrown out. And they probably would have been. I'd have been condemned by the press for manipulating a helpless mentally handicapped man who didn't know any better. Worse, though, word would have gotten out and John would have been dragged into a public spectacle. I'd have been sent off to traffic duty, if not the unemployment line, and John would have been prey for every kook, sleazy reporter, and religious nut within 1,000 miles. His house would have been a circus, and John would have been at the center of it, terrified, without me able to protect him any longer. Secrecy was essential to protecting him. Then why is he dead? AJ let out a heavy sigh as she merely shook her head. Kate rubbed a thumb up and down the side of her coffee cup. I guess I can see the spot you were in. But that still doesn't make it right. AJ stared at Kate for a long moment, then broke the gaze and reached over to her satchel, bringing out a white envelope. She pulled out a smaller stack of photos than she had the first time, and again drew the rubber band back over her wrist. AJ carefully took a photo off the top and slid it across the table so that it was facing Kate. She didn't say anything. The face of the man in the photo looked unremarkable. Kate knew what the detective wanted. She looked up and reached across the small table to take the stack of photographs out of the woman's hand. She picked up the first photo AJ had shown her, put it on the bottom as she leaned back, and then looked at the top picture. It, too, was unremarkable. She moved it to the bottom. She quickly shuffled through the stack, one at a time, briefly looking at each face. She only had to look at each one for a second to know that she felt nothing before moving it to the bottom of the stack. When she recognized the first photograph and knew she had been through the entire stack, she handed the deck of photos back to the detective. Nothing. I didn't feel anything from any of them. I guess I can't really do it. The other one, the one of Herzog, must have been a fluke. Is that what you wanted to know? AJ was slow in answering. What I want is for you to tell me the truth. If you didn't have a reaction to any of the photos, then that's what I want to know. The detective returned the photos to her satchel, but came up with another envelope, this one manila. Kate heaved a sigh and snatched the envelope from AJ's hands before she could even take out the photos. Kate drew the rubber band back over her own wrist and started shuffling quickly through the photos, growing irritated that the detective kept pushing this right after John had been murdered. She hurried through the stack of photos as scattered thoughts raced through her mind. Life was going to seem empty without having to do all the things she had done for John. What was she going to do with John's house? She had grown up there. She could move back, but she couldn't imagine living in the house where he had been murdered. Should she sell the place? Maybe do the same with her Uncle Everett's place? She was hardly paying any attention to the procession of men she was seeing when the eyes of a man rocked her like a lightning bolt. The photo brought her thoughts to a sudden halt. Her hand with the photo froze. She couldn't look away from the eyes in the photo. Her insides felt as if they twisted into a knot. Her mouth went dry as a sheen of cold sweat broke out across her face. "What do you see, Kate?" Kate finally looked up from the terrible eyes in the photo to the detective's dark, steady gaze. Kate swallowed. "Him. This is the one you want." She handed the photo to AJ. The detective turned it over to read the name on the back. Really? She whispered to herself before taking another look at the face. She finally took the rest of the photos from Kate's trembling fingers. Like Herzog? She asked. You had the same kind of feeling that you had when you looked at Edward Lester Herzog? Kate nodded weakly. She was shaken by the eyes in the photo, but managed to find her voice. Is he someone you have in jail? A test, the way you did with John? Someone already convicted? AJ shook her head. No. Not yet, anyway. He made me a little suspicious, but no more than a lot of other people. John's body is hardly even cold yet. Do you really expect me to step right in and take his place now? Is that it? You expect me to help you ferret out killers? AJ leaned back in the booth and folded her arms, the stack of photos still in one hand. She fixed her dark gaze on Kate. In that moment, she looked very much the intimidating police detective, a woman of focused intensity. Recently, she said in a soft voice, the decomposed remains of a child were found by workers in a landfill, just a few random bones. We brought in cadaver dogs to find the rest. Instead, we found another boy's body, a more recent kill that was still mostly intact. I'm looking for who killed them. The man in the photo has a little boy. I suspected that he beats the boy, even though I had no proof of that. But I saw the look in that little guy's eyes. He lives in an area of the city with lots of unattended kids, lots of fatherless kids. The last boy we found had lived with his single mother about 1.5 miles from the man in the photo. We haven't identified the first boy yet, but we did the second. I'm the person who showed up and introduced that boy's mother to what would turn out to be the worst day of her life. Having a little boy of my own, I could understand her reaction and sat with her for a couple of hours. Not that it did much good. She was hysterical and in shock. She said her son had come home from school and was at home when she got in from work. Once she was home, he was allowed to go out to play with his friends. That was the last time she saw him. Her ex-husband is a drunk. She lived with her mother for a time after he left her. She moved several times. He never came to see his son. She hasn't seen him in years. He lives out of state now. She had one ex-boyfriend who was a womanizer and had simply moved on to other women. She couldn't imagine anyone having a grudge against her or who hated her. She seemed like a quiet woman, minding her own business, with a job, doing her best to make ends meet. AJ turned the stack of photos in her hand, showing Kate the one on top, the one that had rattled her. The only reason I even interviewed this guy is because he called the sanitation department complaining about his trash not being picked up. That put him on our radar. It was simply another of many clues that we routinely follow up. He seemed like nothing more than an irritated guy who works nights as a tractor-trailer mechanic and wanted his trash picked up on schedule. I told him that I was questioning him because I wanted to know if he could tell me anything unusual about the sanitation workers who picked up his trash. A few of them made me suspicious. He said he only knew that they missed his trash a lot and he wanted something done about it. So you tell me, Kate, what would you like me to do about the man in that photo? What should I do about you picking him out? Should I just forget about him until someone else's child is murdered? Let another life be cut short? Let another mother have to go through that kind of hell? Should I pretend you didn't have a reaction to that photo in the hope that maybe we'll catch the killer after he kills the next boy? Or after he kills a few more? Maybe we'll find a good lead then. Is that okay with you? Should I forget about the guy you just identified because John's body isn't even buried yet, and instead wait for some more bodies to show up? You tell me, Kate. Is that what you want me to do? No. Of course not, Kate said in a quiet voice as she cleared her throat. I don't want him to hurt anyone else.
Well, neither do I. John was just like you. He didn't want those men to hurt anyone else either.
Chapter 11.
I'm sorry if it seems I'm being insensitive to your loss today. I know it may seem that way, but it's not true. John was your brother, but I thought of him as a friend, and I thought of myself as his protector. I feel that I failed him. Sure, there are bad cops, lazy cops, cops who don't care, just like there are bad doctors, crooked lawyers, and lazy bricklayers. But most cops sincerely want to get the bad guys. That's why we become cops in the first place. We fight to put these animals in cages where they can't hurt anyone. We fight to protect innocent people from predators. That's our calling. That's what we're born to do. I don't think most people begin to understand how fragile civilization really is. Depravity and mayhem are always there, just below the surface. We fight to suppress it. Killers are relentless. So I have to be relentless. I have to press. I have to ask tough questions of people who are hurting, just like that mother was, just like you are, right now. If I had a photo of the guy I thought might be the one who broke in the face of the woman you work with, Wilma, the one you visited in the hospital, the one likely to die, wouldn't you want me to bring you the photo before you can do it again?
Kate simply nodded, feeling at a loss for words right then.
I've seen the things these kinds of monsters do, AJ said. Every night when I close my eyes to go to sleep, I see them again. Tonight, when I try to go to sleep, I'll see what your brother looked like when I walked into his living room today. If I had photos of the man I suspected in John's murder, wouldn't you want to see them? Wouldn't you want someone else to have helped stop John's killer if they could have? You just did that for some other unsuspecting family, some other mother and father, some child who is alive right now who might otherwise soon end up in a landfill. Should I not use what I just learned and instead let other people be murdered?
Kate swallowed before answering. Of course not.
The reality is that most criminals get away with their crimes most of the time. Every day, serious crimes are committed but never reported, and if they are, they're rarely solved. The public usually only hears about the ones that are solved. Victims are hurt all the time, beaten, stabbed, choked, shot. They frequently don't want to file charges or testify for fear the attacker will come after them again. We find bodies all the time dumped in streets or empty lots, and the killer is never caught. No one knows anything. Everyone usually remains silent. Don't get me wrong, we solve a lot of murders. A guy kills his wife or girlfriend, we figure it out. They leave a lot of forensic evidence. We're pretty good at what we do, and we solve a lot of really difficult cases. But you rarely hear about the stacks of cases that go nowhere. When we do catch one of those criminals with a long history of arrests, they're protected by ever-increasing layers of lawyers, regulations, and procedures. Much of the public is in favor of even more restrictions on the police. More and more, we're made out to be the bad guys.
Kate pressed her lips tight for a moment. I don't know if I believe that's true, that most people think the police are the bad guys. AJ sat back, studying Kate's face for a moment.
About 6 months back, I was working a home invasion case. Someone broke in, robbed an elderly lady, raped her, and then stabbed her to death. Her family was in shock and couldn't understand why anyone would do such a thing to the old woman, why they didn't just steal her money. Why did they have to hurt her or kill her? We'd been there all day. A couple of the uniformed officers, Hickman and Rodriguez, were changing shifts and asked me if I wanted to go with them to get a bite to eat. I'd been on my feet all day, was running out of steam, and I knew I was going to be there until late that night, so I took them up on their offer. We went to a sandwich shop on a busy street not far away. When we walked in, The young woman behind the counter looked the uniformed officers up and down as they were looking up at the menu. Then she said, "You can't come in here." They were puzzled and asked what she was talking about. She said, "Didn't you see the sign on the door? This is a gun-free zone. You can't come in here with guns, especially cops." Before Rodriguez could say anything, Hickman tapped him on the arm and said real quiet-like, "I'd rather get home to my kids than file a complaint. There are plenty of other places along this street." Rodriguez made a sour face, but they both turned to leave. I leaned an arm on the glass case covering the area where the young woman made the sandwiches and said to her, "I'd like you to give your family and coworkers a message." The young woman made a face and asked what I meant. I said, "Tell them that if a wide-eyed tweaker, all the muscles in his face twitching from a big hit of meth, ever comes in waving a gun or puts a knife to your throat, I'd like them not to call these officers and instead call me." Real snotty-like, she asked, "Why? What would you do?" I opened my jacket so she could see the badge on my belt, then leaned in a little and said, "I'm a homicide detective. I'm the one who will come to draw a chalk outline around your corpse." Kate couldn't help smiling a little. "What did she say?" AJ flicked a hand dismissively. "Oh, you know, she called me the usual names. Hickman and Rodriguez liked it, though. Cops love good sarcasm." "Well, you could have gone to the shop owner or the company, and I'm sure that's not the point." Of course I could have complained, and I probably could have gotten her fired. But that's like spitting into the ocean. The point is, our culture is changing. People more and more view law and order and view the police, who are representatives of law and order, as oppressors rather than protectors. I see countless glares, rolled eyes, and middle fingers directed at us. Go for a ride with me in a cop car someday and see how many times you hear people yell names or that they hope I get shot or raped. Those are the cracks appearing in civilization. We call it sympathy for the devil. Despite all that, we still do our jobs because most of us want nothing more than to protect innocent people from harm. That's our calling in life, what we want in our hearts to do. This kind of thing with John, with you, it's outside the rules. Yet, how can I ignore it and still live with myself? Kate stared at her hands for a while without really seeing them. "I never thought of it that way." "You shouldn't have to. I don't like showing you those photos any more than I liked showing them to John. I wish I could put a lot of the things I've seen out of my mind." "I guess I can't imagine the things you've had to see," Kate said. "I don't know how you can do it." "Because if I can stop a killer," AJ said as she leaned in on her forearms, "then it's all worth it. But it seems like more and more we're losing and the bad guys are winning. Cities have broken down into feudal fiefdoms where thugs and gangs control large parts of them. Their numbers grow by the day. There are places in Chicago I can't go to investigate a murder without a whole platoon of backup, like the King's sheriff riding into hostile territory with a full complement of armored knights. There are lots of innocent people in there just trying to live their lives amid chaos and ceaseless violence. Their lives are hell. I do my best to fight for them and take the devils out of their lives. I lie awake at night going over every detail of cases I work, trying to think if I've missed anything. I lie awake thinking about those 2 boys in the landfill, their bodies buried in garbage, and about my own little boy sleeping in the next room. I want to catch killers before they can kill again." "And John helped you do that," Kate said, as the enormity of it all pressed in on her. AJ nodded. "I don't like doing this to you any better. But despite my initial skepticism, I came to know that what John could do was not only real, it was absolutely reliable. And because of him, I was able to catch killers before they could kill again."
It's obvious you have that same ability." As AJ turned to put the manila envelope with the photos back in the satchel, Kate stretched her arm across the table. "Wait. Give them back." AJ looked up. "Why?" "I didn't look through them all." When the detective handed them back, Kate shuffled the photo of the man with the terrible eyes to the bottom of the stack and continued to look through the remainder. 3 photos later, she was jolted by that same sickening sensation, that same ice-cold flash of fear as she looked into the eyes of a monster. She held it off to the side, turning it over, and quickly went through the remaining photos to see if there were others. None of them looked anything but ordinary. "This one," she said, leaning in to hand the photos to AJ. "He's like the others. Like Herzog and that last man, the one who killed the 2 boys. I got a similar feeling from him." AJ's brows drew together as she looked at the photo. "This isn't a man." "What?" She turned the stack of photos back so Kate could see the one on top, the one Kate had picked out. "This isn't a man. It's a young woman." Kate's attention was riveted by the eyes in the photo. She forced herself to look away from the eyes, to look instead at the person. It wasn't easy, but when she did, she saw that it was indeed a young woman with long, straight, dishwater blonde hair. "I didn't notice at first," Kate stammered, realizing that the explanation sounded silly. "Who is she?" AJ stared at the photo again for a long moment, then put all the photos back in the envelope and returned it to her satchel. "Her name is Rebecca Wells. The rest of her family were all murdered in their sleep. Mother, father, and a teenage brother. Both parents had been brutally stabbed several times with a butcher knife and died in their bed. It looked to have been a swift kill before they could wake up to defend themselves. The boy apparently did wake up. He was stabbed dozens of times as he struggled down the hallway trying to escape. The killer finally cut the boy's throat. That ended it. The killer then took a shower in the parents' bathroom, in all likelihood to wash off the blood. Now that I see this photo, I wonder if maybe there was something symbolic about it. Rebecca called the police from a house down the street a ways, saying that someone broke in and was murdering her family. She said that she only caught a shadowy glimpse of the killer as she ran out. She begged the police to hurry. The neighbors said she came to their house in nothing but a nightgown. When I interviewed her the next day, Rebecca was dressed nicely. Her hair and makeup were in order. She was as calm as could be. She was nonchalant, almost indifferent, as she described what she had been through. She read her statement carefully to make sure I had gotten it correct. She asked that I put a comma in one spot. She even smiled occasionally. Kate frowned. "That sounds pretty damn suspicious." AJ spread her hands. "Everyone reacts differently. Certain kinds of killers simply have no empathy for their victims, but profilers say that it's sometimes the way ordinary people react to horrific events. The emotional part of their brain kind of switches off so as not to have to confront the reality of what happened. They try to retain their sense of normality by acting normal." "I still don't see how she could be so calm." AJ arched an eyebrow. "How did you? You didn't cry. Since you arrived at John's house, you've been cool and collected. You even smiled at me a few times as I asked you questions." Kate didn't remember smiling. Apparently, AJ remembered such details. "Maybe on the outside," Kate said, "but not on the inside." "People often wear a public face. You seemed alert and aware to me. The only emotion you showed was anger at the person who had killed John. You didn't freak out, though. You answered calmly. You asked relevant questions. You took in everything when you went into John's house, pointed out details that were out of place and out of the ordinary. I wouldn't think it out of context for you to ask me to fix a comma in your statement. I ask questions for a living. Kate took a sip of coffee. That's my job. I focus on small details in order to find out what's really going on. I guess I fell back on that conditioning. I wanted to be accurate in order to be helpful. Well, this young woman is highly intelligent. She graduated high school a year early and went right into advanced classes in college. She reacted much like you, but with even less emotion. What kind of advanced classes? Chemistry and math. Subjects that don't have as much human interaction. Dispassionate facts and numbers. AJ nodded. Rebecca told me that she ran for her life when she heard her brother's screams. She said it in a way that was coldly logical and made perfect sense. Most people would run from that kind of life and death danger. Still, she was one of a half-dozen people on my short list. When I questioned her, she insisted that she had never been abused and that her father and mother were normal, loving, if slightly annoying. She said that her brother had his own interests, mostly online gaming, and didn't really pay much attention to her, she thought, because she was so much more intelligent than he was. The neighbors said they had never heard any fighting and that the parents were nice people. Her brother's friends confirmed her assessment of him. From the way the sheets were arranged, it looked like the killer stood at the side of the bed, slammed the knife into the father 3 times first, then jumped on the mother, straddling her and stabbing her in the chest a dozen times or so. She drowned in her own blood. The brother was stabbed in the back the first time as he ran into the hallway. Nothing appeared to be stolen from the house. Murdering 3 people that way, stabbing them to death so violently in their sleep, apparently just for the hell of it, is an extreme kind of killing. Especially for a woman, Kate said. Not necessarily. Women can be the most vicious of killers. They can be as heartless and cold-blooded as any male killer. Now, because of you, we just may be able to stop a rare kind of psycho, a female serial killer in the making. A sort of female Edward Lester Herzog. Once they get started, they're hard to find. You've helped me isolate a killer, just like John did. Kate was unnerved by the description of the murders. With John's murder and the photos of killers, it felt like she had been unexpectedly dropped into the middle of a horrific dream. It at least gives me some measure of peace to know that John was doing something to help stop the men he called the devil. That's why I used him, AJ said. And why I hated using him. He was helping me catch evil men. And in a way, I was taking the devils out of the world for him. I only wish I could have caught that last one. The one who came too close. The one who didn't want to be seen for who he was. Chapter 12. Kate let out a sigh. But how could the things John was doing be real? You had the same reaction he did to the same photo of Herzog. You had that same kind of reaction to the other 2 photos. It's not just John, it's you too. I know, but... Kate ran her fingers back through her hair in frustration. She remembered that her boss had once told her that he didn't understand it, but she seemed to have some kind of radar for the rotten apple in the barrel. She always thought she was simply conscientious at what she did, paying attention to details, looking for patterns and connections, picking out inconsistencies in things people told her. He told her that she might not be able to see it within herself, but she had a unique, uncanny ability to focus in on the responsible party. Even so, she wasn't able to do that by the look in their eyes. At least, she had never been aware she was doing anything of that nature. Of course, in her job, she dealt only with lowlifes, liars, cheats, and thieves, not killers. What's happening to me, AJ? John being able to do things like that, recognize a killer, is one thing. Even though I never believed him, he's always said he could tell if people were bad. But I've never been able to do that sort of thing before. Leaning back in the booth again, AJ studied Kate's eyes for a long while before speaking in a quiet tone. I believe that seeing that photo of Herzog was what's called a trigger event. Kate squinted her skepticism. A trigger event. Detective Janek seemed to have uncovered more than simply what she had learned with John. That's what it's called. Kate stared at the other woman. I don't understand. I could never do it before. Maybe John could, but I couldn't. You don't really know that. What do you mean? Your chances of being hit by lightning are better than your chances of actually running across a serial killer in person. They only loom so large in our minds because their crimes are so horrific. They are everyone's boogeyman, and yet the vast majority of people will live their entire lives without ever seeing a serial killer, or even a garden-variety murderer, for that matter. Your chances of seeing a killer are further reduced because you don't do drugs, you don't turn tricks, you don't live in a dangerous neighborhood. The photo of Herzog, printed from a negative, is undoubtedly the first killer you've ever seen. It hit you at an emotional level. That triggered your awareness of an ability you didn't even know you had. But John was able to do it since he was little. AJ opened both hands in a gesture of the unknowable. My guess is that when John was very young, maybe with his mother holding his hand, he crossed paths with a murderer. In that chance moment, he looked up into the eyes of a cold-blooded killer, much the same as you did tonight. It was most likely an accidental sighting on John's part, but as random as it was, seeing that level of evil in a killer's eyes, AJ tapped her temple with a finger, triggered his conscious awareness of his innate ability. Because it started when he was so young, he was always tuned into it. Going out caused him anxiety, most likely because one time when he was out, he saw a killer. As he grew older, he likely learned to recognize varying degrees of that cunning quality in lesser criminals and the various degrees of depravity in between. Regular criminals are a lot more common, and while capable of murder, they haven't yet crossed that lethal line. I suspect that as time goes on, you will also learn to have a more granular feel for it. The point is, like John, you've always had the ability to recognize whatever it is the both of you see in a killer's eyes. You were born with that ability to see evil. You just haven't ever seen a killer before to trigger your awareness of it. But what was it exactly that John could see when he looked at certain photographs? What is it that I see? With her fingertips, AJ slowly turned the cup around and around in its saucer as she considered how to answer. In the beginning, she finally said, I asked myself that question 1,000 times. I could see what John was clearly capable of doing, the same as you just did, but my head told me that it wasn't possible. I couldn't do it. I've never heard of anyone who could. I couldn't comprehend what John was able to do. To try to make sense out of it, I started doing research. Research? How do you research something like this? It's not like you can go online and search for devil sightings. AJ smiled. Actually, it turns out you can. She waved off the distraction, returning to the matter at hand. I wasn't even sure exactly what it was I was looking for, except that I needed to find some kind of common thread among killers, some key thing that made John able to detect them. There were endless dead ends along the way, endless crazy theories about killers, and an endless number of both sincere and deluded people who believed the devil walks among us. That kind of thing. I knew, of course, that it wasn't really the devil that John was seeing. Kate idly tapped her thumb on the side of her cup. Ever since he was young, that was what John called people who scared him the most. I always knew that it was simply his word for a truly frightening person. After showing him enough photos of killers, I figured that much out, AJ said. She looked back up at Kate, returning to her story. Whenever I could find the time, after I put Ryan to bed, I did research. If I found a promising book, I'd read it. None of them were helpful. After countless dead ends, I began to find little bits and pieces of things that weren't crazy, pieces that felt right. That enabled me to refine my search. In the end, it was your brother who finally gave me the key. John? Kate frowned. What key could John give you? AJ laced her fingers together and leaned in on her elbows. I asked myself, what was the primary characteristic John presented when he recognized that these men were killers? In that instant, Kate knew. Fear. AJ showed her a small smile. That was also your reaction to the photos. That's the thing that links it all together. Fear? But how? AJ pressed her lips tight in thought for a moment. As man evolved, one of the abilities we developed, like most creatures, was fear. That was the key. Fear? Fear is an ability? Of course, AJ said with a one-handed gesture. It's basic to survival. Fish fears herons, so they hide. A deer hears wolves approaching, and it runs for its life. If our ancestors weren't afraid of saber-toothed tigers or whatever predators they had back then, they'd have been eaten. People with too low a level of fear more easily fell prey to predators. People who were afraid ran away or hid to survive another day. Because they survived, they passed that trait on. Fear of dying is a basic survival mechanism for most creatures. Over hundreds of thousands of years, it has evolved into a finely tuned ability in us all. We don't have to intellectualize it, we're born with it. That inborn sense is so highly developed that we don't even realize the countless clues we're using. Our brains simply register the sum total of those clues as an instantaneous fear response, a gut reaction. So, we were afraid of saber-toothed tigers and snakes and spiders. So what? AJ arched an eyebrow. The predator we learned to fear the most was our own kind. Man is the most dangerous predator walking the face of the earth. He is also the most complex. We need to get along with other people as a matter of survival, and yet our ancestors also had to be wary of others of their own kind who very well might intend them harm. While brute force needs no subtlety, predatory individuals learned to offer strangers a smile or friendly small talk until they could get close enough to strike. Even today, serial killers are frequently exceedingly charming individuals. That meant the potential victims had to learn to key in to little clues if they were to survive. Predators, in turn, had to learn to fine-tune their skill if they were to survive. It was an ever-escalating war of natural selection between predator and prey. Man is both. As a result, over many millennia, we developed a keen sense for telling when others mean to do us harm. That sense of fear is one of our most valuable skills. Kate made a face. I don't know. When you see a guy out of the corner of your eye as he walks up behind you and you suddenly get goosebumps, that's the product of evolution meant to protect you. Your inherent sense of fear picked up on clues that his approach was not random or innocent, but predatory. You probably couldn't identify the individual reasons, but your goosebumps show that your highly developed human brain has already identified them. When you walk to your car and notice someone standing nearby watching you, and for some indefinable reason he gives you the creeps, that's your inner fear analyzing a vast collection of tiny clues and urging you to get in your car, lock the doors, and get the hell out of there. You don't have to consciously evaluate the situation. These days, we're supposed to ignore our inherent fear of threat. We're told that it's wrong,
that it's immoral, it's prejudiced for us to be afraid of others. We're made to feel shame for our fear. Yet this birthright of fear is what has enabled mankind to survive. When it comes to matters of life and death, fear helps to keep us safe. And so you think that because of John's limited mental capacity, he didn't comprehend such complex social pressures and instead relied on his baser instincts more than most people? AJ nodded. I think so. He didn't have the social filter that says fearing other people is prejudging them. Kate felt a bit guilty for telling John that very thing, that he shouldn't judge people without knowing them. I've seen the grainy surveillance video of the attack on your friend Wilma, AJ said. Passers-by ran to help her once she was down, but they avoided looking at the men who attacked her, avoided looking at evil. That woman where John worked, the one who was robbed in the alley, wouldn't turn around to look at the man who was threatening her. She couldn't bring herself to look at evil. Most people refuse to see evil. Criminals look for that kind of person, the ones preoccupied on their phones or looking in windows or simply spaced out. Most criminals want to avoid risk and keep the odds in their favor, so they look for the easiest prey. There's always plenty of it, so why take a risk? That would mean that the predators have also evolved and learned a counterskill. AJ smiled. Exactly. Kate had never thought about it in quite that way. As a police officer, I watch a person's body language for any possible threat the person may represent. We're trained in self-protection, but that threat profile originates in our primitive fear. I use that fear to help keep me from being hurt. That is, after all, the purpose of our fear. Kate had a hard time imagining AJ being afraid of anyone. I've seen plenty of people who don't fit your description. They don't try to hide who they are. You're right, AJ conceded. Predators come in all varieties. There is certainly no shortage of predators who are loud, arrogant, and aggressive. There are thugs and gangs of every sort. They deliberately try to intimidate people. They pick fights, bully, rob, brutalize. They are the animals who beat their wives and girlfriends. They are the ever-growing packs of jackals snapping at the edges of society. Even though they're a different kind of predator, that doesn't make them any less dangerous. They have no empathy for others. If they corner you, you give them what they want and run if you can. They are the ordinary rabble in the world of the wicked, the kind those with a brain and a halfway healthy dose of paranoia avoid. But there's another kind of predator who is altogether different. They are not the scavengers. They are the wolf in sheep's clothing, blending in, giving us no warning signs. They kill for the sake of killing. They are the unseen terror in the night. Everyone fears them. Kate rubbed her arms as she listened. These were John's devils. These were the boogeymen. AJ's gaze focused into the darkness outside the window. In my search for a way to explain what John could do, I found a book by an author named Jack Rains. By the way his book reads, I suspect that at one time he may have helped build psychological profiles for law enforcement. His book is largely about this last kind of superpredator. What's this book called? The detective's dark eyes turned back to Kate. A Brief History of Evil. Chapter 13. That sounds like an unpleasant read, Kate said. AJ shrugged. Yes and no. It wasn't what I expected. For the most part, the book doesn't deal with the lower-level Edward Lester Herzog type. Kate leaned forward. He considers someone like Herzog lower level? On the predatory food chain, yes. Rains believes that there exists among us a whole different kind of rare individual who is entirely more dangerous. So this book is about these, super predators?
AJ gazed into Kate's eyes. And in part, about those rare individuals who can recognize these top-level killers among us. You mean recognize killers the way John could? AJ leaned back in the booth. That's what I wanted to know. The book deals with how both killers and their opposite are connected in a broad historical context. What do you mean, connected? Kate asked. Connected how? That's what I needed to figure out in order to understand John. The problem was, Rains wasn't specific enough. By reading between the lines, I could tell that he understood those connections quite well, but they weren't the focus of the book. I needed to talk to him to find out more. I tried to find his phone number. It wasn't in any of the police reference resources. It was like he didn't exist. So I called up his publisher, thinking it would be simple for them to put me in touch with him. People there weren't in. They were on vacation, they were sick. No one would return calls. I believe his book was relatively successful, but his publisher seemed disorganized and disinterested. Maybe they thought you were an aspiring author who wanted to submit a manuscript or something. Could be. I repeatedly left my name and number asking for Jack Rains or someone familiar with him to call me. I didn't want to leave messages with just anyone saying that I was a police officer for fear that someone there might call my department instead of me, asking what I was calling about. That would have opened a whole can of worms. And possibly exposed John, Kate said. Exactly, AJ said with a single nod. So one day, a woman named Shannon Blair finally returned my calls to see what I wanted. She sounded rather put out by my repeated calls. I told her I was calling about Jack Rains. She said that she was the editor for a number of writers and wanted to know what my interest was in that particular author. I told her that I was a homicide detective and I wanted to talk to Mr. Rains about some of the theories in his book. She got all quiet. Why? I don't know. I asked her for Jack Rains's number. She told me that he was busy working on a new book, but the next time she spoke with him, she would pass my number along. I didn't understand her reluctance, but I especially didn't want her calling my department. So before she could hang up, I told her I had a test for a lieutenant coming up, and as part of my work on the most intelligent kinds of killers, I had read A Brief History of Evil. I told her it would really help me out if I could ask him a few questions. That seemed to calm her down. I said I understood that she was only protecting his privacy and asked her to at least email my phone number to him. I take it he called? AJ nodded. Just a little over a month ago. He was aloof. I suspected he'd had enough calls from wannabe private detectives or cranks, and they never really understood the premise of the book. I answered as Detective Janek, so he would know I was a police officer. I asked him a few questions about specifics in his book in order to dispel the notion that I wanted to become an author myself or have him write the story of my life or something. He gave simple answers and asked a few questions of his own. As a detective, I know when someone is doing the dance with me. He was dancing. Kate understood what Detective Janek was talking about. She often had to do the same kind of thing when she questioned reticent people about serious issues. AJ gestured with a sweep of her hand. I finally steered the conversation to the heart of the matter and told him that I had someone who matched the abilities he theorized in his book. There was a very long pause, and then he said, "It isn't a theory." I asked him if he was sure. He asked me, instead, what made me think that I might know such an individual. It was obvious to me that we were still dancing. I wanted to bring it to an end. Concerned, Kate said, "So you told him about John?" "Yes, but I didn't name him. I simply told him that I had a man capable of the things I thought he was touching on in his book, the things connected to his larger theme. He asked me if all the people in my department were big believers in his work. I told him that no one in the department knew what I was doing and wouldn't believe me even if I told them. I said I didn't dare tell anyone or I would not only lose my job, but endanger this individual. I told him that I knew the stakes, that my phone call to him was outside the scope of police procedures and could cause me a lot of problems. I told him that while I'd very much like to talk to him about the matter because I thought he could help me understand it better, I couldn't discuss it any further unless I had his word that he would keep it strictly between the two of us. He said that he was glad to hear that I was being cautious, and he would keep the call confidential. His tone changed a little then. He became more focused. He asked me what I was dealing with, what I believed I had found, and why I believed it. I told him that I had a mentally handicapped individual who wasn't the kind to try to impress me or flatter me or con me. In fact, this individual was reluctant. Jack said the mental handicap would help explain his ability, if that ability was in fact actually true. I told him straight up that this man could identify killers from photos on film printed from negatives, something mentioned in his book. He asked how sure I was. I told him that in all the tests I'd done, and I'd done a lot, he had never once been wrong. Not once. In the silence, I could almost hear the guy thinking. He dropped the formality and told me that he suspected I was a professional or I wouldn't be a detective, and I wouldn't have gone to the lengths I had, but detective or not, I needed to be painstakingly careful not to tell anyone what I had stumbled upon. He said that he didn't think I fully comprehended what I was dealing with. I told him that I knew quite well what the individual I was dealing with was capable of. He said that wasn't what he meant. That, in turn, gave me pause. He told me that the new book he was working on dealt with the connections he had only hinted at in his first book, and asked if he could interview this person. I told him no, that an expert had advised me to be painstakingly careful to protect him. He laughed. He had a nice laugh. You know how sometimes an easy laugh tells you a lot about a person? It was that kind of laugh. I laughed, too, and in that moment I think we had established something of a real and trusting relationship. We both understood that we were well outside the orthodoxy of regular police work, or even accepted principles of criminal behavior, much less criminal law. We were both outsiders in something that others wouldn't want to hear or believe, but we both knew to be true. AJ pointed back and forth between herself and Kate. Kind of like you and me. We both know we're touching on something out of the ordinary, something others wouldn't believe, but we've seen it with our own eyes. You know what I mean? Kate nodded with a sigh. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, Jack said that not only were there exceedingly rare individuals like the one I had encountered who possessed a refined ability to recognize threat, there were also predators who, as a consequence of their own natural selection and evolution over tens of thousands of years, had developed the corollary ability to recognize those individuals. Kate's brow drew down. Predators who know which prey recognizes them? Exactly. AJ leaned in again, lowering her voice as if the walls might have ears. That means that not only can people like John, like you, see evil, but evil can see you. AJ straightened back up, letting that sink in for a moment. Jack says those rare killers can recognize people with that special kind of vision, and they don't like it. Not one bit. He said that a regular criminal will typically avoid a person who looks them in the eye, a person who is watching them, who suspects them, and instead look for weaker prey. This kind, he said, will do the opposite. They will go after a person who can see them for who they are. Kate was frowning. You're saying that despite your secrecy, one of these sorts of super predators may have somehow recognized John for his ability and killed him? AJ shook her head in frustration. I don't see how. Maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe John was on his way home one day and happened to cross paths with a killer, Kate offered. The kind he thought of as the devil. You know, a regular killer, not one who recognizes John for his ability. Maybe without thinking, John hit him over the head and then chained him up. John wouldn't always think things through. He would sometimes act on impulse and later on not know how to untangle himself from the situation. That makes sense, the detective admitted. Even an ordinary killer would have been more than John could handle. After a moment, Kate asked, "What about me? Did Jack Raines have anything to say about someone like me?" "In a way, yes." AJ's finger traced the contour of the handle on her cup as she thought about how to explain it. "Jack says that an ability like John's is incredibly rare. He says it's a mutation wired to the person's perception." "I don't follow." "Neither did I," AJ admitted. "Jack said to think of it as the way owls evolved, taking advantage of genetic mutations that enabled them to see better in the dark. He says that a genetic mutation resulting in John's ability is relatively new on the scale of human evolution, and it runs in families the same way as any other genetic trait. Life is always in the process of evolving. Some mutations help, some hurt. The ones that help us survive are passed on. The ones that hurt die out. Like I told you before, for most people, the chances of actually seeing a murderer are pretty slim, but it obviously does happen. Since seeing that kind of individual is a rare occurrence, the genetic mutation to identify them is rare. Yet being able to see a truly evil individual for who they really are is a life-saving ability, and as such, as rare as it is, it would tend to pass on genetically. Thus, it runs in families. Jack says that this ability can lie dormant until a trigger event, a sighting. If he's right, you've always been able to see what John could see. You just never knew it before because you never saw a killer before." One time, when she had doubted John about a man he had seen in the neighborhood, she told him that he couldn't tell if a person was bad just by looking at them. John had fixed Kate with a look that gave her pause, and he said that if she ever looked into the eyes of the devil, she would know it, too, just like he did. Jack said he has been studying the history of these rare predators. I told him that it wasn't the history of killers I was interested in so much as the connections he'd hinted at in his book. I told him that I thought those connections were somehow at the heart of all of this. He said I was right about that in more ways than I even realized. He said that all those connections created nesting events. Nesting events? AJ shook her head in frustration. He said that was the heart of the matter, but he didn't have the time to get into that part of it with me right then. AJ saw the worry on Kate's face and softened her tone. "Look, Kate, maybe after things settle down, you could talk to Jack Raines. I'm sure he could help you understand all of this better. I'm probably doing a pretty poor job of explaining it. Maybe I'm making more of it than is warranted." Kate wasn't about to be put off. "I can recognize the worst kind of killers. They can recognize that I know them for what they truly are, so that makes me a target. Isn't that about the sum of it?" AJ sat back. "I guess it is." "It sounds," Kate said, "like Mr. Raines had pretty good reason to tell you to keep John's identity a secret." "Yes. And now yours as well." "What now?" AJ yawned. "I asked Jack if he had any suggestion as to what I should do about all of this. Of course, at the time, I didn't know that you could do the same thing John could. Jack said to give him a little time to look into it, and he would see what he could find out." "But you said you didn't give him John's name." "I didn't. Then how is he going to be able to look into it?" "He simply said to give him some time to look into it." AJ opened her hands. "I'm not sure what he meant. I haven't heard back from him since then." Kate felt a shadow of worry for Jack Raines. Even though she didn't know him, she worried that in the kind of research he was doing, he could very well encounter one of those killers, and she didn't think that, like her, he would be able to see them for who they were. Chapter 14. AJ yawned again, making Kate yawn with her. It's been a long day. I appreciate the coffee and the confidential conversation, and getting to know you better. But I guess it's time I get home and kiss my kid, the big one and the little one. On days like this, it helps me to remember that there really is good left in the world. Right then, Kate couldn't find much of the good. John's murder was a crushing blow, but finding out what he had been doing, as well as what she was able to do, made the world that Kate thought she knew feel foreign and hostile. She was exhausted and knew that she needed to get some sleep, but she doubted she would get much. I've got to be at John's house early, AJ said. We have a lot of investigation still to do, and evidence that needs to be processed. We also need to interview all the neighbors. Between combing through the crime scene and trying to find someone who might have seen or heard something, I'm hoping that I can find pieces of this puzzle that will lead me to John's killer. It's going to be several days yet before we're finished up at his house and we can turn the place over to you. Kate couldn't help remembering the blood all over the living room. She imagined that even after it was cleaned up, she would still see it, if only in her mind's eye. The place, for her, would always be haunted by ghosts. You said that a lot of murders go unsolved. This isn't one of those kind, AJ insisted. We're going to catch this guy. In the meantime, I suggest that you wait until after the place has been thoroughly cleaned before going back there. I'll get you those names of some reputable companies that can handle it for you. Kate couldn't bear to worry about such details right then, so she simply said, "All right." AJ slid out from behind the table and stood. "Here, give me your phone." Kate pulled it out of a pocket, unlocked it, and handed it over. The woman started tapping away with her thumbs, then took her own phone out of her jacket pocket and made entries into it. I put my name and cell in your contacts list and yours in mine, so if you want to know anything at all, just call me. If I can't take it, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Kate set her phone down on the counter beside her laptop. Okay. Thanks. She could only imagine how busy the detective must be. I wish I had more answers, Kate. But for now, I wanted you to know about your brother, that he was a good man. It was important to me that you know he helped put a couple of killers away for life, and in all likelihood saved other people from being murdered. You've done the same thing tonight. You don't know how much I appreciate it. No one other than you and I will know about this, but it will help stop 2 killers. I'm going to make sure that guy is never able to harm another child. I want you to hold on to that. In all the terrible things you've learned today, that's something good. You helped keep some good people alive. Kate nodded and thanked the detective as she walked her to the door. She supposed that sooner or later the woman was going to want to show Kate more photos. In a way, it gave her an inner rush to know that she was able to help stop such animals. Please, when you have time, or if you learn anything, keep me informed. AJ flashed a sympathetic smile. I'll be in touch. I promise. I'm hoping that as soon as I start questioning people and develop some leads, you might be able to help me identify the guy who did this to John. Gladly, Kate said, and meant it. She wanted John's killer found and punished. She wanted him dead. AJ turned back from the doorway. Look, Kate, I want you to know that I'll keep digging. But I don't think this is going to turn out to be an ordinary case. There are too many strange things about it. Like John chaining a killer up in his basement? That would be at the top of my list, especially since I knew John and I would never have thought him capable of doing such a thing. Knowing John, he had to have had a powerful reason. Kate frowned, staring down at the floor as she ran the conversation back through her mind. She looked up. I just thought of something. When John was on the phone with me when I got back in town, before he told me to run, he told me that he'd gone to put flowers on our parents' grave. What of it? He said that someone was watching him. AJ's brows drew together over her dark eyes. Really? I told him that it was probably just someone putting flowers on another grave, and it probably was. John was pretty fearful when he was out by himself, so he might have imagined it. I don't really believe in coincidence, AJ said. I have to tell you, I never have either. That's why I'm mentioning it. I wish I understood what the hell was going on, and what it all means. You think you're confused? Kate asked. I'm upside down and inside out. AJ smiled reassurance. I'll be there to help you figure it out. You won't be alone in this, I promise. Thanks. That means a lot to me. It really does. AJ handed Kate a card. I put my number in your phone, but keep this handy as well, just in case. It's my personal card. It has my cell and my home phone number, so you should be able to get me any time, day or night. The card had a City of Chicago badge printed beside her last name. Just like the one you gave John? She nodded with a deadly serious demeanor. Listen, Kate. Don't be afraid to call me. Any time. I mean it. I don't live that far from here. She leaned in and pointed. See? There's my address. I can be here in no time. Lights flashing, guns blazing. Kate smiled as she used her first finger to mimic the detective's earlier imitation of a gun. Guns blazing. I mean it, Kate. I know. Kate knew that AJ wished John had listened and that he had called her. She very well might have been able to help him. AJ didn't want Kate to make the same mistake of not calling for help. Will you call me if you hear any more from Jack Raines? Absolutely. AJ paused in the doorway, as if trying to decide something. She tapped the palm of her hand against the door jamb, considering. She finally turned from staring off into the darkness to look back at Kate. Angel. Kate's nose wrinkled. What? My first name. It's Angel. Angel Janik. You asked me before what the A in AJ stood for. It stands for Angel. Kate folded her arms and shrugged. That's a great name. A wonderful name. Why wouldn't you want to tell people? AJ made a sour expression. I'm a female homicide detective. I have to be tough if I want to be respected. Angel just sounds, I don't know, frou-frou. I've always been afraid that if people knew my name was Angel, they wouldn't take me seriously. Kate studied the other woman's eyes for a moment. I think the perception of a person's name is shaped by their character. Genghis Khan sounds like he could be a monk in a monastery if you didn't know anything about him. The name only sounds intimidating because the man was. As strong as you are, I don't think people would take your name lightly. You said yourself that day by day there is more sympathy for the devil. I bet that the people on our side of civilization would think of you as an avenging angel. Avenging angel, AJ smiled. I like that. I should have met you sooner, but I think I'm stuck with AJ now. As she walked to her police cruiser, she turned, walking backward for a moment, pointing her finger gun at Kate like she had in the police car. You're everything John said you were, Kate Bishop. As she watched the woman climb into her police cruiser, Kate smiled at the thought of the way she was always an invincible hero in her brother's eyes. But then the smile faded. Kate leaned a shoulder against the door jamb and folded her arms as she watched the taillights of the unmarked police car vanish down the empty street. Chapter 15. Bare branches clattered together as they swayed to and fro in fitful gusts of wind. The night felt hostile. Somewhere out there in the darkness was a man who had murdered her brother. Watching the taillights of the police car vanish into the darkness, Kate felt an unaccustomed, crushing weight of loneliness. Something else she had never really thought about before also occurred to her. Besides the man who had killed her brother, there were other killers out there as well. There always had been murderers and always would be. Some of them got caught, some didn't. At that very moment, some of those killers were on the hunt. Some would find their prey. This night, every night, someone would die at the hands of one of these human monsters. This night, every night, there were people going about their lives who didn't know that they were about to meet a violent end. Kate closed the door and locked it. On her way to the kitchen, she saw the flashing light on the message machine. Exhausted, she ignored the message light and instead went into the kitchen, unplugged the coffee maker, rinsed the pot, and put the cups and spoons in the dishwasher. When she flicked off the lights, she paused to look out the window into the backyard. With the lights in the kitchen off, she could finally see into the darkness outside. The private backyard was dark, silent, empty. Her laptop was still on the counter where she had left it plugged in to charge when she stopped off at home before going to the hospital to see Wilma. Despite how tired she was, she gave in to a nagging thought. She put her phone in the pocket of her jeans, unplugged the laptop, and took it to the table. Kate sat in the dark kitchen for a time, staring at the bright screen, feeling an odd sense of anxiety about what answers it might hold. She knew she should go to bed. It was already late. She had gotten up at 4 that morning to catch the earlier flight. She was beyond tired, both emotionally and physically, and already well into her second wind. The thought of genetic mutations and the evolution between hunter and prey and all the rest of it was starting to feel distant to her. Kate had trouble fitting it into her sense of life, her sense of reality. She had always thought of the world in terms of lots of good people and some bad people, simple as that. What had seemed compelling, as AJ had described it, was beginning to lose its hold on her. Most of the people at KDEX Systems were good people. Her job was to find those few who weren't and get them out of the company. Some of those were really bad people, but there were much worse people in the world, people she had never encountered before, people like Edward Lester Herzog. John had encountered one of that kind. She needed to call the funeral home, but it would have to wait until morning. There were a number of other demands swirling through her mind. She needed to get back to work and give her boss a report about Dallas. The office, she knew, would be a bit frantic that she address other pending cases. Dallas had diverted a great deal of her time, more time than usual, but it had proven necessary. Despite her apprehension, she finally opened a page for Amazon and typed in A Brief History of Evil. She clicked on the link to the book by Jack Rains. The cover was a decidedly dark illustration of a wet, narrow cobblestone alley between the irregular shapes of old buildings constructed of beams and stucco. She thought it looked like a scene out of the Dark Ages in Europe. In gloomy corners here and there she could see what looked like bundles. It could have been accumulated debris, or even the artist simply being vague with the treatment of shadows. Or they could have been bodies. It certainly didn't look like the kind of place one would want to walk alone at night. It looked like the kind of place where one would not be at all surprised to find bodies. A Brief History of Evil had a 2-star rating out of 5. Kate was surprised that people didn't think much of it. There was a list of 1-star reviews in a line down the right side, punctuated by a single 2-star review. Kate had to scroll a long way down to find any of the better ratings. The top most helpful review from a confirmed purchaser had given the book 1 star. The review had been voted most helpful by 78 people. Kate scanned down the length of the long review to get a general sense of what it had to say. The reader was indignant that the book had even been published. Apparently 78 others agreed with him. While 78 wasn't anywhere near a significant number for books that sold in the tens of thousands, the review was pretty damning, because the reviewer said that he had worked in law enforcement his whole professional life, specializing in criminal profiling, and he hated to see this kind of sham profiling by amateurs who didn't know what they were talking about. He said that the book was mostly pop psychology and wordy filler, and Rains was a phony, giving the real professionals a bad name. Kate's heart sank a little. She had thought that maybe this book by Jack Rains would have some answers and be able to help her understand what John had been able to do, as well as her own reactions to the photos AJ showed her. Another reviewer felt she had been duped into buying what she expected to be a book about the history of serial killers, but it was more like the stuff an amateur would self-publish, and any good reviews were probably written by the guy's mother. The next review said the book was written at a 4th-grade reading level and repeated itself ad nauseum. Another reviewer agreed, saying that the awkward writing was an embarrassment to the English language, and Rains really needed to go back to school and learn the basics. Many recommended other books. Kate's awareness from analyzing a lot of data at her job told her that such a tiny number of reviews compared to how many people had read the book were meaningless. Still, almost all of the people who reviewed it gave it 1 or 2 stars. While Kate knew that the relatively small number of people who had written bad reviews were unreliable guidance, what was troubling was that a lot of reviews were by police officers who said that the author didn't know what he was talking about. They pointed out that Jack Rains didn't understand police procedure or know how investigations were actually conducted. Few as there were, they left a wedge of doubt in her mind. Kate was a little surprised by how vicious the reviews were, since it wasn't a book promoting a political view. It was supposedly a book about the horrors of the murderers among us. She reminded herself that the people who haunted the internet loved to hate. There were, after all, lots of people who gave a thumbs down to videos of kittens. Something bothered her, though. Something that seemed a little off about the reviews. Kate couldn't quite put her finger on it. It felt to her like what she was seeing might be an inkling of a contrived agenda that the retailers' algorithms, designed to detect false promotion, not malice, would overlook. She wondered if she thought that only because she was so tired, or because in her job she was so used to looking for ulterior motives that she always tended to suspect everything and everyone. Or maybe it was because AJ had made so much of Jack Rains, and the reviews didn't seem to match what the detective said. While most of the reviews agreed in their blistering criticism, buried down near the bottom there were a few good reviews that were passionate in their defense of the book, but those were lost beneath all of the negative reviews. Kate's heart sank a little. She wondered why AJ had thought so much of the book that she would call Jack Rains. Kate had been planning on ordering the book that night. Disappointed, she instead closed the cover of her laptop. When AJ had talked about the book and Jack Rains, it had given Kate the spark of some indefinable hope. But now, like her brother's life, that spark had been extinguished. She felt hollow. As she headed down the hallway to her bedroom, turning off lights along the way, she felt like something potentially valuable, something that would help her understand what John could do, what she could do, had just been lost to her. In the dark hallway, she felt silly for having harbored hope of some kind of larger explanation to it all, some understanding of the connections. AJ had said that it was the connections of everything that had intrigued her. Kate knew, though, that not everything in life could be explained or connected. She guessed that what had happened to John and her with those photos was one of those mysteries that would simply never be explained. People often believed things because they wanted them to be true. AJ must have wanted what Jack Raines told her to be true. Kate began to wonder if she had been fooling herself about the photos, fooling herself into thinking that she had some kind of latent ability. Perhaps it had been dumb luck or a simple hunch. After all, she was pretty good at hunches in her work, pretty good at picking out the guilty party. But having hunches was different from being able to tell that someone was a killer. As frightening as it had been to look at the photos of killers, there had also been something oddly electrifying and exciting about it. Like, as a child, finally finding someone when playing hide-and-seek. A discovery. It was a sense of a small triumph, or an insight. At least, it had been. Now that sense was fading. As she kicked off her shoes and unbuttoned her blouse, she dismissed a brief history of evil as a dead end. Somehow, it was depressing to do so. She felt as if she had just lost a bit of hope for finding out what had really happened to John, a bit of hope for shining a light into a dark corner of her own mind. Looking into the bathroom mirror as she washed off her makeup, she wished she could talk to John about it all. He wouldn't have been able to help her understand any of it, of course, but he would have listened patiently, smiling at her the whole time. When she curled into the fetal position on her side and pulled up the covers, she finally began to cry. Chapter 16. Kate slung her purse up onto the table before walking through the metal detector.
"Good morning, Miss Bishop,"
came a familiar, husky voice from behind the security podium on the far side of the check-in station. Kate smiled briefly at the bear of a security guard dressed in a dark blue shirt and black tie. "How have you been, Carlos?"
"My wife still cooks me dinner, so I guess I can't complain."
A small group of well-dressed people waited as the two security women in the same security uniforms inspected purses, bags, and briefcases. After Teresa, one of the two, had performed a cursory inspection of the contents of her purse and handed it back, Kate thanked her and then hooked the strap over her shoulder. Carlos lifted a page on his clipboard.
"My printout says you aren't scheduled back until tomorrow."
"Caught the culprit. Caught an earlier plane," she said in simple explanation.
"Ah,"
he said with a knowing nod.
"Good for you."
Carlos called her name as she started for the elevator. She turned back to see what he wanted. He stepped away from his station to come over to her.
"Listen, Miss Bishop, I think you should know that one morning a couple days back, this young man came in wanting to know where your office was. He said he had an appointment with you."
Kate frowned. "An appointment with me? For what?"
"He said he was here to apply for a job."
Kate's frown deepened. "Not only do I not have any appointments with anyone, I don't handle that kind of thing."
"I know. He told me that a friend of his, a Mr. Baker, had told him that he was to go to see you about a job. He said that this Mr. Baker was supposed to have set it up."
"I don't know a Mr. Baker." Carlos didn't look at all surprised.
"I was pretty sure you didn't. People sometimes try talking their way past us. They think that if they can see someone in person, they have a better chance of making a pitch to get a job. I didn't like this guy's attitude. He was acting like I was a petty annoyance preventing him from getting in to see you. Rather than tell him that he wasn't on my list of scheduled visitors or that you didn't do any of the hiring, I told him you weren't in. He asked when you would be back. I didn't want him getting into your hair, so I told him that you had gone to Atlanta to open a new office, and you would be gone for the rest of the year."
Kate smiled. They didn't have an office in Atlanta. What was his name?
He said his name was Bob.
Bob?
Yeah, but he didn't look like a Bob to me.
Did he say anything else? Carlos shook his head.
No. When I asked his last name, he flipped me off and left.
What did he look like? Carlos scratched his jaw as he thought.
Curly, bleached blonde hair cut close to his scalp. Brown eyes. About your height. 5'9", 5'10" or so. He was wearing baggy blue shorts and a Dare t-shirt, black with red lettering. Hardly what one would wear to a job interview at KDEX.
Kate nodded as she tried to think of who the guy could be, or if she had ever heard of anyone by the last name of Baker. Neither sounded familiar. "All right. Thanks, Carlos. If you see him again, let me know." He gave her a friendly wink.
"I got your back."
Kate smiled. "You always do." She glanced past him, out the tall glass doors, to the confection shop at street level in the office building across the street. Painted in arched gold lettering on the window, it said Baker and Chocolatier. At the elevators, she pushed the button for the 11th floor. As she waited in silence with a few other people, she looked at herself in the smoked mirror between the elevators. She looked crisp and professional in a black skirt and jacket paired with a pale yellow top, but she groaned inwardly at the way her jet-black hair looked. She hadn't had time to wash it for several days, and it hung limp to her shoulders. She used her fingers to comb the long bangs to the side a little, trying to make them look naturally disordered rather than simply dull and disordered. About a year before, she had dated a man who one day asked her if she would consider coloring her hair to a lighter shade. She had been more than a little surprised, and had asked him why, and if he didn't like the way she looked. He had hemmed and hawed and said that he only meant that maybe she wouldn't look quite so intimidating if her hair were a lighter color. Kate didn't know what he was talking about. He said that her black hair made her look like the angel of death. If nothing else, it had been the death of their brief relationship. The gold-toned eyeshadow she liked because it went well with her green eyes helped hide how tired she was. It was good enough. Her hair and fatigue were only passing concerns in a roiling sea of grief, confusion, and questions. In between those cascading thoughts, she tried her best to go over in her mind the report her boss, Theodore Harper, would need. Standing in the back of the elevator, she looked at each person's eyes as they walked in after her. If anyone met her gaze, she flashed a brief, polite smile. Walking down the main aisle on the 11th floor past the walls of shoulder-high workstations, each with a computer terminal, she slowed to a stop beside Wilma's empty station. Karen, the woman working at the next station over, turned her chair around to lean out and look up at Kate.
"Wilma died early this morning."
Kate swallowed. "That's terrible. I feel so sorry for her family." Karen nodded.
"We're passing around a card for her kids."
"Let me know when you get it back, will you? I'd like to sign it." Kate could tell by the woman's stricken expression what she already knew.
"I'm sorry about your brother, Miss Bishop."
Kate forced a perfunctory smile. "Thanks, Karen. John was a gentle person, and I'll miss him." Not wanting to invite conversation, Kate glanced back at Wilma's desk. Karen seemed to understand and nodded before swiveling her chair back around to her computer. In Wilma's work area, partially deflated foil balloons saying "Get well soon" still floated at the ends of drooping strings tied to the handle of a mug with the words "World's Best Mom" on it. The computer screen was dark. Flowers in simple paper cones had been laid over the keyboard and desk, while vases with cut flowers stood to the back. Unlit candles with ribbons and bows sat among the multicolored flowers and stands of cards. 3 teddy bears rested among the items left on the desk. Kate wondered what the hell a dead woman was supposed to do with teddy bears. Everyone likely knew that Wilma had not been expected to live. All of the flowers and candles and cards were the modern equivalent of grave goods. The thought came with the memory of a TV program on early humans and how it was believed they had lived. The program had shown a grave from the early Bronze Age. The archaeological and forensic investigation had revealed evidence that the remains had been covered with flowers and beads. One of the curiosities found in the grave, along with some stone tools, had been the remains of a small figure made of bones, possibly fleshed out with straw and dressed in a bit of sewn leather. It struck Kate how much Wilma's desk was not so very different, in spirit, from those early human graves. Like John, Wilma was gone, her life snuffed out by a monster who killed people. In Wilma's case, a monster who killed for the fun of it. And teddy bears were somehow supposed to soothe her family's sense of anguish and loss. It unexpectedly angered Kate that teddy bears seemed to have come to take the place of a burning rage for retribution. They had become civilization's impotent response to senseless murder. She supposed that there was really no way people could fight back, and this was the only way in which they could express their sorrow and sense of loss. They were trying to cover over something that was nakedly savage with something that would seem kind and gentle. Kate would rather the guy who did it have his skull crushed in, along with the guy who had killed her brother. With a deep breath, she tried to let go of the sudden flash of raw anger. Down the broad hallway at the far end of the room, Kate went into her office and set her purse in a bottom drawer. She stood over her desk, surveying the collection of yellow sticky notes. They were a map of sorts, a visualization of problems, intended to help reveal any connections. She was the only one in the company who did it that way. Other people kept lists on their computers. Kate liked something more tangible, something she could look at, touch, and move. She often tried rearranging pieces of the sticky note puzzle to give herself a fresh view of the problems, to see them in a different way, in order to help pick up on any connections. Sometimes security issues had connections. Multiple components made problems exponentially more difficult to solve. With a variety of things vying for her thoughts, Kate had trouble focusing on what the notes said. She knew, though, that none of the issues on them were urgent. Unlike the problems she had encountered in Dallas, they were relatively petty. They needed to be dealt with, but none were security emergencies. Before she got involved with her report to her boss, she sat and picked up the desk phone. After she dialed the funeral home, she leaned back in her tall leather chair. Eyes closed, she swallowed, steeling herself as the phone rang. When a man answered, she sat up. He remembered her from when they had buried her parents. He expressed his sympathy for her recent loss. It sounded sincere, and probably was. She couldn't imagine a job where every customer was grieving. She explained the life insurance policy she had taken out on John after her parents had both died, naming the funeral home as the beneficiary. Kate couldn't bear the thought of benefiting from the death of a loved one, so it had deliberately been set at enough to cover the expenses, and no more. They told her not to worry and promised that they would handle everything. He said the funeral could be the following week. She requested that he let the people at the Clarkson Center know about it. After replacing the receiver, she sat for a time with her hand still resting on it. It was a relief to have such a painful task out of the way. It had been a call she had been dreading making, but now it was done. With her parents gone, and now her brother, Kate realized that she no longer had any living relatives. Even her Uncle Everett was dead. While John's death was a painfully fresh wound, At the same time, like the death of her parents, it was already beginning to seem like ancient history. John's life was done. It made her feel a little guilty to be still among the living, moving on with the mundane matters of life while leaving the dead behind. But as much as it hurt, there was nothing else the living could do. She turned her mind back to work. Chapter 17. Several offices down the hall, Kate walked through an open door with the words Theodore Harper, President, engraved in white letters on a black plaque. Inside, his secretary looked up from behind her tidy desk.
"Kate,"
the woman said with a sudden broad smile.
"He already heard that you're here."
She pointed a thumb back over her shoulder.
"He's waiting for you."
When she heard him call her name from the next room, she went into the inner office and closed the door behind herself. The rich wood panels around the office were raised away from the wall with a gap between each panel, creating a black grid in the background. It always reminded her of the clean designs of the Art Deco era. She had always suspected that it was a deliberate juxtaposition to the nature of their business. He rose up on the other side of his broad mahogany desk as she crossed the carpet.
"Kate, what are you doing here?"
She showed him a frown. "I work here, Theo. At least, last I knew I worked here."
"Of course you work here. Don't be silly,"
he said with a whisk of his hand. His expression took on a pained look.
"What I mean is, well, we all heard about John. I'm so sorry, Kate. You don't need to be coming into work right now. You should take some time to—"
"Thanks," she said, cutting him off as her gaze fell away from his. "But I think the best thing for me right now is to keep busy." He rested a hand on a hip for a moment.
"I understand."
He lifted the hand to gesture.
"I heard you weren't supposed to be back in town until late today."
Kate knew him well enough to know that despite his sincere sorrow for her personal tragedy, he would be eager to find out what had happened in Dallas. While he wasn't yet aware of the details, he would already know it had been serious. "I wrapped things up ahead of schedule and was able to switch to an earlier flight. Besides, the head of their operations, Tony Sexton, wasn't too pleased having me around." Theo Harper arched an eyebrow.
"So he told me."
"Really?" Kate said. "He never mentioned that he had called you. What did he have to say?" The corners of Theodore Harper's eyes pinched into branches of small wrinkles as he squinted at her.
"He started out telling me that I needed to fire that stupid bitch I sent down to his office because, and I quote, she didn't know her pretty little ass from a hole in the ground." Ordinarily, she would have had a flippant remark, but she wasn't in the mood, and instead said, "I'm sorry he dragged you into it, Theo." He didn't show what he thought of it one way or the other. "That's what I'm here for."
"When was this that he called?" Kate asked.
"It was about a week after you first got down there. I told him to let you do your job. He said that he couldn't go along with that kind of interference. I told him that in that case, if he didn't feel that he could cooperate with your security audit, I would reluctantly accept his resignation." That surprised the hell out of him. He started backpedaling, making excuses. He said he'd only meant that he didn't think I was aware of what you were up to. He said he was only trying to spare the company any embarrassment. He tried to tell me that if I really knew what was going on, he didn't think I would have so much confidence in you. When he finished babbling, I told him I had complete confidence. He stammered that what he meant was that he knew his operation and his people, and he wanted to make sure I was aware of everything. Theo waved a hand. All that kind of crap. That explained a few things. Kate couldn't help smiling. "Thanks, Theo. I appreciate the support." He shrugged, dismissing it as a small thing. "So what happened down there, anyway? I thought it was a simple security audit. It shouldn't have taken more than a few days, a week at most. What's been going on all this time?"
Kate took a deep breath, ordering her thoughts, trying to keep them off the memory of pools of blood in her brother's house. Well, when I started looking over things, I thought that something with the orders versus production didn't look right. Theo's frown deepened.
There are meticulous production records, and our shipping procedures require delivery confirmation of those parts. That means they have to tally.
Kate spread her hands. Well, they did tally, as long as you took into account lost shipments that had been replaced.
Replacing lost or damaged shipments is a contractual requirement. We always take care of such issues in the course of business. The production figures would include replacements, so everything should tally.
I know, and they did, but with the exception of one mounting rig, the lost shipments were all sensitive equipment. To double-check, I called Corinne Industries, one of the companies that had gotten replacements for several lost shipments. We had production records for the guidance components and confirmed delivery receipts for those components. It looked, for all the world, like Corinne Industries had received the guidance systems and dropped the ball, like something was very wrong in their operation. The problem was, the guy I talked to, Gerard Laza, is the guy who checks in, looks over, and signs for the shipments.
So?
So he said he never received the original shipments. So, assuming they had been lost, he had requested replacements.
Maybe he has a faulty memory. Maybe they actually lost track of them after they received them. Maybe they never went to the proper production department. Maybe they have security issues. More likely, he screwed up and was covering his ass.
I thought the same thing at first, but I went back through the shipments going to Corinne Industries, and this guy, Gerard Laza, was indeed the one who had signed for all of the shipments, including the ones he said he never received.
So he really did receive them.
Theo was giving her a questioning look.
So he's dirty?
The signatures on the deliveries in question looked off to me, she told him. He squinted with one eye.
Off?
Yes, like someone had forged his signature. Theo, a big, thick-boned man, straightened and peered down at her.
So now you're a handwriting expert?
Kate shook her head. No, but there was something about it that didn't feel right.
What do you mean?
Laza was emphatic that he had a good memory, and he insisted that he had never received those original shipments. So I flew into Corinne Industries with the signed bills of lading and confronted him with them in person. I didn't want him to get them in an email or a scan. I wanted to see the look on his face when I showed him his signature. He stammered and admitted that it was his signature. The guy was completely confused. He didn't try to lie his way out of it. He seemed crushed that he didn't remember signing those bills of lading.
So he didn't remember them, screwed up, and lost track of them in their system. It could even be that he's simply undependable. The guy even admitted recognizing his own signature. So what made you still think it was a forgery?
Kate made a face. I don't know how to explain it, Theo, but something about the whole thing didn't feel right. Since all but one of the replacement shipments were sensitive guidance components, not some of the more innocuous stuff, that alone made me suspicious. It was too much of a coincidence that with only one exception, it was guidance components that were lost, not gyro frames or simple machined mounting blocks. Besides, the guy in charge of scheduling in our Dallas office, Matt Fenton, just gave me the creeps. Theo shot her a suspicious look.
What do you mean he gave you the creeps?
I don't know. Kate's mouth twisted as she tried to think of how to explain it. When I first arrived, I asked Tony Sexton to introduce me to the heads of all of his departments. I always do that when I go to a place I haven't been before. It sets up an expectation of cooperation. So Sexton called them all in and said that I was there from the head office to confirm that they were all doing a superb job for Cadex Systems. Sexton told me, in front of the dozen or so people he had called into the conference room, that they were all proud of their operation and were looking forward to showing me how well everything was run. He almost made it sound like I was there to give them all awards rather than to do a security audit. As each person was introduced to me, I shook their hand. When Matt Fenton shook my hand, he looked me in the eye and smiled. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up.
Theo's brow twitched. Why would you have that reaction?
Kate shrugged. Doesn't that ever happen to you?
Theo snorted a laugh. No, I can't say that it does.
Maybe it's just me, Kate said, dismissing it with a flick of her hand. Anyway, after I started reviewing everything and then talked to Gerard Laza at Corinne Industries, I wanted to dig deeper into the shipping department. I wanted to go over things with this Matt Fenton character and ask him some questions about the details of his procedures, but if he wasn't out sick, he was always too busy. Every time I wanted to meet with him, he just so happened to be unable to make the meeting because coincidentally a problem had cropped up that he needed to resolve. Every time. I don't like coincidences. Of course, there are other ways of looking into the things I wanted to know. As I looked deeper into the details of the plant and their operation, I was able to eliminate a whole series of possibilities. From the pattern of the problems, I strongly suspected that it wasn't accidental. It began to look to me like a scheme to sell guidance systems on the black market. Theo wiped a hand across his mouth. His tone turned grave.
That would be bad.
Kate agreed with a nod. So I went to Tony Sexton and told him that I had come across some matters of significant concern. I told him that whatever was going on, it was serious, and it was deliberate. I told him that there were a number of sensitive guidance systems that I believed were unaccounted for, and I suspected Matt Fenton.
What did Tony have to say to that?
He didn't believe me. Or I should say, he refused to believe me. He told me that my accusations were baseless and insulting. He said that I had it all wrong, that Matt Fenton was an active flight officer in the National Guard and he was a great asset to the company. Sexton had personally recruited Fenton and was positive that he was golden. I told him that I respected his opinion, but I was going to get to the bottom of it, and I wasn't leaving until I did. I said that if Fenton was innocent, as Sexton claimed, then my investigation would exonerate him. I instructed him not to say anything to anyone. He asked me what the hell made me think I could stop him from saying something to Matt Fenton. I told him that if I ever found out that he had breathed a word to anyone of what I had just told him in confidence, I would first fire him on the spot and then make a call to my liaison at Army Intelligence.
Jeff Steele?
Yes, that's the guy, but I didn't use his name. I only told Sexton that I would hate to have to report to Army Intelligence that my security audit had turned up irregularities and the former head of operations had compromised my investigation, which made me suspect he might be involved. Sexton didn't say a word, but his face turned beet red, so I left. Theo was smiling out of one side of his mouth.
That must have been when he called me. So then what?
The further I dug into the matter, the more obvious it became that the problems could only be deliberate. Whoever was at the center of it was doing their damnedest to make it look like incompetence on the part of our customers, like Corinne Industries, rather than a problem with Cadex.
But what you're describing seems, I don't know, too simple to be the real answer.
It's precisely because the whole thing was so stupidly simple that it seemed impossible it could be deliberate. I gave Matt Fenton plenty of freedom to avoid me and let him think I hadn't found anything and was looking into other areas of the operation. It took me a while, but I laid a trap by going behind his back and scheduled a shipment that was locked down in a way that only he could intercept it, but he didn't know that. The shipment supposedly contained the first batch of our latest generation of guidance systems. It went out in regular fashion with the proper tracking documents. The thing was, I had our security intercept the consignment at the shipper and take possession of it. So I knew for a fact that the guidance systems never arrived at Corinne Industries. Security still had them under lock and key. Yet Fenton turned in signed delivery confirmations for the phantom shipments, along with all his other paperwork. It was signed by Gerard Laza at Corinne Industries, just like he did with all the other shipments, making it look like it had been delivered.
This shipment that was never shipped. And yet he turned in signed receipts confirming that it had been delivered?
That's right. The only one who could have forged the signature confirming delivery on the bill of lading was Matt Fenton.
So we're paying this asshole 6 figures a year to steal guidance systems from us?
Not anymore. I gave him enough nuggets of my evidence for him to know that I had him dead to rights. He knew it could get very ugly for him very fast, so when I put a resignation letter in front of him, one I had personally written for him, one that included an agreement to immediately surrender his pension and health benefits, he signed it. I had the heads of our Dallas corporate security standing in his open doorway, watching while I had this conversation with him, ready to escort Golden Boy off company property. I think he just wanted to get the hell out of the building. As soon as he signed everything, security escorted him to the front doors. Theo rested his fingertips on his desk as he leaned toward her.
So you just let him resign and leave? He stole sensitive and very expensive equipment and got away with it? That doesn't sound like the Kate Bishop I know so well.
Kate leaned in herself. Are you kidding? These were missile guidance systems. I knew that if I called the district attorney, they would have to investigate. Fenton would lawyer up, and the whole thing would take years, and then likely get plea bargained down, at best, and that's only if Fenton didn't flee while he was out on bail. So I told him he was free to go. Theo was speechless as he wiped a hand down his face, wanting her to go on. Instead of letting Fenton get lost in the legal system, I had already called Jeff Steele, our liaison with the Army, and filled him in. Matt Fenton knew he was out of a high-paying job, but he thought he had at least gotten away with stealing what were some very expensive items. He'd probably sold those items on the black market or to foreign governments. He was happy as hell to be escorted out of the building. He probably had his car keys in his hand on the elevator ride down to the first floor. When our security guys took him out the front doors, Jeff Steele and his team were waiting. They took him into custody. I think our reservist has been checked into the Army's Gray Bar Hotel. Theo took a deep breath as he considered it all. He finally smiled conspiratorially.
Now that sounds like the Kate I know. So that's what took you so long in Dallas.
She nodded. That's what took me so long in Dallas.
What did Sexton have to say once this was all uncovered?
Kate shrugged. He shook my hand, thanking me for resolving the glitch in their operation. Then he said he had a meeting and had to go. I'm sure he was glad to have me out of his hair. My investigation showed that he didn't have anything to do with it, other than the fact that the scheme worked because he was too arrogant to see what was going on right under his nose.
You would think he would be thankful that you had absolved him of any wrongdoing.
You would think. Since Fenton and my file with all the evidence are now in the hands of the Army, there was no need to follow anything up with Sexton, so I caught an earlier flight.
Well, Theo said, I'm certainly glad that those hairs at the back of your neck still seem in good working order.
One eyebrow lowered.
I'll deal with Tony Sexton myself.
Kate smiled. I thought that maybe you would, she said, as she pulled her vibrating phone out of her jacket pocket. It was a text from Brian in the IT department, asking if she could come down to see him right away. Kate waggled her phone. I need to go see Brian. Theo finally sat down and leaned back, locking his fingers behind his head.
It's always something, isn't it?
He'd said more than he could know. Kate slipped her phone back in her pocket. I guess I'd better go see what Brian's problem is.
Good luck down in the hive.
The hive was what he called the 10th floor, where all the computer operations were located.
And Kate, if you feel the need, please, for God's sake, take a few weeks off. I'm not just saying that. I mean it. With what just happened with John, You may find that you need some time. If you do, take all the time you need."
"I appreciate that, Theo." Kate smiled briefly. "I'll think about it. I promise," she said before heading for the door. Chapter 18. Kate marched past the long stretch of glass panes down on the 10th floor. She was already tired from the long meeting with Theo, and now she knew it would be another long meeting with Brian. Beyond the glass, in a freezing cold room of their own, were row upon row of servers, each row with a lettered blue end plate. It always reminded her a little of visiting the library when she had been a girl and seeing their rows of shelves filled with adventures and mysteries. What all the servers contained were, to her, mostly mysteries. Even from outside the room she could hear in the background the constant drone of white noise from all those machines going about their inscrutable tasks. Beneath her feet, miles of cables and wires ran under removable floor plates. Opposite the server room were offices filled with people in charge of overseeing the computer department. A few of the people inside waved at her from their desks as she passed their open doors. She returned the gesture without slowing. At the far end of the 10th floor, she finally reached Brian's room, set by itself at an angle across the corner. Everyone called it Brian's cave. Theodore Harper's management genius was in leaving people like Brian alone to do what they did best. Kate supposed that applied to her as well. Theo didn't always understand how certain people got results, but he recognized what they were able to accomplish, and so he gave them the latitude they needed. Thus, Brian was left alone to work in his triangular cave. The wastebasket just to the left inside the door was overflowing with empty Diet Cola cans. As usual, the room was semi-dark, with 3 big monitors providing most of the light. Brian had on a green plaid shirt with the sleeves rolled up and the front open over a gray t-shirt. Since he would sometimes stay in his cave for days on end, he frequently had a good growth of stubble, but today he was clean-shaven. Surprisingly, for someone who seemed to care little about his appearance, his brown hair was neatly trimmed and always kept in order, even if most of it was too thick and too short to lie down. The monitors lit up the side of his smooth, pudgy face when he looked up.
"Kate,"
he said, sounding oddly relieved to see her. He reached out, grabbed the back of an empty chair at the other side of the long counter holding the monitors, and spun it around for her.
"Here, why don't you sit down?"
Kate sighed inwardly. Whenever Brian wanted her to sit down, it was more likely than not to be a long time before he was finished. He liked to show her things, pointing out relevant issues across the expansive monitors. New topics he wanted to tell her about continually popped into his head. Brian found his electronic cosmos intoxicatingly interesting. As he explained various issues to her, he often became more and more excited, while Kate usually got more and more lost. He had virtually no comprehension of how little others actually understood of the things he was talking about. Knowledge of all things computer-related seemed to ooze from his every pore, as if computer code were part of his DNA. Kate had long ago learned not to ask Brian to explain too many things if she didn't think she needed to know exactly what he was talking about, because in his excitement to explain them, he would only end up veering down a variety of side trails, often for hours, wandering around in the intricacies of ancillary information before she was able to shoo him back to the main path. He saw all the information in his head as an ever-expanding universe of data points that were all linked in one way or another and all profoundly intriguing. She often had trouble getting him to stay on subject because to Brian there was no such thing as a discrete subject. It was all part of a whole, and separating out a slice was impossible. The things he told her about were usually wrapped in a word salad of technical details that he thought she would surely want to know. She rarely cut off his explanations because, to Brian, they were his evidence, and they mattered to him the same way her evidence mattered to her. While all those bits of information were often frustratingly scattered, she respected his unique view of how they were interdependent, and even if the details weren't all important to her, they were to him. So she let him go on until he got to the parts that she needed to know about. Because she listened patiently, Brian loved explaining anomalies to her. She had learned such patience from listening to her brother's tedious explanations of the most ordinary things. One time it had taken her brother 15 minutes to explain how the bus door worked and how the driver operated it. It had been no less important to him than the things in Brian's world were to him. In Brian's case, though, those anomalies were not only profoundly complex, but sometimes profoundly important to the security of the company. Kate pulled the chair around and sat down. "So what's up?" He looked over at her, concern tightening the soft contours of his face.
"I heard about your brother. I'm sorry."
Kate's focus was drawn past him to the news stories about it hovering in the upper corner of the far monitor. Brian usually knew about things before anyone else. He seemed to have spider webs everywhere, vibrating with information for him to snatch up. He was protective of the people at KDEX and watched for anything that might affect them. Kate deliberately didn't read any of the news on his monitor. Some was video from TV stations, with static news anchors sitting at their desks, eyes caught half-closed in stop frame, red triangles over their chests, waiting to be clicked on so they could come to life and report on the murder. Kate was trying her best to remember her brother as he had been when alive. "Thanks, Brian. John was a gentle being. I'm going to miss him." Brian nodded with sincere understanding.
"I wish I could have known him."
It occurred to Kate that they probably would have gotten along quite well. "So what's up? Why did you want to see me?" Brian leaned toward her, his eyes intense with concern and an odd glint of glee.
"We've been hacked."
Suddenly alert, Kate sat up straighter. "Who's on it?"
"No one but me knows about it yet,"
he said in a low voice, almost as if he didn't want anyone to hear, even though there was no one else within earshot. Kate got up and closed the door, then sat back down. She crossed her legs and locked her fingers together over her knee. "What do you mean no one but you knows about it?"
"I didn't want to say anything to anyone else until I talked to you about it."
"Why? You know I'm no computer expert." He tilted his head toward her.
"Because this is a very weird kind of hack."
To Kate, most of the things in Brian's electronic world were weird. What's so weird about it?
"It was a probe of specific files. It started several weeks ago. I've been watching, waiting to see what they were after."
"Isn't that rather dangerous? Letting it go on like that?" He shook his head.
"It wasn't an APT."
"An APT?"
"An advanced persistent threat. Those frequently come from foreign nations, China, Russia, Iran. There are teams in China dedicated to writing malware just to try to break into our systems. I think the Chinese alone probably have more people trying to break into our systems than we have working here. Then there are syndicates dedicated to stealing intellectual property or information and selling it. They can have hundreds of thousands of botnets at their command. They use them for everything from saturating online ticket sales for popular concerts so they can scoop them up to be sold for an outrageous profit, to using malware to try to break into allied systems, much like impersonating a janitor and using their keyring to open doors. These syndicates are big organizations, frequently offshore. They're run like any big business, with huge departments dedicated to nothing but writing malware to bypass specific types of security defenses, or even just to get into a particular company or government agency. A lot of that kind of code is sold on private channels to the highest bidder, like people wanting to get into KDEX. They're always finding new ways to hijack employee machines and plant subroutines in our system, continually trying to connect our data with their mothership. If that succeeds, they have a conduit right into everything. Emails, passwords, designs, that kind of stuff. They mine the data and analyze communications, looking for passwords or anything of value. Those kinds of attacks by crime syndicates and foreign governments are happening 24 hours a day, thousands a day. Since we manufacture weapons components, we're also a big fat target for hacktivists, people intent on destroying the nation's defense structure. Political hacktivism is the subversive use of computers to create anarchy by destabilizing and destroying our world.
Kate's mind was spinning with the hopeless nature of internet security. Seems like the bad guys outnumber us.
If people only knew how lawless and out of control the internet criminal activity really is. Here, let me show you.
He laid a keyboard in his lap and started typing.
This is an attack map developed by the Norse Corporation, a company we use.
He typed in map.norsecorp.com, and a map of the world opened. He pointed at the screen.
Hack attacks show up as streaks of light shooting across the globe from their source to their target. Here below the map, the attacks are logged. The number of attacks is so massive they're logged to the thousandth of a second.
Kate was stunned by what she was seeing. It looks like World War III.
These are hack attacks, happening in real time, Brian said. There are times when it looks even worse than what you're seeing at the moment. Norse created a galaxy of honeypots, millions of them, in hundreds of data centers all around the world. They mimic computers, servers, mobile devices, office equipment, just about everything. We use them because one of the things they track is attacks on industrial equipment. With these attack logs, we can see where the attacks are coming from and what the threat environment is at any given moment.
The map was in continual turmoil as the targets lit up in rings of varying sizes and colors, depending on the density of the attacks. At times, it looked like the surface of the sun.
It's like the 4th century all over again, with the Huns invading, pillaging, and destroying lives and everything people have built, Brian said. The sheer amount of damage is staggering. Crime on a massive scale grows all the time and is rarely punished. A lot of it is other countries hacking into everything we have. It's like there is no longer any law and order. No one and nothing is safe anymore. It's like civilization itself is beginning to crack apart.
It revealed a world of criminal activity and cyber attacks that Kate had never fully appreciated. "It's certainly frightening," she said. "But what about this hack you wanted to tell me about?" He took a drink out of a Diet Cola can before going on.
So, besides the sophisticated software tools we use, I also have honeypots set up.
"You said that word before." Kate cocked her head. "Honeypots?" Brian gestured with the cola can toward the server room.
In our case, we have servers that are there solely to be attacked. Whereas Norse has a galaxy of sensors set up around the world, I have a honey net set up in-house. By mimicking vulnerable systems, they draw in zero-day exploits and newly created malware. I get alerts when they're attacked. They have a lot fewer false positives than the regular intrusion detective systems and are a lot simpler than the complex firewalls we use. They're a great early warning system.
Okay, so you're using sticky traps to catch the cockroaches. Brian smiled at the way she'd put it.
In one of them, the server in row B, rack 12, I use decoy password vaults. It's a tar pit. That's how I picked up on this intrusion. A honeypot is great for capturing this kind of activity. Since there are no legitimate connections on that server, once activity popped up, I knew about it immediately. It was a very small intrusion. Lone criminals like this are extremely rare anymore. Like I explained, it's almost always a criminal syndicate or foreign government.
He clicked a few keys, bringing up a window.
This was the only thing they got into. They weren't interested in anything else. That's what is so weird about it. It was a relatively unsophisticated, discrete intrusion, not an APT. This was the sole target. One of the files in here was the only information they stole.
"I'm listening." Kate said, as she frowned more closely at the screen and saw a list of a few dozen names she recognized.
This is a specific folder with our top executives. It has their personal information, social security numbers, cell phone numbers, home addresses, all that kind of sensitive information. It also has their work and travel schedules.
Kate met his gaze. If they were identity thieves, they would have gone after the entire employee list and all their data, not a small list of executives. Executives would be a different kind of target. Brian nodded as he tapped a specific spot on the screen.
Your name is on this list.
She looked where he was pointing. So they got into the files of all our top executives?
Yes.
Damn, she whispered. Brian smiled.
Not exactly.
Kate frowned. What do you mean, not exactly? You just said they did, and all that information is in there. When he merely smiled, Kate leaned back as she used a thumb to glide her hair back over her shoulder. Okay, Brian, what's going on?
These are internal corporate files, not something used for paychecks or tax reports or anything else. It's a list that I use to keep track of executives. You know, so I know where they are if I need them, or if someone comes and asks where so-and-so is if they're out of town or needs a phone number. This is just a file sitting in the honeypot. A worm on a hook.
Kate was bewildered, and more than a little irritated. So you're offering up our personal information as bait to see if someone will steal it?
Not exactly.
She leaned in then and looked more closely at her own information. Hawthorne Street? Brian, I don't live on Hawthorne. And my social security number and phone number are wrong.
Of course they're wrong,
he said with a sense of pride. What the hell good could it do you if it's all wrong?
It's not really wrong, he said. It's encrypted. Well, obfuscated to be precise. It's a substitution cipher.
Kate blinked. That made sense. But encryption doesn't look like that. Encrypted files aren't in a simple English form like this.
That's because it's my own encryption. Security by obscurity. I created my own obfuscated code.
What are you talking about? Brian pulled open a drawer and took out a cheap yellow tablet. He folded back most of the pages, then set it on the desk. A graph, written out by hand, took up most of the page.
It's this kind of encryption. One character is substituted for another, but without this key, the data in the file is meaningless.
Kate pressed her fingertips to her forehead as she took a breath, trying to control her sense of confused frustration. Brian, we have the most sophisticated encryption available, provided by the government.
Yes, but encrypted information isn't targeted in this way. Remember, this is a honeypot designed to draw attacks. This folder contains the most important people in the company, people who could be kidnapped and held hostage or bribed or whatever. That's why the home addresses, travel schedules, and phone numbers are wrong. This is a decoy. This is sensitive information hiding in plain sight.
I don't understand how it works. He started pointing to horizontal and vertical lines on his table.
This is how the information is decoded. I invented the code myself. You would need this graph to decode the information in the file.
And because the information in the file looks real, no one would have any reason to suspect that it's not correct, so they wouldn't realize it needed to be decoded. He grinned that she was finally starting to understand.
It's my way of protecting all of you.
Kate felt a chill of icy realization. So this means that someone was trying to get information about these top executives, but what they got wasn't correct. Brian nodded.
They lifted your file specifically. The others were untouched. That's what set off the alarm on my honeypot. Someone is looking for you, or possibly looking for your schedule to know where you are at any given time.
Or maybe they simply lifted one random file to see if they could, and then they intend to come back for the others.
Could be.
Kate took a deep breath. I'll call security and let them know that there has been an attempt to get personal and travel information about upper-level executives. You may only have gotten a hit on my file, but that doesn't mean they aren't after information on other people. He nodded.
They could be intending to come back after the other names on the list. I wanted you to come down here so I could let you know that it was your file they lifted. Even if, coded, it's full of mumbo-jumbo, it had your name on it, and that's the one they took. I thought you should know.
Kate let out another settling breath. Yes, of course. Thanks, Brian. You notify the rest of the department about what's going on. I need to get security involved. It could be anything. Kidnapping, ransom, terrorists,
or just someone fishing for information to sell.
When her phone vibrated, she lifted it partway out of her pocket, tilting it so that she could look at the screen. It was AJ. I need to take this. Brian nodded as she stood. She went out into the hall, where she leaned back against a wall as she answered the phone. AJ, did you find out something?
Nothing yet, I'm afraid.
There was a brief pause. Kate's heart sank a little. She had thought AJ would have news that they had found the killer.
Kate, I need your help.
My help? What do you mean? There was another pause.
I need you to look at some photographs.
Kate let out a sigh. Is that really?
A 12-year-old girl disappeared. I have over a dozen people I'm looking at. One of them may very well be the person who took her. Girls abducted like this are usually dead within short order, but it's possible that she's still alive, if we can find her in time.
Kate could read the tension in AJ's voice. She glanced up at the clock at the end of the hall. It was already getting late in the afternoon. She needed to order security details for Theo and the other executives, but that wouldn't take long. Brian would get other people in on the breach to see what they could find, but knowing a little about how those things worked, she figured that the chance of them learning anything helpful was about 0. On one condition, Kate said.
Condition? What condition?
Kate paced a ways down the hall and back. AJ, I don't know if what I did last night was real. I don't know how it could be. Maybe it was some kind of fluke. It doesn't make any sense to me. Last night it kind of did, but today...
So what is it you want?
I want you to test me, like you did with John. You know, with photos of convicted killers mixed in with normal people. I need to know if what I did last night was real or if I'm imagining things. I don't want to point someone out for you unless I'm sure in my own mind that I'm not imagining that someone looks guilty. I want to know for certain that what happened last night wasn't only real, but that it's reliable. I'm willing to help, but first, I have to be convinced myself.
Of course,
AJ said immediately. When and where? AJ was silent for a moment as she considered.
I have a small office at home. I didn't keep any of this kind of stuff at the station for fear that someone might come across it and start asking questions. That could have exposed John. Come over to my place. I gave you my card. My address is on it.
Kate had already pulled out the detective's card and was looking at the address beside the printed badge. I have to do a few quick things here at work, then I'll be on my way, she said. But rush hour traffic has already started, so it will take me a while to get there.
I'm still at work, too. My husband is at home making a big pan of lasagna. Have dinner with us. After we have a quick bite to eat, you and I can go in my office, lock the door, and look into the eyes of the devil. All right?
All right, Kate said, smiling a little at the way AJ tried to lighten what was a dark and serious subject. As long as I know for sure that I'm not just guessing.
I need you to be sure, too. The same way as I needed to be sure about John. If you aren't sure, then it just sends a lot of officers and resources off on a wild goose chase that lets the real killer get farther away.
That's my fear. I'll be there as soon as I can. Chapter 19.
Perfect timing, AJ said as she opened the door. I just got home myself, and my husband says his specialty is done to perfection. She rolled a hand in invitation. Come on in.
The aroma of the lasagna filled the air and reminded Kate that she'd only taken the time to eat a protein bar for lunch. With it being a chilly night, the warmth that enveloped her when she stepped inside felt welcoming too. It was a bit jarring to see the detective in jeans and a sweater. They showed off her shape better than the suit she wore for work. Kate hadn't taken the time to go home and change, so she felt overdressed. Sorry to be asking you to do this before I help you, Kate said.
Don't be.
AJ glanced back over her shoulder.
To tell you the truth, I could use the reassurance myself.
Kate nodded in relief as she followed the detective through the entry hall. A stairway immediately to the right had a varnished handrail that looked to have been restored with care. The living room opening up from the entry had a couple of comfortable leather couches and chairs on a beautiful area rug that was mostly black with gold patterns flecked with green. The heavy glass coffee table had an arrangement of white silk flowers along with several colorful plastic toy trucks. A big TV, now dark, sat at the far end of the room. To the right, a broad archway in the living room opened to the dining room beyond. The small dining table was set, and there was already a salad bowl in the center. You have a lovely home, Kate said.
Thanks. It's a good castle to come home to.
A big man, holding a pan with oven mitts, came in through a swinging door from the kitchen.
Kate, this is my husband, Mike. And that shadow behind him is Ryan.
He smiled over at them as he set down the pan of lasagna, then pulled off the mitts as he came over to shake Kate's hand. She didn't know what she had been expecting, but he fit the bill of a husband for a woman like AJ. Mike Janek was a wall of a man, a formidable force moving through the house that almost seemed too small for him. His dark blue t-shirt had trouble containing the bulk of his muscles, especially his neck, shoulders, and arms. His powerful upper body narrowed down to a trim waist. He was a big, broad force looming over her.
I'm sorry about your brother, Mike said with sincere concern on his well-defined features.
He wasn't handsome the way a male model was handsome, or the way TV stars were handsome. He was handsome in the way that a big, intimidating, powerful-looking soldier was handsome. But it was his brown eyes that held her breath in. She had never seen eyes like his. They were the eyes of a killer. And yet, they weren't. She wondered if maybe she thought his eyes looked like those of a killer because he was so physically intimidating. It was a bewildering mixed signal. It made Kate feel unsure of her ability to actually know the truth about the guilt of a person from their photograph. The night before, with a relatively small sampling, it had seemed to work. Kate was rattled, seeing in his eyes that he had killed people. She couldn't understand it. "Thank you," Kate said. Her hand felt impossibly small in his big fist. She was thankful he didn't squeeze too hard. He tilted his head.
Come on, and have a seat. Dinner is served.
He put a hand on his boy's head of sandy-colored hair, the way one might grasp a basketball.
Ryan, say hi to Kate.
Ryan smiled and said hi from the safety of his father's shadow. You left your trucks on the coffee table, AJ told her son. Is that where they belong when you're done playing with them?
Yes,
Ryan said, with open mischief in his grin as he twisted his fingers together, but it was only a brief moment before a look from his mother had him running off to collect the trucks. On the way to the table, Kate said, "So, Mike, do you cook professionally?" He let out an easy laugh.
No. I'm afraid my family would have to live in the car if they had to depend on my cooking ability to earn us a living. I have a few specialties I like to make from time to time when AJ is going to be home late, but they're the limit of my cooking talent. I'm a personal trainer."
AJ gave him a friendly slap on the back on their way toward the table. "A personal trainer to the stars. He earns enough at it for me to be able to afford to be a cop. He used to be an Army Ranger, so he gets retirement from that as well."
"Ancient history," he said with a sigh. "Now I get to tell other people what to do. Not that they listen. I have to admit that I miss the days when I could shoot my customers."
Kate wondered how much truth there was to that, and if maybe that was what she saw in his eyes. A lot of soldiers had killed people in the wars in the Middle East. It was a different look than in the photos she had seen. Not as frightening. As Mike dished out lasagna and salad while Ryan commented on a stream of subjects from TV programs to the tooth that recently had come out, Kate couldn't help but think how much she missed a family around the dinner table. She asked Ryan what he wanted to be when he grew up. He said he wanted to be a police officer and arrest bad guys, and that he wanted to have teeth. He pointed out 2 missing front teeth. His mother told him to put his remaining teeth to good use and eat. Dinner was filled with small talk and easy conversation about the incidental things in life. It felt good. Kate could tell, though, that AJ wanted to get on with the important business at hand. Ryan, busy chewing, quietly looked back and forth between the adults as they talked about work and traffic and the price jump in coffee. Kate had trouble thinking about anything but the task ahead, of looking into the eyes of murderers. She didn't know if she was more afraid of seeing murderers in the photos or of not seeing them. In her job, any edge over bad people was an asset. Any kind of information was a weapon to get to the guilty party. She liked having an edge over people who didn't see her coming, didn't know what she knew. So, from that standpoint, she was hoping it worked. When dinner had finally ended, Mike offered to make some coffee. AJ stood and laid her napkin on the table. "How about you bring us some in a little while? We have some work to do." Kate stood as well. "Thanks. Maybe later, like AJ says." Mike shrugged. "Okay. Ryan and me will clean up. Right, partner?" "Right," Ryan said with a firm nod and a grin. Kate had to smile at the way he looked like a perpetually happy kid. Kate couldn't help thinking of the contrasts of a happy kid, good parents, a loving family, a soldier who'd had to kill people, and a police officer who dealt with dead bodies and murderers all day long. It was a struggle between good and evil in uneasy balance. She also couldn't help thinking that AJ had asked her to come to see if she could recognize killers, and she had already seen one. Chapter 20. Down the hallway, AJ used a key to unlock a room on the right, opposite the bathroom. When she pulled the key out of the deadbolt lock, she gestured farther down the hall. "The master bedroom is down at the end. Ryan's room along with a guest room are upstairs. I have to keep this locked to keep a certain curious little boy from messing things up in here." The detective flicked on the light switch. It looked like a spare bedroom that had been made into an office. The walls had been painted a deep dark brown, giving the room a serious, professional cast. There was a tall gun safe in the corner, tall enough for long guns. Boxes of ammo were lined up across the top of the safe. This was not a cheerful place. It was a place that meant business. Against the wall with the door stood black metal shelves holding semi-clear plastic tubs, all the same size. They appeared mostly to contain stacks of paper. Some were labeled, some not. Opposite the shelves was an older oak desk, its side up against a window. There was a space underneath so a person could sit on either side with their legs under the middle. AJ gestured to one of the chairs.
"Why don't you have a seat?"
While she sat in an old wooden chair with arms, AJ pulled down several translucent tubs from a top shelf.
"How do you want to do this?"
"What do you mean?" Kate asked. AJ set 2 plastic tubs on the end of the desk.
"Do you want to see batches at a time, like we did at your house last night? Or should I just get them all out at the same time? You tell me how you want to look at them."
Kate flicked her hair back over her shoulder. "I think the best way would be if you test me with all the photos you have, all the ones you showed John. If you have more than that, show those to me too. I want to see everything. There's no real purpose in separating them into batches, unless there's some reason you want them in separate batches, some kind of order you want to keep them in." AJ shook her head as she set another tub on top of the 2 already there and pried off the lid. She took out all the blocks of photos and removed their rubber bands. She started stacking the photos on the desk in loose piles.
"I have a ton of photos of witnesses, a lot more than photos of convicted criminals. No need to worry about keeping any of them together or keeping them in any order. Their only real value is with you. I guess that without really knowing it, this is the reason I've been collecting them all."
"How many murderers are there in all of these photos?"
"Enough,"
was all AJ said. She clicked on a desk lamp and extended it up out of the way to give them room, then pulled up a rolling office chair and sat down on the opposite side of the desk. Kate pulled several of the piles close. "Does it matter if I pull some out and don't put them back in where they were with the others?"
"No,"
AJ said as she leaned in on her elbows.
"Do whatever you want, however you want. There's no reason any of them have to stay in any particular place. They're random photos."
She set the empty tub to Kate's right.
"The ones you've looked at we can put in here. When it's full, I'll put it away and give you another empty tub."
As she picked up a batch of photos off one of the piles, Kate felt like she was once again descending down into some kind of psychic black hole, afraid of what she might find, afraid of what she might not find. Some part of her was afraid that it was going to work again, but some bigger part of her was afraid that it might not. As shocking as the experience the night before had been, she'd had time to think about it, so she was more prepared this time. This time, she knew what to expect. This time, she planned to use her knack to compartmentalize information, to prioritize, in order to focus her attention on what was most material. Kate looked at the first photo, saw nothing out of the ordinary, and laid the photo down like she was placing a card on the table. "Here we go," she said. "Down the rabbit hole." Elbows on the table, AJ locked her fingers together as she leaned in a little to be able to see the faces on the photos Kate laid down. Kate started a bit slow, taking a few seconds to look at each of the first photos. It wasn't long, though, before she was moving through the photos quickly, dismissing each face she saw in less than a second. Because she wasn't seeing anything that brought her to an abrupt halt, she began to worry that she might not be giving each face adequate time to register. But that notion was swiftly dispelled when the first killer met her gaze. Not allowing herself to be overwhelmed by an emotional reaction like the first time, she made sure to not merely look at their eyes, but to take in their whole face. Kate only paused briefly before putting that first photo of a killer face down beside the face-up stack she had already looked through. AJ made no comment and showed no reaction. In fact, Kate didn't really know if AJ saw the face of the hollow-cheeked man before she placed it face down on the table. There were some notes on the back, but Kate didn't try to read them. She made her way through photo after photo, not letting the memory of the one she had put face down slow her. This time, she was determined not to let the eyes of any killer disrupt her task or prevent her from seeing everything about them. At the next photo that momentarily hit her with that same jolt of recognition, she put it face down atop the first she had already set to the side and continued on almost without pause. She was able to disregard that momentary recognition of evil and go back to looking at faces, mostly of men. Kate moved methodically, looking at all of the photos in her hand one at a time, as if looking at cards, and setting them down on the pile, face up, when the card wasn't useful. She moved through the stacks quickly, taking a fresh handful without pause. When the stack of photos she had been through had grown big enough, AJ pulled it away and put it in the tub to the side. Every once in a great while, Kate would meet the eyes she knew to be those of a killer. One of them was a stocky woman with dark hair pulled back into a ponytail, the different lengths and stray strands sticking out in disarray. That photo she placed on a second pile. She noticed that she had already placed another one in that second pile. Before long, she put a photo she encountered face down in a third pile. She was beginning to understand why. That third pile helped her move more quickly. AJ sat stone-faced as she watched. Kate was so absorbed in the photos that at one point she glanced up and noticed that AJ had a cup of coffee. There was another with a carton of cream beside it. Kate didn't really want any coffee. She felt driven to look into all the faces. As she put the last photo in her hands down, face up on the stack before her, she looked up at AJ. "I need some more." "That's all of them. You've looked at them all." Kate blinked. "How long has it been?" AJ reached out and took away the last face-up stack. "An hour and 45 minutes. She put the stack in the plastic tub. After replacing the tub on the top shelf, she sat down, looking into Kate's eyes. "Not one of the ones you put in the face-up stacks was a killer. Not one. You didn't miss a single one." Kate glanced at the 3 piles lying face down to the side. The one in the middle was bigger than the one on the left, and the pile on the far right was bigger yet. "The real question is, are there any innocent people in those piles?" Kate asked. "Did I get any wrong?" "Well, let's see." AJ picked up the first pile and looked at each one, turning each over after looking at the face to read what was written on the back. "These are all killers," she announced after a time. "Serious, nasty killers. They've all been convicted and are in prison. One has already been executed. I hope to God that none of these monsters ever get out to kill again." Kate pushed the second pile across the desk. "What about these?" AJ was watching her again. "Why did you put these in a different pile?" "Because they're a different kind of killer." AJ's brow drew down over her dark eyes. "Different?" "That's right. Different." AJ finally looked at each face and then read the back. "They are different," she finally said. She turned around the last photo of the woman with the wild hair. "This woman, for example, killed her husband. It wasn't the killing of a stranger or anything like that. They fought all the time. One day when he was drunk on his ass and she was a bit drunk herself, she shot him. It was spur of the moment, but had been building." "That's how they are different," Kate said. "They aren't premeditated murders of a stranger or a particular type of victim. They were a different kind of killing. Someone they knew, probably knew quite well, like a wife or girlfriend. The first stack were predators. These people aren't predators. Still, they are killers." "And what about the third pile?" AJ asked as she picked it up. bad people, Kate said. In some cases, very bad people. Some of them very well might one day kill, but they haven't killed anyone yet. They haven't crossed that line. AJ went through the stack, announcing some of the crimes associated with the person in each photo. This guy is an armed robber. This one does home invasions, leaving the victims terrorized. This one pistol-whipped a store clerk in the course of an armed robbery. This one and this one, both violent rapists, but they never killed their victims. This guy stabbed his wife in the legs several times with the intent of crippling her to keep her from going out and seeing other men, but he didn't intend on killing her. A bunch of these are men who beat their wives or girlfriends to a bloody pulp. Robbery, burglary, arson, she ticked off as she shuffled through the photos. Her gaze finally turned up after she'd looked at the last one. How were you able to tell the difference? Kate shook her head. I wish I knew. I can just see that they're cruel. In the others, I can see in their eyes that they've crossed that line and murdered someone. What made you put these here in the first pile? Kate felt somewhat shaken and uneasy. They're altogether different. They're the ones that John would have said were the devil. AJ let out a deep breath as she drummed her fingers on the desk, looking down at the 3 piles. Well? Kate finally asked. How did I do? AJ looked up, staring at her again in that way that was so unsettling. You passed the test, she said in a low voice. Kate wanted more detail than that. What grade do I get? You get a 100. You didn't get a single one wrong. Not once. Not a single innocent person, not a single killer, not a single violent criminal. Not one. Has your husband killed people? AJ showed no reaction to the question. He was a sniper in Afghanistan. And you've never had to shoot anyone to defend yourself. It was a statement, not a question. No. I'm just a detective. I've only had to draw my gun a few times over the years. I've never had to kill anyone. That had answered Kate's last 2 questions. Okay. Now I have 100%. AJ wiped a weary hand across her face. I guess I hadn't thought about the 2 of us. Kate sat back, taking a deep breath as if coming out of a daze. What about the missing girl? AJ got up and pulled a manila envelope out from under her jacket on a lounge chair. She tossed the envelope on the table. Kate opened the envelope and took out the small stack of photos. Without asking any questions or waiting for instructions, she started shuffling through the photos, tossing the ones that didn't mean anything to her across the table toward AJ, as if she were dealing cards. Near the end of the stack, she pulled out 2 photographs, and then finished looking at the rest. These 2, she said, with 1 finger on each, as she slid the photos across the desk so that AJ could see them. Shit, AJ said under her breath. She pulled her phone out of a pocket, unlocked it, and then hit a number in speed dial. It's AJ, she said when someone answered. Pick up the Dominguez couple. Yes, both of them. Yes, I'm serious. Get them down to the station. There was a pause. Never mind that. Just get them each into an interrogation room. I'm on my way. When she hung her phone up, Kate asked, Who are they? AJ looked at her a long moment. A man and his wife who are doing a remodeling job on the front porch of a house a few doors down the street from the missing girl. The husband does most of the work. The wife is his gopher. AJ threw her straw-colored faux alligator leather jacket around her shoulders and stuffed an arm through a sleeve. I have to go. Thanks, Kate. You don't know how much this means to me, everything you did. But I gotta go. The girl is already dead, Kate said. AJ froze, her other arm partway into the sleeve of her jacket. How could you know that? I can see it in their eyes. They have no empathy. They're bad people and have been for a long, long time, but this was their first kill. They just jumped from the third pile to the first. They skipped right over the middle pile. I think their intent was to ask for ransom. The man is somewhat mentally retarded. He raped the girl. Raped her? How do you know that? Kate blinked at a question about something that was so obvious to her. Haven't you ever looked into a man's eyes and known that if given the chance, and if he could be reasonably sure he could get away with it, he would rape you? AJ frowned as she stared. No. Oh. I thought everyone could tell that. No, they can't. What about the rest of it? Like I said, the husband has limited mental ability. He acts on impulse. He's raped before. The wife got some kind of perverted pleasure out of hurting the daughter of a rich family. The husband had sex on his mind. The wife thought the girl was getting what she deserved. The husband's urges overran his sense of self-preservation. The wife is the one who decided they needed to kill the girl, but the husband took part. They used knives. Knives? Kate nodded. These two are monsters. Now they've killed for the first time. The barrier is gone. It will come easier for them the next time. You could read all of that in their eyes? AJ asked as she finished shoving her arm through her sleeve. Just from their photo? Feeling a bit self-conscious and not wanting to oversell what she could see, Kate shrugged one shoulder. I could see that he's a rapist. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. But she knew that was exactly how it went. She could see it in her mind's eye. She could see the girl, naked from the waist down, after being raped, screaming in terror as the two started cutting her. AJ leaned down. How can you know all this? John couldn't do that. He couldn't do it because he didn't have the intellect to evaluate what he was looking at. He could only react emotionally to what he saw. He was so overwhelmed with fear that he couldn't really get beyond it. I can. AJ pulled her car keys from a jacket pocket. Kate, you give me goosebumps. Thanks for this, but I've got to get down to the station. If you're right, I have to get a confession out of them so we can recover the body. If you're right, the girl they butchered and her family deserve at least that much. Chapter 21. Kate let out a weary sigh as she latched the deadbolt on her front door. All she wanted to do was fall into bed and go to sleep. The day before, she'd gotten up early to catch the flight back from Dallas, only to come home to see Wilma in a coma in the hospital, and then to be dropped into the middle of her brother's murder scene. Later that evening, she had been shaken by AJ's revelations of what John could do, and further by the revelation of what she could also do. After such a terrible day, she had gotten little sleep. She couldn't help imagining how terrified John must have been, all alone and helpless. She couldn't help feeling guilty. Her first day back at the office, as always, had been busy, long, and tiring, and upsetting when she learned that Wilma had died. 2 people she knew, murdered. She changed that to 3 people. Her Uncle Everett made it 3. She was also concerned about a hacker going after executive information, after her information. She wondered who had the file with her name, and why. Kate didn't like unexplained connections. It felt like events were rushing headlong at her. Besides the things she needed to catch up on at work, her brother's funeral was going to be in a few days. The people at the Clarkson Center had liked John. Kate was sure that some of them would want to go to his funeral. On top of all that, she hadn't realized how draining it would be to look through all the photos at AJ's house, or to look into the face of so much evil. In the back of her mind, she was also upset over learning that John had been working with AJ to identify murderers. She could certainly understand AJ's reasoning, yet, despite the precautions AJ had taken, Kate knew that it had somehow put John into the clutches of a killer. She remembered that AJ had said she had learned from the book by Jack Rains that not only were there rare people like John and Kate who could look at a killer and know them for what they were, there were equally rare predators who were able to recognize people with that ability, and they wanted very much to eliminate them. The fact that the killer had removed John's eyes was no coincidence. She didn't know how he had found John, but Kate knew that it had to be that kind of killer who had murdered her brother, one who was able to see John's ability. But how had he found out about John? A sensation of icy dread suddenly washed through her as she realized what had been nagging at her. The photos of Kate that had been on the refrigerator at John's house were older photos that John had taken himself with his old, simple film camera. He'd had the negatives developed at the nearby drugstore. When Kate had gone through the house with AJ the night of the murder, those photos had been missing. There were predators who could recognize her ability to see them for what they were. Kate felt as if her heart had come up into her throat. If she could see evil, then evil could see her. And the photos of her that had been on the refrigerator at her brother's house were now missing. It had to be that the predator who had recognized and killed John for his special kind of vision had taken those photos because of what he also saw in Kate's eyes. The devil had her picture. The lamp on the side table beside the couch suddenly clicked on. Kate jumped. She put a hand over her hammering heart as she realized that the lamp was on a timer. With the shades drawn, it was meant to look from the outside like someone was home. In the gloom, she saw the red light still blinking on the answering machine. She hadn't bothered to stop long enough to check that message and erase it. She saw that there were now 3 messages. Kate just wanted to brush her teeth, take off her makeup, maybe take a quick shower if she could muster the energy to stand that long, and go to bed. She knew that she needed to sleep in order to be able to think clearly. She headed for the kitchen to set down her laptop and plug it in to charge for the night. As she walked into the kitchen, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of something moving outside the window over the nook. She set down her computer case and peered out the window, but with the under-counter lights on, she couldn't really see much out the window. She wondered if the door on the shed had come unfastened. The wind sometimes worked the latch loose. She flipped open the deadbolt, thinking she ought to run out back and secure the shed door. She opened the kitchen door enough to stick her head out, trying to see better. She couldn't really tell if the door on the shed at the far end of the backyard was closed or not. Fitful gusts of wind clattered branches together, sounding like bones rattling. She hated windy nights. She debated whether the shed door was important enough for her to go stumbling out in the dark and risk breaking her neck tripping over a tree root. The light over the back door had burned out, and she hadn't gotten around to changing the bulb. She tried to remember where she'd left the flashlight last, but she was too tired to think. The shed door might bang around a little if the wind picked up, but it wasn't going to blow off. She decided to go to bed instead. She shut the kitchen door and turned the deadbolt. Curiosity, or maybe it was merely an ingrained sense of obligation, finally got the better of her on the way out of the kitchen. She pressed the play button on the answering machine. A mechanical voice reported the time and date. The first message had been from several days before Kate had returned from Dallas.
"Miss Bishop," a voice said. "My name is Jack Rains."
Kate was instantly wide awake.
I'm an acquaintance of your Uncle Everett. As I'm sure you must know by now, he was murdered a few weeks ago. I only just found out that Everett had relatives. If no one has informed you yet, then I apologize for being the one to bring you the news this way.
It was a bad cell connection, and it was hard to hear. Kate leaned closer to the phone.
Miss Bishop, I'd really like to talk to you as soon as possible.
There was a pause, as if he wanted to add something, then changed what he had intended to say.
Please call me as soon as possible.
Kate stood stiff and wide-eyed as he gave his name again and his phone number. Why would Jack Rains be calling her? AJ said that it had been difficult for her to contact him.
Please, he added, call me as soon as you can.
She wondered if he wanted to tell her something about her Uncle Everett, or possibly about his murder. Kate had intended to talk to AJ about Jack Rains after dinner and after looking at the photos. Kate had wanted to ask about the reviews from law enforcement personnel that said Jack Rains was a phony or a detective wannabe, and that he didn't know what he was talking about. AJ had seemed to think a lot of him. Kate wanted to know why there was such a discrepancy. But the photos had been the priority, and then AJ had left in such a rush there hadn't been time to bring it up. She thought, from what AJ had told her, that Jack Rains might be able to provide better explanations, or at least context, for what she and John were able to do, but the reviews had caused her to dismiss Jack Rains as a legitimate authority. Kate pressed the play button for the next message. It had been left the day before. It was also from Jack Rains, and nearly identical. The connection was much better this time. His voice struck her as intelligent and sincere. Kate had dealt with people who sounded intelligent and sincere, but turned out to be con artists of one sort or another. People who were stealing from K-Dex or up to no good of some kind could almost always make their excuses sound perfectly reasonable. That type of person was good at sounding convincing, much the way serial killers were often charming. Maybe that had been what fooled AJ. Maybe the reviewers who were real criminal profilers were right about the book. Or maybe they were the ones deceiving readers. With trembling fingers, Kate pressed the play button for the final message. It had been left earlier that day, but it started a little differently.
Miss Bishop, I realize that I must sound like a crackpot or something, and that's probably why you're not returning my calls. But it's very important that I speak with you. I don't want to explain why on an answering machine. Please call me as soon as possible.
She could read the stress in his voice. He again left his phone number. Kate played the last message over so she could write the number on the back of AJ's business card. After thinking about it a moment, she pulled out her phone and also added it to her contacts list. Her name and number were blocked, so if she did decide to call him on her cell, he wouldn't be able to see her number. Because of the nature of her security position, her number and home address were unlisted. The people she dealt with knew to give out her office phone number and not her cell number. If someone called K-Dex wanting to speak with her and she was away from the office, they connected the call to her cell rather than give out her number, or they took a message. She usually returned calls on the landline in her office. K-Dex computer security people had seen to it that the cell number had never appeared on the internet search sites where such information was typically available. Brian, ever watchful over her, had gone to even greater lengths to ensure that she was invisible and to a certain extent off the grid. That was probably why Jack Rains had called her home phone. It was an old number that he might have gotten at her Uncle Everett's place. She hadn't spoken to her uncle in years, and he wouldn't have known her cell number, but he might have had her home phone number. It also occurred to her that the hacker who had lifted her personnel file had gotten garbage information. Her cell phone in that file was wrong, so whoever stole that file wouldn't have been able to call her cell, but they might have been able to find the old number of her landline. Kate reminded herself that Everett had been murdered. John had been murdered. She unlocked her phone and with her thumb scrolled through her contacts list. She stopped at a listing under S and pressed the cell number. After it rang half a dozen times, he answered. "Jeff Steele." "Jeff, it's Kate Bishop."
"Kate, good to hear your voice. Kind of late for you to be calling. Are you checking up on your friend from Dallas?"
"No, this is about something else." Because Jeff Steele had occasionally pulled off the seemingly impossible for her, Kate sometimes called him her man of steel. He was the one she called with difficult security situations. She had one of those now. His tone immediately changed.
"What is it? You sound upset."
"I need a favor."
"Anything. I owe you more than one. What can I do for you?"
"Can you please find out what you can about a man named Jack Raines? Raines.
"Jack Raines. Got it. What's this about? What kind of trouble is he causing for Kate-X?"
Kate hesitated. "It's nothing like that," she said. "Could you please just find out what you can for me?"
"Not a problem."
"The sooner the better."
"Are you in some kind of trouble? Is this guy causing you—"
"No, it's not that," Kate said as she paced across the living room, holding the back of her neck with her free hand. She cleared her throat. "My brother was murdered."
"John? John was murdered?"
"Yes, just yesterday. I found out about it when I got back into town yesterday."
"Good Lord, Kate. I'm really sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do? Anything at all, just name it."
"Yes. Find out what you can about Jack Raines for me."
"Do you think he's involved in the murder somehow?"
"No, it's nothing like that. This is about something else. I've become friends with the detective working on my brother's murder. She told me about a book called A Brief History of Evil written by Jack Raines, but I don't know if the guy's legit. She only mentioned it because she thought it might explain some things about my brother."
"What kind of things?"
Kate pressed trembling fingers to her forehead, doing her best to hold back tears. "Jeff, I'm exhausted. Can we talk about it once you see if you can find anything on Mr. Raines?"
"Sure. Sorry, Kate. You get some rest. I'm on it. I'll call you."
"Thanks, Jeff," she said, before pressing the end call tile. With the back of the hand that held her phone, she wiped a tear from her cheek on her way down the hallway. She turned off the hall lights, then sat on the edge of her bed and opened the bottom drawer of the nightstand. She slid her fingers into the recesses of the safe and let her muscle memory quickly press each finger in the correct sequence. The safe door popped open. She reached in for her semi-automatic handgun. As she lifted it, she slid her trigger finger over the raised indicator behind the ejection port, confirming that it had a round chambered. She always kept it loaded and ready to fire, but she still always checked. It had been Jeff Steele who suggested she get a gun, a Glock 19 in particular. It was difficult to legally possess a gun in Chicago, but Jeff had helped her get through the tangle of legal requirements so that she had all the proper permits. He had also used his contacts to get her proper instruction on using the weapon. She set the gun on her nightstand before going into the bathroom to get ready for bed. She knew. The devil was on the hunt. Chapter 22. Late in the afternoon the next day, Kate finally had time to head down to the 10th floor. As she walked past the long stretch of glass panes, past the rows of servers continuously humming away at their work, she thought about how all the while, every moment of every day, they were ceaselessly being attacked from all around the planet. Most people didn't realize that computer security was a losing war. There was no longer anything in the digital realm that hadn't been successfully attacked. Nothing was secure anymore. Now it was a matter of damage control. It really was the modern equivalent of the Huns rupturing every crack in the defensive walls, swarming over the civilized world, and leaving ruin and destruction in their wake. It at least felt good to walk after sitting all day in long meetings with various departments, going over laundry lists of issues. At the top of the list of general security concerns had been executive security in particular. The nature of the breach Brian had discovered was certainly sobering. Even though the intruder had gotten into only one of Brian's honeypots and had stolen only useless, fictitious information, it was worrisome that it had been executives the hacker had gone after. Executives on that list had been made aware of what had happened, and that security in general had been heightened. Walking into Brian's cave, she hoped to hear that he had learned something useful. If it was an intrusion from overseas, it was somewhat less of an immediate threat. But since Brian thought that it was an individual or small group, if the hack originated somewhere in the Midwest, and especially in the Chicago area, it was cause for immediate concern. The monitors were off in Brian's cave. There was no telling how long he had been gone. She glanced up at the clock and saw that it was 5:30. The day had flown by before she had realized it. Since Brian kept odd hours, she knew he could easily be at home asleep and not show up until the dead of night. Even if he was awake, working from a laptop at home, he usually left his phone turned off. For someone so fused into the world of technology, he remained oddly divorced from its most useful purposes. When her own phone rang, Kate pulled it out and saw that it was AJ. She leaned a hip against the counter in Brian's empty cave and clasped her elbow with her free hand as she held the phone up to her ear with the other. Kate resisted the temptation to start out by asking if the detective had found John's killer. "Hi, AJ."
Hi, Kate. I just wanted to check in and see how you're doing.
Kate knew by the sound of the woman's voice that she had something more on her mind than checking up to see how Kate was feeling. As sympathetic as AJ was about John's murder, she was also determined and focused in her job. Kate wondered if AJ had an urgent case and wanted her to look at more photos. "I'm good. What's up?"
Hey, listen, Kate. Ryan had such a good time with you last night. We'd like you to come spend the night with us. We have a nice guest room.
Kate was momentarily mute with surprise. "You want me to come over and have a play date with your son?"
Sure. He'd enjoy that. But more than that, so would Mike and I.
"You know, AJ, I like you and all, but you're a really bad liar." AJ let out a sigh that she wasn't fooling anyone.
Kate, you're all alone. It's a difficult time for you to be alone. Come have pizza with us and spend the night. It will do you good to be around some friendly faces.
Kate's suspicious nature had already kicked in. "On one condition."
What do you mean? What condition?
"Only if you tell me the truth of why you want me to spend the night at your house." In the silence, Kate wondered if the call had been dropped. "AJ, all I'm hearing are crickets." AJ finally answered.
"We caught the guy who killed Wilma."
Kate's weight came off the table as she stood up straight. "You got him? That's great! But what does that have to do with me spending the night at your place?" Again there was a pause before the detective finally answered.
Other than a small amount of money, the guy didn't have anything on him. No wallet, no ID. Nothing else. Except a piece of paper with your name and the address of Cadex.
"My name?"
That's right.
"Let me guess. Curly, bleached blonde hair, brown eyes, 5'10" or so, wearing baggy blue shorts and a Dare t-shirt, black with red lettering.
How the hell do you know that?
Swag.
Swag?
Scientific wild-ass guess. I bet he says his name is Bob.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, he did. But I'm pretty sure that's not his real name. We're running his prints to see if we can identify him.
You said it was nearly impossible to catch the guys in these kinds of random attacks. How did you get him?
We found a surveillance camera in the lobby of the building next door, and we got lucky. There was a mirror on the wall beside the entrance where the camera was aimed. We caught the whole thing from the reflection in that mirror. From that, we knew what he looked like. An alert officer spotted the guy hanging around the area, just around the corner from the KDEX entrance. Since he had your name in his pocket and was lurking around where you work, I suspect he got so frustrated waiting to catch you the other day and took his frustration out on Wilma. I think that he came back looking for you.
Kate felt a pang of anguish for Wilma being in the wrong place at the wrong time, along with a dose of fear for herself. Why was he looking for me?
That's the question that really worries me. The guy isn't talking. Won't say a word, except that he wants a lawyer. And medical attention.
Medical attention? For what?
He has a broken bone in his hand. It's pretty swollen. Small wonder, considering how hard he hit Wilma.
Do you have enough to convict him?
It was a swarm attack, as it often is in these cases. There were 7 guys in all, but when the guy who attacked Wilma swung around with the force of hitting her, there are several frames with some pretty clear shots of his face.
I hope he gets locked up for life.
Me too. But that's not what concerns me at the moment. What worries me is why he had your name on him when he killed a woman where you work, and why he was hanging around there again.
Do you think he could be the guy who killed John?
No, he has a pretty good alibi for that.
What's his alibi?
John's killer was chained up, so it couldn't be the same guy we arrested. Unless this guy unchained himself, went downtown, attacked Wilma, then went back and locked himself up again in John's basement, then escaped a second time and killed John, and then came back to your offices again. I'm not ruling anything out, but with all the DNA evidence at John's house from the paper plates the guy was eating off of, it will be easy enough to eliminate this Bob as the one chained up in the basement. Are there any security cases you're working on that would make someone want you dead? Maybe the case you had in Dallas?
Kate shook her head. I don't think so. The cases I deal with are generally petty theft and white-collar crime. There are sometimes bigger criminals involved, like in Dallas, but that guy is in the custody of the Army.
You're sure they still have him?
I would have heard had he been released. AJ sighed into the phone.
Well, right now what has me the most concerned is that I don't know what's going on, or why. Someone killed John, and now this guy who murdered Wilma has your name in his pocket. Until we can start connecting the dots, I'd feel a lot better if he were sleeping at my house, where I know you will be safe.
Isn't it outside of police policy for an officer to be unofficially protecting someone in their home? AJ huffed a laugh.
Get real. We're already well outside department procedure and official policy here. I'm certainly not going to report that I have you staying at my house. Don't be stubborn about this, Kate. I don't like thinking about you sleeping all alone in your house right now. I think the real guy who killed your brother is still out there. And now this second killer had your name in his pocket. I don't know why. Until we can catch the guy who killed John, come stay at my house, where Mike and I will know you're safe. All right?
Kate couldn't help thinking about John's killer having photos of her, or the way she had thought she saw something out the kitchen window, and the way she felt when she had tried to go to sleep after putting her gun on the nightstand. It had probably been some trash blowing around in the wind, but still. "What kind of pizza are you having?" AJ chuckled.
"Whatever kind you want. Name it. As long as it's Mike's special vegetarian pizza that he says builds strong bodies. There's plenty. He always makes several. It's enough to have leftovers for a few days."
AJ, I had several messages left for me on my home phone.
"From who?"
Jack Rains. He wants me to call him.
"I haven't yet."
Kate leaned her shoulder against the doorframe. She saw one of the K-Dex security personnel down at the far end of the hall. He was standing at ease, hands clasped in front, watching her. Plainclothes security was watching all the executives.
"AJ, I'm hearing crickets again. Why does he want you to call him?"
He only said that it was important.
How did he jump from me telling him about John, without me giving him John's name, to calling you?
That's what had me concerned. He mentioned that he was an acquaintance of my Uncle Everett, though. So maybe that has something to do with it.
The same Uncle Everett who was murdered a few weeks ago?
That would be the one. But we have different last names.
If you have different last names, how did Jack Rains connect your uncle to you?
I don't know. Everett's lawyer contacted me about the will, so maybe the lawyer told him about me. Maybe he only wants to tell me about my uncle for some reason. Maybe that's all it is. Or maybe my uncle could do what John and I can do. You said that Jack Rains's book claimed this ability is hereditary, that it runs in families.
That could be it, AJ said, deep in thought. He said he's working on a second book that was going to go into more detail about it. Maybe he wants to interview you for research into that book. Did he say anything else?
He left 3 messages. In the third one, he said that it was very important that he speak with me. He said he didn't want to explain why on an answering machine. He asked me to call him as soon as possible.
So why haven't you called him?
Kate hesitated. I don't know. I guess with all the things that have been happening, I'm suspicious of everything. I wanted to talk to you about it first.
Call him. I think he's one of us. I think he's someone we can trust.
I really do.
He understands about people like John, like you. He could end up being a great help to us in understanding what you did last night with those photos.
You really think so?
Yes. You were right about the couple. We got their confession. It went down just about like you said it did. The rape, the knives, all of it.
Kate wanted to bring up what the reviews from law enforcement people and criminal profilers had said about A Brief History of Evil, but if she was going to have dinner with the Janek family and spend the night, it would be better to talk to AJ about it then. They could even go over the reviews online together. Maybe AJ had an explanation for them. Maybe these reviewers were people in the law enforcement bureaucracy, and, as AJ had explained before, such people resented the kinds of things Jack Rains had brought up in his book. Or maybe she would be shocked by them. How about I come over and have dinner with you? We talk about it, and then afterward we can go in your office and call Mr. Rains together.
Perfect. I'd really like to talk to him again. And thanks, Kate.
For what?
For not giving me all that I don't need protection crap.
Kate smiled. I don't know that I need protection as much as I'd like more of Mike's cooking and Ryan's conversation. AJ laughed.
See you when you can get here. Oh, and the neighbors across the street are having a 50th wedding anniversary party. It's going to be a big shindig. They have a large family with lots of children and grandchildren. Besides the ones who live here, they have friends and relatives coming in from around the country.
So, sorry, but you'll probably need to park a block or two away.
All right. Kate glanced up at the clock again. I'll be leaving work soon. As she slipped her phone into her pocket, the security officer started toward her. The security personnel were supposed to blend in and be rather invisible. In his dark gray suit and striped blue tie, Bert looked like he could be any of the business people who worked at KDEX or regularly visited, which was the point, except that perhaps he looked a little too bulky to fit comfortably into the suit. As he came toward her, he looked like he wanted to talk to her about something. Kate met him halfway down the hall. "What's up, Bert?"
"There's a guy waiting for you in your office."
Kate tilted her head toward the man. "A guy? In my office?"
"Says his name is Jack Rains."
Chapter 23. How did he get in the building? Kate asked after a moment of silent brooding as she rode up in the elevator with Bert. Security was supposed to be heightened. Granted, an author hardly seemed like a security threat, but still. Bert glanced over at her.
"I assumed you knew him, or maybe that he was coming."
"Why would you think that?" For the first time, concern darkened his coarse features.
"He told Carlos down at the security desk that he flew into Chicago as soon as he heard about your brother's death. He said it was shocking and awful. He said he was upset, and he could only imagine how upset you were. He asked if you were okay. He said that under the circumstances he couldn't understand why in the world you were at work. To tell you the truth, that's kind of what all of us have been thinking."
Kate looked at the man's face, reflected in the polished brass panel studded with 2 vertical rows of buttons. Better to sit home all alone and cry? Bert arched an eyebrow.
"I guess you have a point. Anyway, he asked Carlos where and when the funeral was taking place. He has a bouquet of flowers. He asked if they had a vase to put them in and asked if they could hold his carry-on bag at the security station. Carlos said yes about holding the bag, but said he would have to ask you about a vase. Then he sent the guy up."
"I see," Kate said, her gaze returning to the doors.
"Is this some kind of problem?"
"No, it isn't that," she said. "It's just that I wasn't expecting him, and since I didn't put him on the schedule, I'm surprised that security let him come up."
"Carlos would have stopped him if he seemed at all like he was any kind of trouble,"
Bert said, his tone echoing her own tension.
"To the contrary, Carlos talked to him for a bit and thought he was a nice guy. Do you want me to escort him from the building?"
Kate waved a hand in a dismissive gesture as the elevator came to a stop and the doors glided apart. Jack Rains had a lot of bad reviews of his book. Maybe he was an awful writer, but that was no reason to treat him like an intruder and throw him out. She and AJ did want to talk to him, after all. Still, the whole thing didn't make any sense. Why was he there, and what did he know about her? How did he know about her? There were too many missing pieces and unexplained connections to suit her. She guessed that there was only one way to get to the bottom of it. After taking a few steps toward her office, Kate turned back. "Do me a favor, Bert?"
"Do you want me to go in with you?"
he guessed, obviously concerned.
"Or maybe go wring Carlos's neck?"
No, it's okay. I've heard of Mr. Rains before. He's an author, and he wrote a book I'm interested in, that's all. But I've never met him, and it's getting late, and it's been a long day. Maybe you could hang around out here for a bit in case I want a way to cut the conversation short so I can go home?"
"Miss Bishop, besides our regular duties of watching for anything suspicious in the building, everyone in security has orders to keep an eye on all the executives. You're my gal today. Consider us engaged until you want to leave. After I escort you to your car, then, if you want, you can give me back the engagement ring. If not, and you want,
I'll go home with you and sit in your living room all night while you sleep." Kate smiled as she nodded. "Okay. Thanks, Bert. And I'll be staying with a friend tonight." First Bert, then AJ. It was reassuring to know that both at work and away from work, she was going to be well protected until they got to the bottom of things. Bert looked like a sentry at a guard post as he stood with his back to the opposite wall not far away. Far enough not to look intrusive, but close enough to watch over her office. He clasped his hands in a relaxed manner. When Kate walked into her office, the man waiting inside stood, and she was abruptly face to face with Jack Rains. She knew, the instant that she looked up into his eyes, that this man was a stone-cold killer. And yet, at the same time, he wasn't. His eyes revealed traits both terrible and tender. He looked crazy dangerous. He looked calm and compassionate. In his eyes she saw barely restrained violence. In his eyes she saw a reasoned, resolute, intelligent man. It was all somehow mixed together in a way that was at once terrifying and captivating. He frightened her, and at the same time made her feel safe. Looking into his eyes took her breath away. It was such a bewildering emotional reaction, unlike any she had ever had before, that she could only stare. She had been expecting to see a dreary, drab author. Jack Rains was anything but dreary and drab. He gazed back, seeming equally transfixed. The way he looked at her made her feel as if he was gazing into her soul, taking the measure of her character. "I can't help being overwhelmed whenever I see eyes like yours," he finally said under his breath, almost as if he didn't realize he was saying it aloud. "Eyes like mine?" He nodded. "Even though I've seen eyes like yours before, I'm never fully prepared whenever I see them again. But I was especially not prepared for yours." Kate didn't know quite what to do. It wasn't like her to be at such a loss for words. More than anything, she wanted to reach out and put her hand on his arm to test if he was real. Given what she saw in his eyes, she had trouble believing he could be real, much in the same way that it was disorienting to see a statue in marble that was so lifelike, so filled with force of personality, that you simply had to touch the cold stone to convince your brain that it wasn't flesh and blood. She resisted the unexpected impulse to touch him. He seemed to grasp her unease and smiled. It was an easy smile, genuine and warm. "I'm sorry." He held out his hand. "I'm Jack Rains." "Kate Bishop," she said, half under her breath, as she looked down at his big hand. Finally, she took his hand and shook it. His grip was reassuringly firm, but not too tight. It somehow conveyed more than any other handshake she'd ever had. His touch seemed to reveal the same mesmerizing contradictions she saw in his eyes. She remembered shaking hands with Matt Fenton, the crooked head of shipping in Dallas she had eventually turned over to Army intelligence. She had told Theo that shaking hands with him had made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Jack Rains's handshake and smile were the polar opposite of that experience. Even so, neither his eyes nor the warmth of his handshake entirely disarmed her. She was already suspicious of too many things to be so simply put at ease. "What do you mean about eyes like mine, Mr. Rains?" "I think you know what I mean," he said with a ghost of a smile. "I do?" His smile grew a little broader,
softening the incisive glint in his eyes, giving her his answer in no uncertain terms. Kate felt the first genuine wave of fear under the gaze of this man. He put her off balance, unlike any man she had ever met before. AJ had read in Jack Raines's book that there was a rare kind of predator who would be able to look into her eyes and recognize her ability. She wondered if this was one of those rare predators. She wondered if he was looking at her as prey. Was she a mere mouse in a meadow, gazing up at a raptor plummeting down toward her? And yet, his eyes were markedly different from those of the cold-blooded killers she had seen in photos, even if he did share traits with them. But then again, she was no expert in such matters, so how was she to know that such a rare predator wouldn't strike her in this very way? She was suddenly acutely aware of the distance to the door of her office, and Bert out in the hall. What was perhaps most surprising was that Jack Raines seemed to be a man not the least bit interested in the affectation of a conversational dance, and by the way he started without any pretense, he wanted her to know as much. She didn't know if that represented benevolent purpose or a window into lethal intent. Whatever he was, she knew that she had never met a man like him before. Most men had always struck her as rather dull and hollow, or, at most, one-dimensional. None had ever sparked anything in her, any kind of emotional response. She often wondered if it was just her. She often feared that there was something missing in her, and she was simply incapable of caring. In the back of her mind, though, she had always thought that a man like this, with eyes possessing such mystique, a man who could have such an effect on her, must exist. But until that moment, she had never met one. Kate finally forced herself to break his gaze, to take her hand back in order to close the door. She retreated into her analytical mode and deliberately made herself ignore his eyes in order to take in the rest of him, much the way she had done with the photos at AJ's house the night before. By habit, she noted where his hands were as she mentally measured his distance from her. He wore blue jeans and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. It fit him well. In fact, it fit him perfectly. He was a little taller than her, with a pleasing build, muscular but not overly so, like Mike, AJ's husband. His neat, light brown hair went astonishingly well with his spellbinding brown eyes. He wasn't sporting the shaggy stubble or beard that seemed to be in fashion, allowing her to see the clean lines of his features. He looked to be the sort of man who made his own decisions, rather than rely on trends to dictate his style. Everything about him seemed deliberate, from the way his hair fit his features to the way his jeans fit his form. That lack of style conformity made him stand out, not because he was odd-looking, quite the contrary, but because he was so uniquely his own man. He was probably the most exquisite, arresting, bewitching man she had ever met. It felt like a knot tightened in her core. "Why are you here?" she asked, trying not to sound rude. "Because you didn't return my messages." She didn't want to get into the reasons as to why not, so she didn't explain. He had a leather jacket draped over one arm, and in the other, like he might have cradled a precious newborn, he held a bouquet of flowers wrapped in a paper cone. He seemed to realize that he hadn't been very considerate in the way he had started the conversation, so, as he offered her the flowers, he started over. "I'm sincerely sorry about your brother's death. Please forgive me for showing up unannounced and unexpected like this." "Then why did you? Did you just come to offer your sympathy? Or because I haven't returned your call yet?" He straightened a bit. No.
No, it's not like that at all. I came because I'm worried for your safety.
It wasn't the kind of answer she'd been expecting. Kate took the flowers he was holding out and set them on the desk. How would you know about my brother's death, if you don't mind me asking? For that matter, how do you know me? He drew in a deep breath as he glanced around her office and slowly let out a sigh, as if trying to think how to condense 1,000 things down into what was most important.
I came here to help you, if I can.
That didn't answer her question. She wondered if he was being evasive or simply didn't know how to find a way to put into words what appeared to be not only complicated, but meaningful to him. Help me?
Yes. I'm hoping, for your sake, that you will give me the chance to give you that help.
Help me in what way?
Well, first of all, it was important for me to show you that what you think of as security is an illusion. You can't be safe if you depend on those things you believe keep you safe, but in reality don't.
I don't understand.
He held out his arms. Well, look at me. I have no legitimate business with Cadex. No one here knows me from Adam. You don't know me. We've never spoken. I didn't have an appointment, and yet I managed to walk right in with the blessing of security, and now I have you alone in your office.
Carlos is pretty good at reading people. Even as she said it, she knew it was a pretty lame excuse. It was not an excuse she would have accepted in a security audit.
Are you so sure of that? He asked. Are you willing to bet your life on his ability to read people? Your uncle was murdered a short time ago. Your brother was only just murdered. I suspect that you're smart enough to realize that something is going on, and you may be in danger. Are you willing to put your life in the hands of someone down in security who can't see in people's eyes what you can see?
Him pointing it out didn't make her feel any safer in his presence. Her anxiety clicked up a notch. Are you saying that you mean me harm?
Quite the opposite, he said with a flustered smile as he shook his head. Miss Bishop, I'm here to try to help you stay alive.
There certainly seemed to be some kind of shapeless threat. The computer hack had targeted her file. The man who had murdered Wilma had her name in his pocket. Her uncle had been murdered. Her brother had been murdered. More importantly, Kate couldn't begin to imagine how Jack Raines seemed to already know what she had learned about John's ability and about her own ability. AJ certainly hadn't mentioned anything to him, or she would have said so. Besides, AJ had spoken to Jack Raines long before ever meeting Kate. She recalled AJ telling her about the theories in his book, about people who could recognize killers by looking into their eyes. She remembered, with a sickening sensation, what she had been told about the killer removing John's eyes. Since Jack Raines had dispensed with pretense, she did as well. Are there many others like me?
Fewer all the time.
Why?
I believe they are being systematically murdered.
Kate stood staring at him, feeling genuinely frightened at the stark clarity of the answer, not the man delivering it, not knowing exactly what to say when her cell phone rang. Kate pulled her phone from the side pocket of her jacket and saw that there was no information about the call. She frowned down at the phone. The screen was blank. She couldn't imagine why, and ordinarily would have ignored it, but right then she was glad to have an excuse to escape the gaze of a man who so unnerved her, who so captivated her. Could you excuse me a moment, please? I need to take this call. He pressed his lips together into an understanding smile.
Sure. I'll go out and talk to your bodyguard.
Chapter 24. With her fingertips, Kate pushed the door shut behind him as she answered the call.
Kate Bishop?
Kate, it's Jeff.
Kate's brow twitched. Jeff? That's weird. Your name didn't show up on my phone.
It didn't show up because I'm calling you on a secure line.
A secure line? Why?
So I can give you the report you asked for on Jack Rains.
And you need a secure line for that?
Yes.
Kate was taken aback. Jeff had never called her on a secure line before. She couldn't imagine why he needed to this time. So, then you were able to find out something about him?
Yes and no. This was a tough one, Kate. You have no idea what you were asking for. This comes close to making us even.
Kate felt a worried chill at the seriousness of his admonition. Jeff Steele was more than an invaluable contact to her, and someone she worked with occasionally. He was a good guy. As often as they had talked in the last couple of years, she considered him a friend. I'm sorry, Jeff. I didn't mean to cause you a problem or get you into any kind of trouble.
No,
he said with what sounded like a frustrated sigh.
It's not that.
She wondered if Bert was capable of handling the man out in the hall if he had to. So what were you able to find out about him, if anything?
Well, you asked me to find out if he's legit.
So, is he?
Yes. But you aren't going to be able to talk to him about his book.
Why not?
Because the guy's a ghost.
Kate glanced out the open slits between the slats of the blinds on her office window to see Jack Rains approaching Bert. A ghost?
That's right. For all practical purposes, Jack Rains doesn't exist. At least, not officially. He wrote that book you mentioned, but that's about the only time his existence shows up publicly. Other than that, like I say, the guy is mostly a ghost. He vanishes for years at a time before popping up on the grid again, like he did with that book. Even then, any evidence of his existence is pretty thin.
Jeff, you're kind of freaking me out. What are you talking about? Is this guy dangerous or something?
No, it's not that. The thing is, Jack Rains is known in the upper levels of some of our security agencies.
You mean he's a threat?
No, he's on our side. At least, I'm 99% sure he is.
In other words, you're not positive.
How much in life, or in our business, is 100% positive? There's very little about the guy to go on, but what I do know makes me feel confident that he's on our side, if that helps.
Coming from you, it does. What do you have to go on that makes you feel confident?
The biggest thing is that he's known at the deepest levels inside some of our agencies. Agencies that, as far as the public knows, don't exist, if you follow my drift.
Jeff Steele was a man who knew about those deep levels of security agencies. KDEX produced systems used by some of those agencies. That was why he worked with her. The security audits she conducted had the potential to expose threats to national security. I think I do.
In the past, Jack Rains was the go-to guy when there were problems I'm not privy to. Problems within the most clandestine circles.
So then he works for some of our national security agencies? He's a spook?
Not exactly, Jeff said. He has helped them in the past, but as far as I could find out, only on occasion, and then as a consultant or advisor of some sort, not as an employee. But I don't know what his consulting involved. With some of these shadow agencies, it's possible that he was more involved than I could find out about. The fact that they relied on an outside consultant in that way, rather than on one of their own, speaks volumes. Usually they try to pull that type of person into the fold. In this case, they didn't, and then he ghosted away again. Then about 6 years ago, he resurfaced when they pulled him back out of the shadows for something. I gather from hints that it was some kind of profiling. Maybe like the FBI does for serial killers. I just don't know. But whatever it is he does is apparently pretty invaluable, and they wanted his services. He agreed to do the work, but as seriously interested as those agencies were, the program, whatever it was shut down, and his services were canceled.
They went to him for help. He agreed to help, and then they turned down his help? Why?
Politics. The whispers I was able to pick up on say that the civilian oversight authorities, meaning political appointees, didn't approve of the kind of services he was offering. The operatives did, but the oversight boards didn't. Bureaucrats being bureaucrats, they didn't want to get their agencies involved with anything they thought could threaten their big paychecks or their pensions, so they saw to it that his services were canceled.
You mean to say they would rather put the country at risk than work with him? And so they fired him?
In a word, yes. What I do know is that it was a choice made for purely political reasons. Some people I know very well were pretty damn upset that the door was closed on him.
So he decided to become an author?
No, that was later. After we turned down his services, he next showed up as an advisor to the Mossad.
Kate blinked, taking it in for a moment. He went to work for Israeli intelligence?
That's right. As soon as he did, he went dark for 5 years. We think that during that entire period he was working for them, but it's impossible to know for sure. The Mossad aren't exactly chatty, so we can't be positive. All I know is that for that 5-year period, he was off the grid. And when I say off the grid, I do mean off the grid. As far as any of our people know, people whose job it is to know such things, he wasn't just off the grid, he might as well have been off the planet. He ceased to exist.
That would be consistent with him working under the umbrella of the Mossad, Kate said.
That's right.
So you don't know anything about what he offered to do for our intelligence agencies, or what he did for the Mossad?
Well, I was able to find out one thing.
What's that?
The Israelis paid him $12.5 million for his services.
Kate put her fingertips to her forehead as she paced across her office and back, not sure she had heard correctly. She glanced through the slats in the blinds again and saw Jack Raines talking to Bert. They were both chuckling and seemed to be getting along famously. 12.5 million?
Yeah, that was pretty much my reaction, too.
Do you have any idea what he did in return for that much money?
No, I wasn't able to get any information about that part of it. All I can tell you is that the Mideast is a seriously dangerous place.
Everyone knows that. What's your point?
Israel is still on the map, isn't it?
Kate paced for a moment. I guess that in that context, maybe it doesn't seem like so much money after all.
That's the point. Like I said, I suspect that he was providing some kind of profiling expertise similar to what our bureaucrats had been fearful of and turned down. Apparently the Israelis were only too happy to have his services. When your very existence is at stake, you tend not to be quite so chicken shit about political heat. Israel doesn't have the luxury to wring their hands over things the way we do here.
Why did he leave his work for the Mossad?
I don't have that information. With the way he was turned down here, I think that maybe he thought it was important to get a wider audience than just one intelligence agency overseas, so he wrote that book you mentioned. From what I'm told, that book says more about the nature of his knowledge than anything else known about him.
Kate paced for a moment, trying to let it all settle in. Anything else?
I wish I could tell you more, Kate. But like I say, the guy's a ghost.
Kate glanced through the blinds again. Jack Raines was standing beside Bert, leaning back against the wall, watching her with those strange, otherworldly eyes. She thought that he might be the most beautiful creature she had ever seen. At the same time, he set off all kinds of alarm bells in her head.
I sure wish I had the opportunity to talk to the guy sometime, Jeff added.
Maybe I can arrange it, Kate said. Jeff Steele was silent for a moment.
What do you mean?
I'm standing here looking at him. I'll give him your number. Chapter 25. Kate opened the door and with a tilt of her head invited Jack Raines back into her office. He spoke as she closed the door behind him.
Miss Bishop, I'm wondering if...
It's Kate. That seemed to put him at ease.
And I'd really appreciate it if you called me Jack. Mr. Raines sounds like my father. I was about to ask if I could take you out to dinner. We could talk over my reasons for contacting you.
Kate opened the bottom desk drawer and lifted out her purse. I'll tell you what, she said as she hooked the strap over her shoulder. How about I take you to dinner instead? He shrugged.
Sure. Do you have anything particular in mind?
Do you like pizza?
All except for the kind with donut topping.
Kate couldn't help laughing. Homemade, no donuts.
Homemade? That's the best kind.
Detective Janek invited me to come over to her place for dinner. I believe you know her. Her husband likes to cook. He's making vegetarian pizza. Are you up for that? For a visit and talking to both of us? Surprised at hearing the name, he turned more serious.
I would dearly love to talk to AJ again.
I know she'll feel the same. Do you have a car?
No, I took a cab from the airport. I left my carry-on down at security.
Hold on, Kate said as she pulled out her phone. I'd better let AJ know. When AJ answered, Kate said, Question for you. What's that? Do you mind if I bring someone with me to dinner? I have a date with a man I just met. A date? AJ sounded surprised. No, not at all. That would be great. Who is the lucky guy? Jack Raines. AJ let out a low whistle. I guess you're going to have a story for me. I'd like nothing more than for you to bring him along so we can handcuff him to a chair in my office and interrogate him. We're thinking along the same lines. Is he as good-looking as the photo on his book? I'll let you judge for yourself. AJ laughed. All right. Can't wait to meet him. I gotta go. There's some kind of commotion at the front door. I think some of the people for the party across the street have the wrong house. Again. Third time tonight. Okay, we're on our way, Kate told the detective before ending the call.
What was that about? The business with letting her judge for herself?
Kate shrugged. She wanted to know if you looked like as big of a nerd in real life as you do in the photo on your book. Kate was pleased to see his face turn red. The guy was human, after all. Just kidding, she said with a smile.
Well?
Bert asked as they stepped out of her office and she turned back to lock her door.
She invited me instead, Jack told him.
Kate looked up as she pulled the key from the deadbolt. What are you talking about? Bert grinned, ignoring Kate as he gave Jack a wink.
Good for you. This lady works too hard. She needs to go out on a date for a change.
Date? What have you two been talking about? Kate asked.
Mr. Raines told me he was going to ask you to dinner, Bert said with a dip of his head toward Jack. He wanted to know if I thought you would say yes.
Kate frowned first at Jack and then at Bert. And what did you tell him? Bert shrugged.
I told him that he had as good a chance as anyone, but most who have tried have struck out, so that kind of tipped the odds against him.
Bert flashed a lopsided smile.
I guess he beat the odds.
Kate looked between the two faces before settling her gaze on Bert. Are we still engaged until you get me to my car? I guess I'm going to be the chauffeur.
You bet,
he said as he turned and pressed the down button on the elevator. True to his word, Bert escorted them all the way to her car in the underground garage and put Jack's carry-on bag in the trunk for them before going back to the elevator and his job of watching over the office. "I need to stop at my house and get some things first," Kate said as she closed the car door. "AJ invited me to spend the night."
Pajama party?
"Not exactly. She's worried about my safety. I have to admit, with some of the things that have happened, so am I."
"I hope you're not worried about being alone with me."
Her red flags were still flying because of what she saw in his eyes, but she didn't say so. "If the Mossad trusts you, I guess I can," Kate said as she backed out of the parking space and put the car in drive. Jack smiled to himself, but didn't comment as he watched the round, scarred, and scraped concrete pillars of the underground parking structure pass in a blur.
"I thought a woman in your position would have a more prestigious car," he said as they made their way up a ramp to the next level.
She wondered if he was avoiding the topic. "This gets me around just fine."
"Beige? Really? A woman like you?"
He shook his head without looking over at her.
"What's the real reason?"
"I can afford a Mercedes or something like that," she said with a shrug. "But in a city like Chicago, it's safer for a single woman not to attract unwanted attention to herself. And it isn't beige, it's urban camouflage." He smiled, apparently appreciating the truth. As they drove up the exit ramp and passed through the security station, emerging out into fading daylight and traffic, he still hadn't said anything about her Mossad comment. So she asked, "What did you do for the Mossad?" She didn't explain how she knew about it. She glanced over to see him still looking out the side window. "You said that you wanted me to know that I wasn't as safe as I thought I was, and that people who can do what I can are being systematically murdered. I think we're past the what's your favorite movie stage of our date."
"Indeed we are,"
he said, half to himself. Cabs honked as Kate worked her way across 3 lanes of traffic. "So answer the question. What did you do for the Mossad?"
"I helped them find people like you."
Kate didn't know what she had expected to hear, but that wasn't it. "Why?" Jack seemed unconcerned with the aggressive way she accelerated past several cars and then slid into an opening in the next lane. She didn't want to miss being in line for the entrance ramp to I-90. In the heavy traffic, it would take half an hour to get back around if she missed it.
"As innocent as they may look, there are killers who have high explosive packed inside 10 or 15 pounds of ball bearings and strapped around their waist, or an IED in their backpack. Wouldn't you want that kind of person identified before he got on a crowded bus, pulled out a knife, and stabbed you along with other innocent passengers?"
Kate glanced over. "The Israelis really use people like me for that purpose? Kind of like bomb-sniffing dogs?" He was still looking out the side window, watching the throngs of people moving along the sidewalk.
"Don't ever discount the value of a good bomb-sniffing dog. They're man's best friend."
Kate thought about it as she maneuvered her way through the stop-and-go traffic, letting in an aggressive cab rather than getting into a honking match. She slammed on the brakes briefly as a guy dashed out between parked cars. She couldn't help looking at his wide eyes as he froze. When their gazes met, she saw that he was just a guy in a hurry, trying to cross the canyon between towering buildings. He waved his appreciation that she hadn't run him over. "And they really paid you $12.5 million?" she finally asked. He laughed.
"No. I'm afraid your source was wrong."
"He's a pretty good source."
"Well, he's wrong. The fact is that $12.5 million was their opening offer."
"Geez," Kate said. "What did you counter?"
"I told them that if it was that important to them, then they needed to know that it was that important to me as well. So I would do it, but for a fraction of what they were offering.
Kate shook her head. It would be hard to turn down that kind of money.
Jack shrugged. They paid me enough so I can continue to try to help people like you. That's what matters.
Kate had more important things on her mind than Jack's past work experience or his salary, but the investigator in her couldn't resist asking another question. If the work was that important, why did you quit? He finally looked over at her.
Terrorists are determined to kill people everywhere, not just Israel. As killing spreads, it threatens to overwhelm every civilized country. The Israelis were the only ones more interested in finding the killers than finding excuses for them. But I think that it's vital for me to help individuals, good people, innocent people, people who care, wherever they are, even if it's at a private level.
Kate realized that identifying terrorists before they could act must have been what Jeff Steele had meant about bureaucrats not wanting Jack's consulting services. They would be accused of profiling. How would they justify arresting someone because of their eyes? Politicians would rant and rave. Lawyers would have a field day. She could see that his help would be invaluable to people like her, but only if it was unofficial and kept secretive. So you wrote that book?
So I wrote that book, he confirmed with a nod.
Did it really help with... She took a hand from the steering wheel and rolled it as she tried to think how to put it into words. Did it really accomplish what you wanted? Did it really make a difference the way your work in Israel did? He glanced sideways at her.
Yes and no. It's a process.
As Kate turned onto the on-ramp, following a line of cars up onto I-90, she said, "Can we not talk in riddles, please?"
It's not that I'm trying to talk in riddles. It's just not easy to explain. While some of it sounds simple on the surface, it's really a three-dimensional maze of different moving components over time. It's pretty complex.
Well, how about you start with the simple part then? What is it you do, and why did you come looking for me?
Okay, he said, gesturing with both hands. Here's the thing. Your brother and your Uncle Everett had the ability to recognize a killer by their eyes. That's incredibly rare.
How would you know about them?
Everett read my book. Shannon Blair, my editor, lets a few messages get through to me if she thinks they're legitimate. She understands and believes in what I'm doing. She has been my champion at her publisher. Everett had a lot of questions, much like AJ did. From speaking with him, I knew he had this ability, but it wasn't very robust. Although I never talked with your brother, I would bet that your ability, now that it's been triggered, far outstrips his.
Because he didn't have the mental capacity to process information the way I do? Kate suggested.
That's part of it. The total genetic makeup of the individual's mind, all the elements, such as intelligence and analytical acumen, contribute to and shape that ability.
How do you know that my ability has only just been triggered?
By the way you act, he said, as if it were obvious.
Since he sounded sure of it, she didn't argue.
I believe that it's one of the many connections involved in the larger picture, Jack said. Mankind's fate has always been in flux, like the way the weather goes through periods of drought and times of flooding.
It still sounds to me like you're talking in riddles.
We see a single murder. We don't know how they are connected. The purpose of the book was to begin to bring out information on those underlying connections behind historic trends in order to find and help people like you, or people like AJ who know about you, to survive. That's the purpose of the book. In Israel, I had a limited audience. They believed in me, which was great, but that was only one place. I didn't feel I could turn away from the larger problem. In order to begin to tackle it, I first needed to introduce the basic information, hoping that in the relative obscurity of a mostly unnoticed book I could begin to find a number of these people, like I ultimately found you. The book is also helping to smoke out some of these superpredators, find out how they are going about what they do. In the second book, I want to bring understanding to those capable of understanding. I know what kind of superpredator is after you and others. What I'm doing won't save the world, but I'm hoping I can save some good people of rare ability. If I can do that, then my life will have been worthwhile. So for now, I have to try to find those like you before it's too late.
Kate checked her mirrors as she merged onto the center lane of the interstate and into the stream of red brake lights that stood out in the dreary early evening light. All right. So let me get this straight. There are these two rare types of predator and prey who can recognize one another, she said. Jack nodded.
That's right.
That means I can recognize killers, and this certain rare type of top-level killer can recognize me.
Right.
Kate dared to ask the question. So, since you recognize me for my ability, you would have to be one of those top-level predators. Jack smiled.
Very good, Kate. Very good indeed.
Kate swallowed, seeing that traffic was moving slow enough that if she had to, she could jump out of the car. Is that what you are, Jack? One of those rare predators on the hunt? He smiled in a boyish way as he shook his head.
No. From what you know, it would seem that I would have to be, but you don't know it all.
What is it that I don't know? She asked, in a tone that told him she expected an answer.
Your ability is rare. The ability of those elite predators is rare. You are, in a way, two sides of the same coin. But I'm the rarest kind of all. As far as I know, I'm the only one of my kind alive in the world right now.
Kate stole a quick look over at him. You're the only kind of... What? What is it you can do? Recognize killers like I can?
No. Unfortunately, I can't tell a killer by looking at their eyes. I wish I could, but I can't. What I can do is look into the eyes of those like you and recognize your ability. I can recognize you for what you can do the same as one of those rare predators can. I guess you could say that I can only see your side of the coin.
Wow, Kate said under her breath as she stared ahead at the road and the traffic. Chapter 26. So, you mean to say that your ability is to find people like me? You can only identify people who can recognize killers, but you can't spot killers yourself?
That's right.
Kate drove in silence for a time, letting her mind run through all the permutations. The good news was that while she knew by looking into his eyes that he had killed people, his eyes were like Mike's, those of a killer in defense of innocent people, not one who preyed on them. If, of course, he was telling the truth. For all she knew, she could be sitting in her car with a seriously dangerous man who had found her and now intended to kill her. What's it like when you look into the eyes of someone like me? She asked. What is it you see in my eyes?
What do you see in a killer's eyes?
Don't dodge the question by asking one. What do you see, Jack? With her first two fingers, she pointed at her own eyes. What is it you see when you look into my eyes?
A killer. A savior.
That's not good enough. I want a better answer. I think you owe me a better answer. Jack stared ahead for a long moment before he gave her that answer. When he did, it came without him looking over at her.
I guess that the best way to explain it is that it's an emotional experience."
Kate frowned. Emotional?
Yes. It's like looking into the eyes of a real-life avenging angel, into the eyes of someone elementally human, someone carrying an ancient spark from the dawn of mankind. It's almost an animalistic glint in their eyes. For me, that's emotional. At the same time, it's terrifying, because I know that there are predators who hunt your kind, and I know how very fragile are the wings of such rare avenging angels.
That was not the kind of answer Kate had expected. She drove in silence for a time, maintaining distance from the car ahead so as not to run into it while her mind raced. A raised-up black pickup with tinted windows took advantage of the space to dive in front of her. She backed off and let him have the space rather than antagonize him. "So, what? You expect me to save the world or something?" Jack snorted a laugh before frowning over at her.
Save the world? You can't save the world. The world is going to do what the world is going to do. It's always been that way. It always will be. This is a struggle as old as mankind. It is the struggle of mankind. All you can hope to do is save yourself. When I look into eyes like yours, I see something worth risking my own life to save, because I know that it's something bigger than just you or me. That's why I do this. It's my calling and my curse. To be able to see that kind of righteous soul, and yet not have that ability myself. But at least I can try to help those like you to protect yourselves. That's what I can do. I can see the strength in your eyes, but I can also see how easily you can be broken by those you can recognize. That's why I came looking for you, to see if I could help you be safe before they find you and slaughter you."
Kate was taken by the raw emotion of his words. It was the quality she had seen in him, but until that moment had not been able to define. It was genuine goodness, without guile, strength without hate, intellect without arrogance. Kate cleared her throat, finally finding her voice.
"Thanks, Jack.
But I don't think what I can do makes me noble. I was born this way, that's all. The same as having black hair. It's the same as you being born male and me being born female. I didn't work to achieve it."
In a fundamental way, you're right.
"And when I look into the eyes of killers, it's terrifying," she said. "I don't feel righteous about it. I think maybe you're reading too much into what I'm like."
Trust me, Kate. I've been with enough of your kind to know exactly what you're like.
She twitched a frown at him. "What we're like? What makes you think you know what I'm like?" Jack gestured at the radio.
"When we got into your car, the radio wasn't on. It wasn't on because you generally don't listen to music."
"So what? I like it quiet."
"You don't like distractions from your ability to think. You're motivated internally, not externally. You don't really understand the way the rest of the world seeks ways to be distracted from life, from what's going on around them, from their own thoughts. You don't quite fathom how they can spend so much time watching TV or listening to music. You don't get why they prefer an imitation of life over life itself. You don't have a Facebook page. You don't really get those who do. You view social media as a monumental waste of time, as an opiate of the masses, something for those not like you. You bristle at the thought of being one of the masses."
"So, I'm private, and I like it quiet. That's not so unique." He considered a moment before going on.
"You can't identify with other people. They make you feel like you don't belong. Most of you are loners. It isn't that you don't like people, you do, but people in general let you down. They just don't seem worth your time. And like I said, you can't comprehend how they put such little value on their own time. You know the value of your own life, of your own spark of time in this world. You date little, and when you do, you see all the things that make that person unworthy of a piece of your life.
Maybe I just haven't found the right person. Did you ever think of that?
It's not just dating. It's everything. Those like you are almost always loners. Your uncle was a loner, living by himself in a trailer out in the desert. Your brother liked living alone. It's not an overt trait, it's more of an inner compass. Most like to find the answers to things, whether it's treasure hunting, research, or some kind of investigative work. You don't accept what shows on the surface. You dig deeper than others would ever think to. I would bet that even your brother, as disabled as he was, liked working puzzles.
Kate had to swallow back the lump in her throat. Picture puzzles.
Your puzzles are a lot more complex. You need them to be challenging. You only feel your own strength when you have something hard to push against. Without a challenge, there is no reward for you, no sense of self-worth. So you seek out things that are not easily accomplished. You don't like unearned accolades. For that reason, you also don't like to gamble. You feel that there is so much more that you don't understand, and you hunger to know it all. You want to find answers. That's why you gravitated toward the kind of work you do.
Okay, so I'm a self-starter and I work hard. That's not all that unusual.
You have an attractive smile, especially with your eye teeth. This time, Kate gave him a serious frown.
My eye teeth? What are you talking about?
They're on the long side of normal eye teeth. They are a minor characteristic of your kind, part of your genetic makeup. They evoke the look of fangs, and for good reason. Fangs are suggestive of the nature of your entire makeup. It gives you an edgy look. She glanced over at him again.
Edgy?
Yes, especially when you smile. He looked at her for a long moment. You know the way looking into the eyes of a killer gives you a chill of fear?
What of it?
When a killer looks at you, he doesn't see what I see. He gets that same chill of fear. Your eyes are intimidating. Everything about your nature, including your vestigial fangs, is intimidating to them. You are the thing they fear most. You are a direct threat to their survival. That's why they want to kill your kind.
I'm no avenging angel. And now you're making me sound like a vampire hunter or something.
He was still watching her. In a way, you are. Those you can recognize are extremely dangerous, but so are you. For example, you watch my hands because you know that is where the threat will come from, if I am a threat. Most of your kind instinctively take up some kind of defensive training, from martial arts to combat weaponry.
Martial arts, she admitted. I do it for the exercise.
Uh-huh.
No, really, it keeps me in shape. I think it's good training to have in my line of work, but it's interested me since I was a girl. She tried to think back to when that interest had started, but couldn't remember a time when it hadn't interested her. I'm not exactly sure why.
It's an inherent interest born of an elevated recognition of the very real dangers in the real world, and a desire to defend yourself. Your instinct, your temperament, guided you to that interest. Right now, because of the way you look at the world, the way you analyze and question everything, the way you work out all the possibilities, you're sitting there thinking that you still don't know for sure if you might not be sitting in a car with a rare predator who has hunted you down, and now that he has looked into your eyes and seen you for who you are, is lulling you into complacency and intends to kill you.
Kate felt a chill. as if he had looked into her soul, as if he could read her mind. No one before had ever been able to read her so well or so accurately. It bordered on being creepy. She felt the sudden, urgent need to shift the subject off of her. "So you weren't trying to save the world then, working for the Mossad?" He rubbed his eyes. She thought he looked tired.
"I try to find people with your ability. It not only saves your lives, but those lives you save through your ability. The Mossad listened. They wanted my help. They wanted to save those innocent lives."
Kate thought of the way she had helped AJ, and because of that, lives might be saved. It was difficult to turn away when you knew that you could make a difference. It sounded like Jack felt that same way.
"But you're right. As much as I would like to, I can't save the world," he said. "As much as you would like to, you can't save the world. Each of us does what we are driven to do. I guess my kind, if I have a kind, doesn't like seeing your kind slaughtered. While you can't save the world still needs those like you who have the courage to see evil. Most people don't want to see evil. You can't help seeing it, but you have the courage to recognize it."
"Are there many of my kind left?"
"Not many. Too few."
"Have you been successful at helping them?" She glanced over at him, his face lit by the dash lights as day was turning to night. "Have you helped those you can find stay alive?" He stared off into the distance.
"Not as often as I would wish. I found one a few months back. A young man. Sharp. Brilliant, even. He grasped the things I was starting to explain to him. He was beginning to comprehend the connections of it all and his link in those connections. The world was new and bright and fascinating to him."
"Were you able to help him?" Jack was still staring off at nothing.
"I'm the one who found his body. It was a horrific scene. It always is. I don't know how they found him, but they did. The new, bright, fascinating world was over for him. A predator had ended it. I didn't learn about your brother in enough time to get out ahead of whatever is happening. I tried to warn AJ to be extremely careful to protect him."
Kate nodded. "She told me." He looked down at his hands.
"But I didn't learn about him soon enough. I hope that with you, I have."
At hearing the anguish in his voice, Kate swallowed back her own sense of helpless terror. He saw the look on her face.
"Sorry. I'm not trying to frighten you."
She accepted his apology with a nod. "What is it that you think could be changing? You said something was changing." He gestured out the side window after a few moments of silence.
"What do you see out there?"
Kate glanced out the window. "I don't know. The city. Lots of streets and houses. Why? What do you see?"
"Ceaseless brutality and depravity. Every sort of evil growing stronger,"
he said, almost to himself.
"Anarchy."
"You think evil is growing stronger?"
"Those streets are controlled by gangs. Hundreds of gangs. Thousands of gang members. Tens of thousands. All of those neighborhoods are controlled by gangs. They didn't used to be that way. We let that evil grow. The people who live there are virtual prisoners, right here in the middle of civilization."
"Criminals are nothing new," Kate said. "Some streets have always been dangerous.
To some degree, yes. But more and more cities are now controlled by violent gangs. They spread drugs like an infection. They rule through fear and intimidation the way feudal barons ruled. They rape, torture, and murder indiscriminately. They have no remorse. They have no empathy for others. To them, other people are just slabs of meat. They are quite simply ruthless killers, and they will kill anyone for any reason, or for no reason, or just for the fun of killing another living human being so they can watch them die. It is not yet anywhere near as bad here as it is in other places like Mexico, but one day it will be. Consequences are gradually fading. A corroding civilization increasingly turns a blind eye to it, or explains it away, or even justifies it. We simply learn to live with it. For every killer who is put away for life, 10 more killers spring up. For every impotent new law, they become more lawless. For every difficult battle won, a dozen more are lost. Despite everything, evil grows more vicious.
Like I said, that's nothing new. He shook his head.
It's hard to see a trend when you're in the middle of it, especially trends that span hundreds of years. Yes, there have always been killers, and there always will be. There has always been a back-and-forth balance between those who kill and those struggling to be above killing. In the middle of a trend, everyone's focus is too narrow. You have to be able to see those connections in all of mankind, he said, not just what's out there.
The police work hard to stop gangs, Kate said. They know the problem and are working to get it cleaned up.
Jack shook his head. If you believed that in your heart, you would buy the kind of car you would like to have, not the kind of car that helps hide you from predators.
You're saying that you think some of the people out there are born to be killers, and given an opportunity they will kill? He smiled to himself, as if she had said something ironic.
Not even close, he said cryptically.
What do you mean?
He gave her a look like she'd asked for it. Dozens, or even hundreds of young girls on the internet will pick out a victim and torment them relentlessly, constantly urging them to kill themselves, goad them into suicide. Dead is dead. Killing is killing. People can make excuses all day long, but those 12-year-old girls are killers, just the same as the thugs out there on those streets. Each ended another person's life. Were each of them born to be killers? Why do you think supposedly innocent girls would do such a thing?
Kate was at a loss for an answer. I can't imagine.
What is it they share with the gang members out there on those dark streets?
Kate lifted her hands from the wheel in a helpless gesture. She had no answer.
You think about it, he said, and let me know when you have an answer.
Kate knew he was getting at something, but she didn't know what. As for the 12-year-old girls, she had never been able to understand that sort of thing. She had survived being 12, but she tried not to think about what was out there, off the interstate, in that dark warren of streets and neighborhoods, those no-man's lands where even the police feared going. AJ had told her how dangerous it was, even for police, to go into those neighborhoods. In a civilized city, there were places even the police dared not go. And Jack was saying that there was some connection to 12-year-old girls on social media? If there was, she didn't see it. Yet Jack was right. It was part of why she drove a nondescript car. She didn't want trouble to see her. She didn't want to catch the attention of evil. She knew it was dangerous out there, but there was nothing she could do about it, except, like everyone else, try not to be noticed. It was just the way the world was. She realized that he was right. There was no saving the world. The world was going to do what the world was going to do. All she could hope to do was save herself, and as a result, the lives that her ability might save in the future. So, how does all of this tie together? What are the connections that link everything? What is it you intend to write about in your new book?
Tell you what. Why don't I explain it when we talk to AJ?
Kate nodded. AJ, too, would want to know what he had to say. Kate glanced up at the exit sign for O'Hare Airport, spanning the interstate as they drove under it. We'll be to my house soon. And then AJ's place isn't far. Chapter 27. So how did you find out about John? Kate finally asked as they drove on through the darkness. The traffic had thinned out a bit and was finally moving at a good pace, but it was still a snaking river of lights. Jack Raines smiled.
Trying to find the answers to those things you don't understand, those things that trouble you. Like I said, it's part and parcel of your nature.
Kate had hoped that asking the question out of the blue would trip him into answering before he'd had a chance to think about it. It was a technique she sometimes used in her security investigations. It worked pretty well for most people. It hadn't worked with Jack, so she asked him directly. Jack, I'd like to know how you found out that AJ was working with my brother. She didn't tell you who she had found with that ability because she was protecting him, and she certainly couldn't have told you about me since we hadn't even met when you talked to her. How did you find out about John and me?
It wasn't all that hard, he said.
I didn't ask how hard it was. I asked how you found out.
I hacked Detective Janek's phone.
Kate was taken aback. Hacked her phone? She glanced over at him. What are you talking about?
When AJ called me, she told me that she was working with a person who could do the things I described in my book. That was part of the purpose of the book, to help me discreetly locate people like her so that I could try to help. She said that she had tested this man with photos printed from film negatives, and he never missed a killer among the photos, so I knew this was an important contact.
But AJ told me that she never told you anything about my brother, not even his name. I believe her.
She was telling you the truth. Once she had convinced me that she really was in contact with one of these people, and that she was using him to help her find killers, I had what I needed.
You used your contacts in the Mossad to help, didn't you?
No, I could have, but I didn't need to for something that easy. AJ had already given me what I needed.
That easy? What do you mean? What did she give you?
She gave my editor her cell number and email address. Once I had those, I simply hacked into her iPhone account.
What do you mean, simply? I have it on good authority that iPhones have bulletproof encryption, and not even the FBI or NSA can hack into them.
There are hard ways to do things, and then there are easy ways, he said. Trying to crack the encryption is the hard way.
Kate turned on the blinker to change lanes past slower traffic. So what's the easy way?
I cracked her iCloud account.
How could you do that?
Easy. Go to iCloud. To get into your account, it asks for your password. I said I forgot my password. I needed AJ's birth date, which was easily findable on a social network. Then it asks a few personal questions. In AJ's case, the first security question asked for her ideal job. That one only took me one try. Detective. Next, it asked what city she was born in. Chicago. With that, I was in. How hard is that? I didn't even need to use any brute force software to break her password.
And that got you into her iCloud account?
Sure. How do you think celebrities get their private photos stolen and posted all the time? Even difficult passwords can be bypassed by answering personal questions. and it's usually pretty easy to find what you need simply by going through their social media. I advise you not to keep any naked photos of yourself on your phone." Kate shot him a look. "Why would I have naked photos of myself on my phone?" "Not saying you would. Your kind wouldn't. I'm only saying that other people do that, and more often than you would think." "Okay. So you got into her iCloud account. Knowing AJ, I'd bet there were no naked photos of her there, so how could you possibly find something in there that could lead you to my brother?" "Once I was into her account, I was able to track the location of her phone through its GPS, so I knew where she was at all times." "But how?" "I hate to say it again, but it was easy. Apple calls it Find My Phone. It shows you exactly where the phone is at all times. You can even zoom in and tell what room of their house someone is in. Since I knew she was working with someone with the ability to recognize killers, and she told me that it was outside police procedures and that she hadn't told anyone at the department, I knew that she would have to do it after work. I kept track of her locations through her phone, day and night, and from that, I established patterns." "What good would that do you?" "Well, I could see where she spent the night, so that told me where she lived. I could see her move around in her house. I could see where she slept all night, so I even knew where her bedroom is in her house. I could see her going to a number of different locations throughout the day. Those locations changed throughout her work week, so I knew those were most likely different cases she was working. She would sometimes spend several days at one location, or repeatedly returned there, no doubt investigating a murder. Then I could see her go back to one spot on a regular basis during the day. The map showed that to be her precinct, where she has an office, northeast corner of the building, by the way. I now knew where she lived. I knew where she stopped for coffee in the morning. I knew where she worked. I knew how she moved about. I could see her going about her life and work. I now knew how her locations fit patterns. Then there was this one place where she went quite often, always in the evening. She frequently spent several hours there. It didn't fit the pattern of her work and home life. Jack held up a finger to make the important point. I knew, therefore, that it had to be the home of the person she was working with, outside her official work, the person she had called me about, the person who could identify killers. It was then a simple matter of finding out who lived there. John Allen Bishop. "Jesus Christ," Kate muttered, shaken by how easy it had been to track down her brother. I had already spoken with Everett on the phone and knew that his ability was sketchy. I had hopes that even though it was weak, he might have family members and it might be stronger with them. The ability runs in families. Kate nodded. AJ told me. I needed to see him, to try to find out how much he was actually able to do, and see if I could find out the names of his relatives. So I flew out to Nevada. I needed to look into his eyes. By the time I got there, he was already dead. The sheriff referred me to Everett's lawyer. He was able to give me the names of the only next of kin, John Allen Bishop and Kate Bishop. In between working on my book and searching for some others like you, I called John's house, but could never get hold of him. John was afraid to talk on the phone. He often wouldn't answer it when it rang, Kate said. So, then you heard from AJ? Jack nodded. When AJ called me about this person she was working with, she didn't tell me his name, so I didn't know at the time that he was a relative of Everett. Once I eventually traced her activity, I discovered it was Everett's nephew, John. I was looking for another person at the time and was traveling, so by the time I connected all the dots, it was too late. That leaves you as Everett's only other living relative. I had your number from Everett's lawyer. Why use my home phone and not my cell? Jack arched an eyebrow at her. What did I just tell you about how easy it is to track cell phones? Location isn't the only information you can get. I didn't want to put you in any danger by possibly exposing your cell, which could be hacked."
"Oh," Kate said, as she checked the mirrors before changing lanes and passing a slow-moving truck.
"I called your house a couple of times, but you didn't return my calls. Then I found out that John had been murdered, which meant that there was an imminent threat. So I flew out here immediately to try to keep the people who murdered him from murdering you."
"So that's why you said that I'm not as safe as I thought I was."
"That's part of the reason," Jack said. "Fortunately, you keep yourself pretty difficult to trace. Most of the information on you has been wiped from the internet. That's probably why the killer went after your brother first. He was easier to find."
That news gave Kate a pang of anguish on top of her sense of guilt for feeling that she hadn't been there for John. "If you never met Everett, how can you be certain he had the same ability as my brother and me?"
"Well, the killer removed his eyes, the same as he did to John, so that's certainly an indicator. Although, like I said, I didn't think it was as strong in Everett. Degree doesn't really matter to this kind of killer."
Kate swallowed at the memory. Why would they do such a thing? Why remove the victim's eyes?
Jack looked off into the night for a time. "They have their reasons."
Because his answer sounded so haunted, Kate decided not to press him about it. Besides, she wasn't sure she wanted to know.
"The kind of predators who kill people like your brother are intelligent. They are ruthless. They are relentless," Jack said, still staring off into the darkness. "They will be coming after you. It's a game for them."
A game. Kate's fingers on the steering wheel trembled. "They have my picture," she whispered.
"What?"
he asked in alarm as he looked over at her. Kate felt sick to her stomach. "There were photos of me at my brother's house. Photos he had taken of me that he stuck on his refrigerator. Photos on photographic paper printed from negatives. Those photos were missing from John's house."
Kate saw Jack's hands fist in his lap. "That's why I'm here," he said at last. "You're in over your head, and you don't even know it yet. I'm here to keep you from drowning until you can learn to swim."
Her gaze briefly met his. "Or what?"
"Or tomorrow will never come for you."
Kate fell silent as she drove on into the alien darkness. Chapter 28. Jack pulled out his phone when it rang. He looked at it briefly.
"My editor. Sorry, I need to take this. She might have a lead on someone who needs my help."
"Sure," Kate said as she took the exit onto Harrington Road south to her house. She wondered how many people there were like her who were being hunted by predators. As was her ingrained habit, she checked her mirrors to see if anyone followed her onto the exit. A single woman was always a target. Some of them never realized it or thought about it. Kate did. She could feel when there were eyes on her. She watched a car in her rearview mirror with the right headlight pointed down at the ground because of body damage. She had been keeping track of it since getting onto I-90. It always seemed to be somewhere behind her. She was relieved when it didn't take her exit. One time, an SUV with 4 heavily tattooed men who looked like belligerent drunks had kept pulling up beside her at stoplights, trying to get her attention, trying to get her to stop. Angered that she wouldn't stop and that she ignored them, they had followed her onto the interstate, sometimes mere feet off her back bumper. As they'd pulled alongside her, 2 of the men on the passenger side hung out the windows, banging on the side of their door, yelling what they wanted to do with her, laughing between the taunts, telling her how much she would like it. She kept them pacing along beside her at about 20 over the speed limit, and then at the last moment she cut off the interstate onto an exit. They sailed past before they had time to react, and she never saw them again. In her car or not, Kate always kept track of anyone who was paying too much attention to her. Sometimes it was simply men gawking. Sometimes she worried that it might be more than that.
"Hi, Shannon," Jack said into the phone. "Do you have something for me?"
There was a pause while the woman on the other end of the line explained. Kate could hear the muffled sound of the woman's voice. Even though Kate couldn't make out the words, the voice had something of a lullaby quality to it.
"I don't know yet," Jack said.
He listened in silence for a moment before answering.
"Yes, I know that they have schedules. Of course I want it published as much as you do. I could send you the chapters if you like, but to tell you the truth, none of it is really going to be clear until I finish the manuscript. At the moment, I'm still involved in some research, and
He let out a sigh as the distant voice murmured away.
I know. I understand. Of course, I know that they can't publish part of a book. I'll try to get back to it as soon as I can, but you know that lives are what really matter in all this."
The female voice went on, apologetic sounding, soothing, but insistent.
"To New York? How soon?"
Jack listened as the woman gave him an explanation of something. He was nodding, even though he wasn't speaking.
"All right. I understand. No, you're right. Publicity does need to get a head start on it. I'm not sure yet. Hopefully I can make arrangements to come out in a few days. I'm in Chicago working on something." "Of course. I'll get back to you as soon as I know." "Okay. Thanks."
He ended the call and slipped the phone back into a pocket.
"Sorry. My editor, Shannon Blair."
"Is she causing you a problem?"
"No, it's not that," he said. "She's the one who believed in the first book and pushed for it at her publisher. My agent submitted it to her because he thought she would like it. Without Shannon, A Brief History of Evil would never have been published in the first place. In a way, she's become kind of like a silent partner in helping to find people like you. To maintain security, I'm damn near impossible to get hold of."
"That's what AJ said, that she had a hard time getting in touch with you."
Jack nodded. "I stay off the radar in order to protect the lives of people like you. Since I'm sure at least some of these predators know about my book, I don't want them to be able to use me to find those I'm trying to help."
Kate was beginning to feel like an endangered species more than a human being, protected because she was a valuable asset. "So you let this Shannon woman be the gatekeeper for people wanting to get to you?"
"Partly," Jack said. "A lot of people want to get in touch with me for everything from wanting an autograph to wanting me to speak at their group to wanting me to help them get published. Shannon acts as a stone wall for most of those people, but she passes on the occasional legitimate lead. I investigate and decide if the person is someone I need to talk to. Despite wanting to be helpful in what I do, she is still an editor at her publishing house, and that's a business. She went out on a limb, selling them on the idea of a second book, pushing it purely on faith, and she is a bit nervous now because she is in the dark about a lot of the specifics."
"You mean she's afraid of losing her job?"
Jack laughed quietly. "No. Shannon Blair isn't afraid of losing her job. She's only afraid of losing face. Her family is wealthy. And by wealthy, I mean crazy rich wealthy. She buys high-rises in the city sometimes because she thinks they're cute, like another woman might buy an expensive handbag. She goes to work in a limo and has it parked outside all day, waiting for when she might want it. She doesn't work because she has to. She seems to want to be involved in books in order to make herself look cultured. I think it gives her something intellectual to do to impress her friends. She only has a few authors, so she only works part-time. It's kind of a hobby for her. Despite all that, she seems genuinely interested in my ideas. I'm not sure how much she believes in what I do, but she believes enough to serve my purpose, and that's all that matters to me."
What would make a woman like that interested in a book about killers?
She championed it and took it under her wing because it has that historical, highbrow flavor that seemed to fit her interest. The fact that it's about murder titillated her because the subject scandalized her wealthy friends.
Kate's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I don't think that murder is titillating.
Nor do I, Jack said.
Kate gestured with a hand. I didn't mean to include you. It's just that people like that don't understand what it feels like. They haven't looked down at a pool of a loved one's blood, or felt terror because the killer is coming for them.
I know,
Jack said in a sympathetic tone.
I realize that people like her don't really get it. But this is one way that helps me protect innocent lives. I can't change Shannon Blair any more than I can change the world, but she can do things that I can't. I needed the book to have a way of connecting with those like you. Shannon is useful because she felt that the book was important from a historical perspective. She probably also wanted to impress her friends. The book needed a champion at her publisher if it was ever going to come out. She was useful for that reason. So, I owe her.
And because of what they paid for the book?
No. The Israelis, remember? I owe her because without that book being published, I wouldn't be sitting here in this car with you.
Do you think it was all worth it? Kate asked, trying to take some of the tension out of the air. To be riding along in my beige car and going for pizza? Jack chuckled a little.
Hell yes. I can get a better car, but I couldn't find a more gorgeous date.
Kate blushed in the darkness. So she wants you to go to New York?
Yes, she wants me to have a meeting to discuss the new book. She's in the dark. I've been keeping that under wraps for now. She wants me to give her some guidance to help her sell the book internally and get everyone behind it. The publisher wants to promote it as the second volume to A Brief History of Evil. They want to call it Part 2 or something like that. Publishers love related books or a series because they tend to sell better. Shannon wants to talk to me about this book, but more importantly, she wants to talk about a series, a kind of compendium of evil, as she calls it. She envisions 12 volumes. That means that this second book is an important part of her plan.
And you care if they sell because you want... what? If it sells better, that helps you to find people like me?
Partly. But like I told you before, I'm the only one of my kind, the only one who can do what I can do, recognize those like you. I think it's important to get what I know all down on paper so that hopefully there can be a wider understanding.
Understanding of what, exactly?
That we've entered a nesting period.
Kate remembered AJ mentioning a term like that, but she didn't know what it meant. Kate wanted to ask him about it, but a more important question came to mind. You basically found me by hacking AJ's cell phone. Don't you think someone, one of these predators, might do the same with your cell?
Jack smiled to himself. Good catch. But no, I use burner phones. They don't have GPS.
But records of phone calls can be traced to cell towers to give locations.
True, but that's a higher level of hacking than getting into an iCloud account. Still, your basic point is valid. That's why I use disposable phones. I change them frequently.
You left your number with me on my answering machine. Couldn't that be used by these predators to find the people you're trying to help?
If anyone listened to my message on your machine, they couldn't track me because I've already destroyed that phone and I have a new one. There is no way for them to know the latest number for me. They're all different. I encrypt the numbers and send them to Shannon so she can get hold of me. I also maintain a relationship with the Mossad, and they sometimes have urgent need of me. I go over there every once in a while to help them out. They always have my number. I also put the number of my Mossad contact on speed dial of each new phone I get, in case I have an emergency and need to contact them.
As Kate pulled into her driveway and put the car in park, she decided to wait until they got to AJ's to ask him about the meaning of a nesting period. It was getting late, and she didn't want to hold up the Janek family's dinner any longer. "My castle," Kate said. Chapter 29. Jack sat silently in the car, studying the front of her house. He looked up and down the street to each side. "I just need to throw some things in a bag," Kate said. She thought that maybe he wanted to keep watch outside. "It shouldn't take long. Do you want to wait here, or would you like to come in?" Jack gave her a look.
Didn't you hear what I said about keeping you from drowning before you learn to swim?
Kate's gaze shifted to her dark house. Her place had always been a refuge, her safe haven. She wasn't used to thinking in terms of someone stalking her or ambushing her. "You mean you think the killer could be waiting for me to come home?" Jack popped open his door.
Well, at least you're learning to tread water. It's a start.
Kate followed Jack's example and closed the car door as quietly as possible. Seeing the way he moved, the way he watched everything, heightened her sense of concern. She hadn't left the porch light on, but fortunately the street lamp gave her enough light to see to unlock the front door. Jack gently moved her to the side with an outstretched arm as he let himself in ahead of her. Kate flicked on the living room light for him. As he moved through the dark house, she followed behind, turning on lights. He said nothing, asked nothing. His gaze glided over everything, taking in everything. The way he looked around made her see it all as if for the first time. For someone who was worried that there might be a killer waiting for her, his movements were measured, but not overtly careful. She thought that maybe she had just seen too many TV shows with a SWAT team yelling and screaming as they charged through a house to clear it. They went through the spare bedrooms, where he looked briefly in all the closets. He checked behind the shower curtains in the bathrooms. In a way, it made her feel silly to be clearing her own house in this manner. But on the other hand, it spooked her. His calm confidence reassured her. Jack looked in the utility closet in the hallway where he found the short door to the basement. He went down alone to check it out. The basement was basically a big square space with virtually nothing except a water heater and her simple workout area. Jack returned as soon as he was satisfied that no threat lurked down there. If there were an intruder, Kate thought, there would have been signs, but everything was untouched and exactly as she had left it. When they finally reached the kitchen after having checked everywhere in the rest of the house, Jack tested to make sure the door to the backyard was locked. "You've seen everything in the house," Kate said as she pointed back toward the hall. "I'm going to go pack a bag. Would you mind going out and latching the shed door? It was blowing around last night. Let me see if I can find a flashlight."
Never mind. I've got one, Jack said, pulling a small flashlight from his pocket. I'll be right back.
Okay. When I'm done changing, I'll open the bedroom door, so come on in when you're finished. After Jack went out to check on the shed door, Kate closed her bedroom door and quickly changed into a pair of jeans and workout shoes. It felt good to be in comfortable clothes. She picked out a black top and tossed a jacket on the bed. Once dressed, she opened the bedroom door before flopping her carry-on bag up onto the bed, then quickly started gathering up things she would need. She collected makeup and toiletries and put them in their proper zippered pouches in her bag. She had a routine from when she traveled for work. She folded some tops and slacks and put them in the bag along with some clothes for work. She could hear Jack come back in and shut the kitchen door. "You can come on in," Kate shouted out toward the hall as she went to the dresser and pulled open the top drawer with her underthings. When she started to reach in, she froze. Jack came to the bedroom door, one hand on the doorframe as he leaned in.
The shed door was already latched tight. I double-checked it to make sure it was secure.
Kate stood staring down into the drawer.
Kate?
Jack stepped into the room.
What's wrong? Your face has gone white.
There is a pair of pink panties on top, she said in a small voice. He frowned as he stepped closer and looked over her shoulder.
So?
I don't like that pair of panties. Jack clearly looked confused.
So?
So I keep them at the bottom of the stack in back, just in case I ever need extras for some reason. But I never wear them. I haven't worn them in years. I always intended to throw them out. Now they're on the top, in front. His expression darkened with concern.
Are you sure you didn't put them there without realizing it? You've been pretty distracted with your brother's murder. Are you sure?
He reached up and clasped her upper arm and turned her toward him.
Kate, this is important. Are you sure?
She looked into his eyes. I didn't put them there. I don't ever put them there in front on top. Never. They were buried in the back of the drawer. Distracted or not, I wouldn't have dug them out. I wouldn't. Someone has been through my underwear. Jack glanced around the room.
Is anything else out of place? Has anything been taken?
Kate went back to the closet, looked through the hanging things, then the folded sweaters and tops on the shelves at the side. She pulled open drawers, checking everything. Nothing else looks out of order, she finally said. Everything is here and just as I keep it. She looked back at him. Did either of the doors to the house look like they had been tampered with?
No. I checked for any evidence of that.
Then how did he get in?
He wouldn't need to use force or break a window. Most likely he simply picked a lock, probably the one on the kitchen door, maybe with a bump key. A few taps and he'd be in. None of the neighbors could have seen him, so he would have had all the time he needed to get the door unlocked.
Why would he do this? Why move one pair of panties?
To rattle you. The people who want to kill you are intelligent, sophisticated predators. Scared people make mistakes, but mostly, they simply enjoy terrifying people. If you have your things packed, we should get out of here and get you to AJ's house.
Kate sat on her bed, opened the bottom drawer of her nightstand, and then unlocked the gun safe. She pulled out her Glock. I think we had better take this, she said. Jack shook his head.
No, leave it.
Kate was incredulous. What? Someone wants to kill me. They've been in my bedroom. And you don't want me to take a gun?
Guns have their place, and there is no doubt that sometimes they are invaluable in saving your life. But guns can also get you into all kinds of trouble you don't need. If you go into the wrong place and forget you have it, you will get arrested. Then you have a weapons offense linked to your name. And if you need the police, they likely won't be on your side.
But
What if you're on the run, and you need to get on a plane, or into some place with security? Where are you going to leave it? Guns make people, especially police, freak out. If you shoot someone, you will go to jail while they sort it out. Jails are full of bad people. There may even be someone there who can recognize what's in your eyes. You would be helpless in that situation, trapped in a cage with a killer like a Christian in the Colosseum with a lion. You wouldn't be able to run, and you wouldn't be able to protect yourself. More importantly, a gun isn't always going to save you.
Kate wasn't willing to give up the idea so easily. I'd rather take my chances of ending up in jail for shooting a killer than be killed myself. At least I'd be alive.
That's the right attitude, but there are better ways.
Kate was beside herself. You came to find me because killers are after me, and yet you don't want me to have a gun so I can protect myself?
Of course, I want you to be able to protect yourself, he said. Like I said, guns certainly have their place.
But in this situation, they aren't going to help save you from the kind of killer who will be coming for you. Upset, Kate stood with the weight of the gun in her hand at the end of her hanging arm. "What do you mean?" He gestured to the gun in her hand. "Pretend I'm a threat. Try to shoot me." Kate was incredulous. "What? It's loaded." Jack took the gun from her hand, dropped the magazine onto the bed, and then pulled back the slide to empty the chamber, letting the chambered bullet land on the bed beside the magazine. He slid the slide back again, double-checking to make sure it was empty, then handed the gun back to her, grip first. "You couldn't shoot me if you tried, but there you go. Now it's empty." He flicked a hand. "Go stand over there by the closet, and I'll show you what I mean." Kate was skeptical, but moved closer to the closet. "I'm a killer," Jack said. "You just came home. I've been waiting, hiding inside your house. I'm here to kill you. I just walked into your bedroom, catching you by surprise. Try to shoot me." "What?" Jack lunged at her. In an instant, he closed the distance. Kate started to raise the gun to point it at him, but before she could, he slammed her up against the wall with one forearm. With his other hand, he had already grabbed her wrist with the gun, holding it down before she could point it at him. Kate blocked upward, knocking his forearm away. She spun out of his grip. Before she could twist away from his attack, he slammed her up against the wall again, face first. She felt something sharp at her throat. She froze, panting. His weight held her pressed up against the wall. She didn't know how he had gotten it, but he had the cold barrel of the gun pressed against her left temple. Jack pulled her back away from the wall enough to hold the blade up before her eyes, showing her the knife that had been at her throat. He tossed the gun on her bed. "Rule of 20, he said. Kate stared at the short, stout blade in front of her face. It looked sinister. She looked back over her shoulder at him. "Rule of 20? Jack finally released her. "Inside 20 feet, a knife is faster than a gun. You didn't even begin to get the gun up enough to shoot me before I got to you. Bad guys always try to get as close as they can first, so they can attack before you have a chance to react. They want surprise on their side. You lost before you started. I already had you where I wanted you. You said that you've been practicing martial arts all your life. You know how to protect yourself, yet in that instant of surprise, you abandoned what you know, depending instead on the gun. Unless you have a lot of training and a gun close at hand at all times, you won't have enough time to use it. This is about saving your own life, not the method you use. The kind of killer who is stalking you isn't going to announce himself from a distance and tell you that he's going to kill you so that you can pull out a gun and shoot him. He's a predator, and a predator is going to sneak up and get up close in order to strike before you have a chance to react. These people are up-close killers. He's going to want to get close enough for you to look into his eyes before he kills you. But I didn't... Doesn't matter. You're already dead. Excuses can't change that. A gun is false security in this situation. In your case, it's better to use your training. You have muscle memory that's already there with you all the time. That's the start of how you will be able to defend yourself. I'll teach you the rest. Kate pulled hair back off her face as she sat on her bed. She looked down at the gun in her hand a moment before reloading it and then locking it back in the safe. "AJ is expecting us," she said as she closed her carry-on bag and pulled it off the bed. "And I'd like to get out of my bedroom where I know a killer has been through my underwear." "I didn't mean to scare you. I only want to keep you alive." Kate nodded. "I don't want to end up like my brother. You just keep on doing what you need to, even if I don't like it." "I understand," he said. "Let's get to AJ's." Chapter 30. Kate was silent on the short drive to AJ's house. She couldn't help running everything through her mind over and over again. AJ would want every little detail. Kate had been shaken by the realization that some guy, most likely John's killer, had been standing in her bedroom, pawing through her underwear. He had wanted to make her afraid. He wanted her to know that he could reach out and touch her. He wanted her to know that he was coming for her. He wanted her to feel violated and vulnerable. But her initial reaction of fear had curdled into anger. He had intended her to know he had been in her bedroom to terrify her at a gut level. Kate was long past terrified and well into seething rage. She remembered vividly a Sifu from California coming to her martial arts school when she was young, perhaps 12 or 13. It had been a great honor for their school. Kate didn't remember the man's name. She only remembered him as a quiet, bald, firm Asian man of few words. He had smiled, but it wasn't friendly. It was judgmental. To her, martial arts school was an escape from a world she couldn't change. It was a time for herself away from watching over John. It was a time when she could be her own person, with her own life, and not John's sister, minder, protector. Each student at the school had been pitted against an opponent so they could put on a demonstration of their skills. The visiting Sifu evaluated them each in turn. Some of the older students received an approving nod. Some received a word or two of advice, and some a stronger criticism of the way in which they performed a particular move. Kate went through her routine with an older boy who was more advanced. She was supposed to defend herself against his attack. She had been proud of her quick blocks and the variety of defensive moves she had used. When they were finished, she bowed before the Sifu, sure she had acquitted herself well against the bigger boy. When she straightened from her bow, the Sifu looked long and hard at her. She remembered his intimidating eyes. They seemed fierce and knowing, as if they could see right through her. He tapped a finger against the base of her throat, at the top of her rib cage.
"That was disrespectful crap,"
he told her in broken English, as he lifted his nose. Kate stood motionless in shock.
"If you are attacked," he went on, "it is because they have the advantage. For you, they will always be bigger, stronger. No one is going to help you, so don't expect any. You must do everything you can with the bad intention of hurting your enemy."
He tapped his bony finger at the base of her throat again.
"You do not respect your own life. You are afraid of hurting your attacker. You should instead be afraid of him hurting you, and stop him."
He leaned toward her, his mouth in a sour expression.
"You are better than you have shown me. I am disappointed in you."
Kate had been humiliated. The class was dead silent at his words, and when it was over, she cried on the long walk home. She made excuses in her own mind that she was only a girl, and the boy had been much bigger and more experienced. But even in that moment, she knew better. It didn't matter. Failing to do what was necessary to stop her attacker had been what mattered, regardless of age or strength or gender. The Sifu had been right. Jack's demonstration had brought back the burning shame of that lesson. While her brother's death was horrifying, in a way it also seemed surreal. She knew it was true, of course, but she couldn't really wrap her head around it. Knowing that it was likely the same man who had been in her bedroom, his hands on her underwear, made it seem real. It made those lessons relevant in a way they never had been before. Rather than wanting to defend herself from the threat, as she had when she had been a girl, the way she had tried to defend herself from Jack and having him easily get the upper hand over her had caused some profoundly important internal switch to flip. She now grasped, in a very real way, that if she wanted to survive, there was only one way. She had to eliminate the threat. She knew how to do it. She had been practicing those moves for years. Before, they were only theory practiced against a vague threat, and that threat didn't try to kill her as she went through routines. She had never really thought about those moves being delivered with the deliberate intent to maim and cripple. Now she did.
"Are you still mad at me?" Jack asked.
She frowned at him. "I'm not mad at you."
"You were. I could see it in your eyes. It wasn't a look I enjoyed seeing directed at me."
"Well," she said, "I guess maybe I was a little angry. But I know you were only trying to help me."
"I'm glad you realize that."
"I shouldn't have been angry at you. I should be angry at myself for letting you get the better of me that way."
"Kate, you can't expect to know how to handle all of this. No one would. Ordinary people don't go around getting attacked. They don't expect it to happen. That's where fear and instinct step in to help us. Give yourself some credit for how well you've been handling everything so far. Most people would be so broken up by their brother's murder and the idea that the same person was now after them that they wouldn't be able to function. You've been keeping your head."
Kate swallowed back her emotion. "Will you teach me how to have bad intentions of hurting an attacker?" As Jack studied her face, she deliberately looked at him only out of the corner of her eye, afraid that he would say no.
"I always hope that the people I find will be smart enough to ask me that. You're the first one who ever has. I will help you for as long as you want me to teach you."
Kate sniffled and wiped her nose on the back of her wrist as she nodded. She finally turned off the main 4-lane street into AJ's neighborhood. AJ had been right about the party. The house across from AJ's place was all lit up. As she drove past, she could hear loud music. At least from what she'd heard from AJ and by the looks of people she saw, it was an adult party and not a bunch of drunken teenagers vomiting all over the front lawn. The street in front of AJ's house was lined with parked cars. There were no empty spots to park in. Kate drove around the block and then widened her circle until, as AJ had guessed, she found a parking place a couple of streets over. Kate put the car in park and then stared at nothing for a moment. "How did he get in my house?" Jack leaned an elbow on the armrest.
"That's the wrong way to look at it."
Kate frowned over at him. "What do you mean?"
"He wanted to get in. If you'd been at home, he could simply have kicked in the door or broken a window. The point is, he would have gotten in one way or another. You shouldn't worry as much about how he is going to get to you as what you will do when he does."
Kate grimaced. "I guess you're right."
"I think that for now, the best thing would be for you to stay at Detective Janik's house. We need to have a long talk with her about a number of things, not the least of which is how to keep you safe. For now, I'll feel a lot better if you aren't sleeping alone at your place."
Kate nodded as she watched the figures of people, intermittently lit by streetlights, turning to shadows as they made their way to and from the anniversary party. A few people were leaving, but most were still arriving. It was a chilly night, so both she and Jack put on their jackets. When Kate pressed the remote to lock the car doors, the chirp blended in with the distant music and voices carrying through the night air. "I can stay at AJ's place tonight, and maybe for a few nights," Kate said, looking over at Jack as they passed under a streetlight. "But I can't stay forever. What good is running away or hiding going to do as long as these people are hunting me? Once I go back home, they will be waiting in the shadows for me. It seems clear they were even trying to get to me at work." He considered for a moment, and then looked over at her with a sudden thought.
"Why don't you come to New York with me? I need to go anyway. We could even go to Israel for a while. They would be glad to have you, and maybe you could even help them in return. It would get you out of danger for now."
"I have a job."
"Can't you take some time off?"
Kate smiled briefly at an older couple going in the other direction before answering Jack. I guess I could. But once I get back, nothing will change. They will still be coming for me.
It would throw them off your trail for the time being. In the meantime, we can work on some measures to make you harder to find.
I'd rather end the threat, she said as she turned up the walk toward AJ's front door. He gave her a more serious look.
That means killing whoever is hunting you.
I didn't start this, she said. On the front porch, Kate glanced briefly over her shoulder at a burst of raucous laughter coming from the house across the street. Kate knocked on the front door, but when she did, it swung inward a few inches. The door wasn't latched. Chapter 31. That's weird, Kate said. Their door isn't shut. She started to knock again, but Jack snatched her wrist and pulled her back away from the door. He moved them both off to the side a little, and then with his foot gently pushed the door open. Kate's attention was caught by a mess of splintered wood. As the door swung open, she saw jagged stubs of stair balusters broken off halfway up the steps. Pieces of debris lay everywhere. Among that mass of rubble and wreckage, she saw Mike. He lay sprawled on his back on the stairs, his legs bent back under at the knees, looking like he had fallen back from where he had been standing. He was stretched out and motionless. The spike of a split baluster had been driven through the center of his chest. Blood completely soaked his shirt and halfway down his tan pants. He was covered with the rubble. Kate stood frozen in place by the shock of what she was seeing. Big, muscular Mike was clearly dead. "Oh my God," she whispered. Jack already had his knife, the one she had seen before, with the stout, short, triangular blade, in his right hand. With his left hand, he pulled Kate farther back, behind him. "Stay here," he whispered. Kate could hear her heart pounding in her ears. Her breath came in short, ragged pulls. In her mind, she was hoping against hope not to find what she already knew they would find. She wanted to pull everything back and not have it be real. Jack carefully stepped over the threshold and into the house. All the lights were on. Kate ignored his admonition to stay where she was and instead followed him in. Inside the house, it looked like a tornado had ripped through the place. Splintered furniture lay scattered everywhere. What had been a warm, welcoming, lovely home was now an incomprehensible scene of wreckage. A broken lamp, still on, lay on the floor on the opposite side of the room, the shade torn off and crushed under part of a broken chair. Blood seemed to cover everything. The smell of it hung thick in the air. There was so much debris and torn cushion stuffing everywhere that Kate was having trouble making sense of anything, recognizing anything. The couch was the only thing still where it had been. And then she spotted Ryan's body in a crumpled heap at the base of the opening in the wall leading into the dining room. What was left of his head was bent back at an impossible angle. A massive amount of blood and brain matter were splattered against the fractured wall. It was clear to Kate that he had been swung by his ankles, bashing his head to kill him. Kate saw a colorful plastic truck on the floor. That was when she finally saw AJ among the debris. The woman lay on her back in the middle of the shattered glass of the broken coffee table. There was so much rubble, cushion stuffing, and plaster dust all over the floor and all over AJ that Kate hadn't seen her at first. AJ was naked from the waist down. Her legs were splayed open. The barrel of her gun had been shoved into her vagina and left there. Under a layer of plaster and wood bits, her white blouse was now red with blood. Thick strings of blood lay across her face. Silver duct tape had been wound sloppily around her head, covering her eyes, but not her mouth. Kate panted in panic at what she was seeing. She wanted to scream. She thought she might pass out.
"Don't step in the blood,"
Jack said quietly as he moved farther into the room.
"Better yet, stay where you are."
Kate was paralyzed in place, her eyes wide, unable to look away from AJ's body. Her mind couldn't fully take in what she was seeing. She wanted to look away, but she couldn't. She felt a tear run down her cheek. Pain bore down on her insides as she started to tremble. Jack came back and gripped her arm.
"Kate, I don't want you going back outside alone. Can you just stand there? Don't look at her. Just stay where you are. Don't step in the blood. I don't want you leaving your footprints here, contaminating the scene. Do you understand? Kate, do you understand?"
Kate nodded.
"Why don't you watch the door?" he said.
Instead, Kate slowly lifted her arm to point. There, in the center of AJ's chest, sat her detective's card. All four corners were folded over.
"What is it?" Jack asked. "What are you pointing at?"
That card. That's AJ's card. She gave me one just like it.
"So?"
She gave one to my brother, too. John was afraid of sharp things, like corners, so he always folded over the corners of pictures and cards. AJ told me that she had left her card with John, but we didn't find it in the house."
Jack nodded unhappily. "I guess that leaves little doubt who did this."
Tears running down her cheeks, Kate squatted down close to AJ. She touched the woman's cheek. "Dear God, AJ." AJ's head was turned to the side, her mouth covered in blood. Kate hoped that AJ hadn't seen the horror of Ryan being killed. She remembered when she had been on the phone with AJ, and the woman had said she had to go because there was a commotion at the front door. It was the devil at their door. Kate spotted a human finger lying on the floor not far away from AJ's head. She pointed. "That's not hers." Jack looked at it a moment.
"It's a man's finger. It looks like she managed to bite off the finger of the killer."
AJ would have fought with every ounce of strength she had. She wouldn't have gone down easily.
"There's no doubt she didn't,"
Jack said, in soft compassion, as he looked around at the wreckage of the house. Jack squatted down and circled his arm around Kate's shoulders. He gently lifted her to her feet, even though she didn't want to leave AJ's side.
"We can't stay here, Kate. We need to leave."
"I need to get something to cover her," Kate said, ignoring him as she struggled to hold back a dammed-up flood of tears.
"We need to leave everything as it is. Don't touch anything. Don't pick up anything."
"We need to call the police," Kate said with a stifled sob. She covered her nose with a hand, trying in vain to block the stench of blood and gore.
"No. We need to leave. Right now," Jack said.
Kate looked up at him. "What? But we have to."
"No. What we have to do is keep you alive. There is nothing we can do for them now. What happened here is over. It's done. Getting you involved with the police will only put you at more risk."
Kate's brow bunched. "What are you talking about?"
"There will be hours and hours of questions. They will want to know what you were doing here, what your relationship was with Detective Janik. Relatives of murder victims don't spend the night with detectives. What are you going to tell them? That you can recognize killers and you were helping AJ identify murderers?"
"But AJ would want..."
"AJ would want you to get away from here. She would know that being here could only put you at risk."
Kate looked back at AJ's still corpse. It somehow didn't look real. "We can't just leave them here like this. We have to do something for them."
Listen to me.
Jack gripped her shoulders and turned her to face him. He leaned in close.
Listen to me. There is nothing you can do here that is going to help her now. Nothing. We need to get out of here. You need to trust me in this. I know what I'm talking about.
Kate's vision was turning watery. Are you sure we can't?
I'm sure. I've been involved in this kind of thing before. You can't help what's already done. What matters now is protecting you.
How can we do that? He gripped her shoulders tighter.
You have to understand something, and you need to understand it starting right now. This is about you staying alive. The police aren't going to help you to do that. If you lie to them, they will catch you in that lie. If you tell them the truth, your story will seem so bizarre they will suspect you are somehow involved. At the very least, they will likely have you locked up for psychiatric evaluation.
Kate blinked at him. She tried to think if what he was saying made sense.
There are bad people in the world, he said, and there are good people. The police are good people, but with this business they won't understand you. They won't want to.
You want me to leave without telling the police I was here?
Yes. The less information the police have on record about you, the safer you will be. You must not get involved with the police. Do you hear me? They are for the most part good people, but they are bound up in a bureaucratic system where you don't fit their official worldview. You are different, and you have to do things differently if you want to stay alive.
Differently? What do you mean?
You need to be a ghost in these matters. You can't afford to get officially entangled in any of this. This is outside what law enforcement understands. AJ was a good police detective, and she knew better than to trust them with John and you. She kept you and your brother a secret, and didn't tell her own department about any of this business with either of you being able to recognize killers, did she?
No, but that's not how I've lived. That's not the rules I've lived by.
Rules are for people who lose fights. If you want to live, then you have to live by new rules. Your own rules.
Kate looked around at the bloody scene of destruction, at the bodies of people she knew, people she cared deeply for. It all seemed so hopeless. But Jack was right. She knew he was. This was the reality she had to face. She gritted her teeth as she looked back at him. We need to kill this bastard and end this.
If only it were that easy, Jack said under his breath as he squatted down.
A cell phone lay on the floor near AJ's bloody, torn panties. Jack pulled the sleeve of his jacket down to cover his knuckle, and then used it to press 911.
Okay, he said as he stood. The police will trace this call, and when they realize it's a police officer, they will descend on this place with an army. That's the best we can do for AJ and her family. We need to be gone when they get here.
Chapter 32. Out on the porch, in the cold air, Kate stood close beside Jack, feeling hot and lightheaded and sick to her stomach. He swiped his hair back off his brow, peering out at the night as if trying to see the killer out there somewhere.
I want you to listen to me, he said. We need to worry about your life now. I need you to go get the car.
Kate wasn't sure she had heard him right. You want me to go get the car? Alone?
Yes. Hurry. Now. Come back here and get me. Understand?
No. Why aren't you coming with me? He gripped her upper arm and leaned toward her with grim intensity.
Kate, listen to me. You need to trust me and do as I say. I know what I'm doing. We need not to be seen here. Go get the car.
Kate couldn't imagine what he planned on doing inside AJ's place. She glanced over her shoulder out into the night. When she turned back, she could see the carnage inside through the partially opened door. It was such a sickening sight that she had difficulty making her mind believe it was real. She half expected AJ to open the door and smile at her and make the whole thing evaporate like a bad dream. But AJ was never going to smile again. The houses were set back quite a ways from the street, with deep front yards, so none of those people across the street where the party was going on noticed Jack or Kate on the front porch of the Janik home. Older rock music was blaring. Every time the front door opened and someone went in or out, the music got louder until the door was closed again. She could hear people laughing and talking.
"Get going," Jack said. "Don't be slow about it."
Kate looked out at the night. What if he's still out there, waiting?
How would he know you were coming over tonight? Besides, there are too many people coming and going for the party. He wouldn't be able to recognize you in the dark. He wouldn't be able to pick you out from everyone else. Go on now. Hurry.
As Jack went back inside, making the order final, and a sense of urgency overcame her, Kate abandoned her objections and hurried across the front lawn in the direction she had left the car. She couldn't imagine why he was sending her alone, but she didn't want to waste time considering the grim possibilities. She turned up her collar against the cold night air and stuffed her trembling hands in her pockets. She walked as quickly as she could down the sidewalk without breaking into a run. If the killer was still hanging around, running might draw his attention. She told herself that there was no reason to believe he was still anywhere nearby. Like Jack had said, the killer hadn't known that she was coming over. Kate felt numb, her mind balancing on the razor edge of tipping over to panic and grief. She forced herself to block her emotions. This was no time to lose it. She crossed the street and quickly made her way down the block. The car was another 2 streets over. When she turned and looked back, she saw a tall man in a hoodie. He hadn't been there a moment ago. She didn't know how he seemed to appear so suddenly. He had his hands in the pockets of his jacket. He was following behind her. Somehow, she was not the least bit surprised to see him. Kate knew without a doubt that it was the man she had seen the night of John's murder, outside his house. It was the man who had been watching her that night. She started moving faster. When she did, the man responded by breaking into a run toward her. Once she saw him coming for her, there was no longer any doubt as to who he was or what he intended. Kate immediately cut through a side yard between houses. She wove through a maze of bushes, hoping he wouldn't see which way she went. When she looked back, she saw the man follow her in. As he ran under a light on the back corner of the house, she was pretty sure she could see that he was covered in blood. Kate raced across a backyard and jumped a chain-link fence into the next backyard. As she ran across the back lawn, a dog rushed out toward her, barking like crazy. His barking set a 6 dogs in the neighborhood to barking in response. It was clear that if the dog caught her, he was big enough that he would likely take her down. She cut to the left to avoid the dog and slipped on the grass. Without pause, she rolled to her feet and kept going, hardly missing a beat, then leaped over the fence on the far side just before the dog could grab her ankle in his teeth and kept running as fast as she could. She snatched a quick look back and saw the man kick the dog so hard it was sent tumbling. The dog yelped in pain. A light on the back of the house flicked on. As tempting as it was to get the attention of the people who had turned on the light, she knew she dared not stop. Besides, what were they going to do against such a vicious killer? Kate didn't want them to end up dead as well. When she looked back, the man was over the fence and still coming. Kate raced between sheds and detached garages, taking whatever opening presented itself, trying to make sure she didn't get boxed in, always keeping in mind where her car was. She knew, though, that with as close as the man was behind her, even if she made it to her car, she would never get it unlocked and have time to jump in, start it, and drive away before he pounced. She ran as hard as she could, trying not to think of the inevitable. She had to get away. It was as simple as that. As she wove her way through obstacles in the older neighborhood, jumping over lawnmowers, wood piles, and a pair of rusted bicycles, she fought back her burgeoning sense of panic. She was well aware that if she let panic have control of her, she would die. She knew that her only hope to live was to keep her head. She had to find a way to get away from the man. The thought of him catching her, and what he would do to her when he did, fueled her straining muscles. Branches of bushes snatched at her as she raced past. She had to bat some of them out of the way. As she went past a ladder leaning up against the side of a house, she pulled it down behind her, hoping to block the way or at least slow her pursuer. The aluminum ladder banged down against the ground. She didn't take the time to slow to look back to see if the ladder slowed her pursuer. She skidded to a stop momentarily in the alley behind a garage, looking both ways, trying to pick the best route. She quickly decided to cross the alley and go between garages, hoping that in the dark they would hide which direction she had gone. As she burst through a narrow space left in junk piles between the garages, the man abruptly stepped out in front of her, blocking her way. He had apparently seen which way she had gone, and with his longer legs raced around the garage to intercept her. Kate skidded to a halt before she crashed into him. Panting hard to catch her breath, before he could snatch her, she immediately shot away to the right, jumping one fence and charging through the open gate of another. Now, out of the alleyways and side yards, she raced across the open front yards. The light on the closest light pole was out, leaving her in a pool of darkness between distant streetlights. The man, his shadowed form looking like he could be the Grim Reaper himself, raced out from between the houses, angling right toward her. In that instant, as close as he was, Kate knew that he was faster than her, and she wasn't going to get away. Chapter 33. As the man charged in at her, he lifted his arms to tackle her. He was too close for her to escape. Before Kate had even given it any thought, she acted out of instinct. She spun around and threw a sidekick into the center of his chest. The man staggered back a couple of steps, but kept his balance. This was the man who had killed John. He had left AJ's card with the bent corners from John's house on AJ's body. It was his calling card. He wanted her to know it was him. It was a message, the same way moving her underwear was a message. This was the monster who had butchered AJ, Mike, and Ryan. She could see that his left hand was wrapped in a bloody hand towel. She knew that he would be missing a finger. The injury didn't look to be slowing him down, nor did her kick. His arms were long, and she had been fixated on keeping him from getting close, so he had been a little too far away for her kick to do much damage. This was a predator. The instinct of a predator was to chase down prey. When they had prey in sight, on the run, nothing else mattered to them except taking that prey to the ground. Kate was now the prey he was after. She knew that, close as he was, if she ran, he would be on her in a flash. He was going to keep coming, no matter what. When he rushed toward her again, she knew that she had no choice. Whatever hesitations she'd had in the past now seemed foolish. This was about her life, and whether she would willingly give it up or fight for it. Running now would be a foolish mistake, so she didn't run. Kate instead bladed her body and covered her center. Even though there wasn't a lot of light, she could see him grin when she took a stance to stand her ground. That was what he wanted, a helpless victim that he could overpower. Kate kept her left fist near her stomach and put the thumb of her open right hand under her chin to coil the strength of her right arm. When he closed the distance to her, she twisted her weight toward him and thrust her arm out with lightning speed, adding the force of her weight to the strike, hitting his left ear with her cupped hand. The blast of pressure from her cupped hand slamming his ear that hard blew out his eardrum. The man cried out in pain as he twisted to the side, holding the side of his head. The pause only lasted a moment, and then he was coming again. Kate realized immediately that it was a mistake for her to wait to see if her blow would stop him. She admonished herself in that instant not to make that mistake again. To prevent him from pushing her into a retreat and then overpowering her, she instead drove in toward him and cleared the line of his arms. Almost right up against his chest, she threw her weight into a punch to his throat. Before he could react, she kept herself close inside his defenses and unleashed chain strikes as fast as she could, the way she punched the bag in her basement when she was angry. She had practiced those rapid-fire punches most of her life, except that now it was for her life. She ducked under his arm when he swung at her and punched upward with a blow to his midsection. He let out a grunt. He struck out at her again. She ducked under his arms again, came around his side, and drove her closed fist into his kidney. He rounded on her faster than she expected. She felt the stunning blow to her face. It knocked her back, sprawling across a front lawn beside the sidewalk. She rolled onto her feet again before he could throw himself on her. Her face stung and felt numb at the same time. He slowed for just a moment, assessing her with those cold, deadly eyes, apparently deciding on how to change up his attack in order to put an end to her resistance once and for all. Kate remembered her instructor's words that at the time had seemed like emotionless theory. Now, those words were her lifeline. Don't defend. Attack. In a life-and-death situation with a bigger enemy who intends you harm, there is no such thing as defending. There is winning or losing. Life or death. She knew that if she was to survive, she had to come at her attacker with superior aggression and violence of action. Size and pure muscle power weren't the only things that mattered. She couldn't let him control what she did. She couldn't react. She had to act. By favoring his injured ear, he left the other side open. Without pause, she stepped into the strike. Using her fist, twisting her hips to put all her weight behind the blow, she cried out with the effort of her strike to his mandible on the opposite side of his injured ear. She heard the bone crack as the blow knocked his head sideways. As he swung back around toward her, she met him with an elbow to the center of his face. She kept it a tight, close-in fight because she knew that was her only chance. By limiting his ability to extend his arms in a fully developed blow, she denied him his strength. She knew better than to let him back her up, because that would give him all the advantage of distance, weakening her attacks. With his longer arms, retreating would let him fight using his strength advantage, and he would overpower her in mere seconds. So instead, she kept getting inside his attacks, staying on the attack herself, keeping him off balance, striking right into him from up close, where she could fully extend her shorter arms to full effect. She aimed for vulnerable places when she could. She didn't try to remember forms or proper sequences. She simply took advantage of whatever worked in that instant. He caught her behind her neck with his wrist and drove a blow into her midsection. It was unexpected, and it knocked the wind from her. She staggered back a step, but made herself reverse back at him before he could take full advantage and dominate her movements. The next time he reached out to catch her the same way, she ducked, spun, and kicked his knee, buckling him for a step so she could press in at him again. By staying in close, she kept him from extending fully for a devastating blow, changing the dynamics to her advantage. When the heel of her hand connected with the middle of his face, he reacted with a cry of rage and threw his weight at her. Rather than backing away or absorbing his energy, she dove in toward him, using his weight to increase the power of ramming her knee into the center of his gut. As he staggered back a step, he somehow landed a fist on the side of her head. Trying to ignore the dizzying blow, she saw that he was still favoring his right jaw. She saw an opening. Kate struck with lightning speed, bringing her fist down to break his collarbone. His other fist, which had been covering his ear, whipped out and caught her in the side of her head, knocking her sprawling. Kate crawled away, determined to stay out of his reach as she fought to remain conscious. It was hard to believe the injuries she was sure she had inflicted hadn't stopped him. He had to be running on pure adrenaline. She knew that a person running on adrenaline, like men injured in battle, would frequently not feel the pain of injuries and keep fighting. She was running on adrenaline too, but she was near the end of her endurance. Kate forced herself to get to her feet. She knew that she was not going to be able to escape him. She looked into his eyes, remembering AJ lying on her living room floor, dead. She knew that he had far worse planned for her. AJ and her family were merely the warm-up, a taunt. She was the main event. This was not a predator who would ever give up. Chapter 34. As Kate staggered back a few feet, her vision narrowed to a dark tunnel. Her muscles were spent. She fought to hold on to her vision, to remain conscious. She knew without a doubt that if she blacked out, when she woke up, she would find herself in the middle of the agonizingly painful ordeal of being the man's next victim. Kate shook her head as she struggled to lift the leaden weight of her hands. She told herself again not to chase his arms, but to concentrate on doing as much damage as possible, as swiftly as possible. She needed to degrade his ability to fight more than she had already managed to do. That was all that mattered. While he was bigger and stronger, she knew that some of the injuries she had inflicted had evened the fight to some degree, and while she wasn't sure how much, she knew it wasn't enough. She knew that she couldn't waste time wondering. She also dared not count on it to slow him. He was still dangerous in the extreme. It was up to her to decide if she was going to live. She realized that the reality was that she had to put him down and make sure he was no longer breathing. It was an odd kind of clarity, knowing that her singular goal was